Good morning, everyone. We're going to start the B&T committee meeting in a second. Good morning, Chair Mack. Can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
We got you. Good morning.
Don't worry. I'll stand by.
I think we're good, right? Chair Mack, we're ready to go when you are.
Good. Good morning, everybody. Are there any public speakers today?
Yes, there are. There are 4 members of the public registered to speak today. As a reminder, we ask that all public speakers adhere to the MTA's rules of conduct and decorum. I would also like to remind our public speakers that in the interest of time and fairness to all speakers, we limit everyone to 2 minutes. Please be aware that there will be a warning beep to remind you that you have 30 seconds to conclude your remarks. The first speaker will be Jason Anthony, followed by Murray Bowden.
Good morning, Danny, and good morning, David.
Good
Jason
morning. Good morning, Jason.
Jason Anthony from the ALU. I took this very morning pause from our election in Staten Island to attend this morning's meeting. I'm very concerned about the construction that's going on the Verrazano Bridge that's causing tons of inconvenience for myself and tons of Amazon employees that uses the bridge from Brooklyn and from Staten Island doing overnight and doing, let's say, any time of the day when there's construction over the bridge. I want to know when the construction over the Verrazano Narrows Bridge is going to end to, let's say, minimize the inconvenience that could cause to the workers that go to and from the facilities in the Bluefield section of Staten Island. So that's all I have to say for this committee. I'll see you guys in the Joint Committee Rail.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Murray Bowden.
Danny, I apologize to you and Joe Keane for insisting that you fix the lines on the Henry Hudson Bridge. You're not responsible, neither is Joe. It's your traffic engineer. I was there last week to paint the line yellow, and they sent me a report why it should be white. The traffic engineer is 100% wrong and causing accidents and money. And so I will be there tomorrow, and I expect your safety officer to be there. And the person who wrote that report to stand there at that bridge and demonstrate that the traffic engineers have been giving you wrong information for years. It's killing people. It's causing accidents, traffic delays, and global warming. We can't take that anymore. They put it in writing. It's in an email to me. It is 100% wrong. So I apologize to you for saying, why don't you get it fixed? You have to depend on your engineers. Those engineers are wrong. And we can prove it. And we're going to do it on the ground right there tomorrow at 11 o'clock. I'll be there. The safety officer needs to be there. And the guy who wrote that report needs to be there. Joe doesn't need to be there. You don't have to be there. You get advice from your experts. Well, your traffic engineers are anything but expert. They're 100% wrong. And this goes on to each meeting today because the bus times are being held back because they're getting the same wrong information from the traffic engineers. Tomorrow, 11 o'clock, safety and traffic engineers. We'll settle it once and for all.
Please conclude your remarks. Thank you.
I did.
Thank you. Thank you. The next speaker will be Christopher Greif, followed by Alita Dupree.
Good morning, everyone. I am Christopher D. Greif. Yes, I'm here in person. I'm here to talk about the bridge and tunnel safety because you have walkways, Marine Park Bridge. I have brought this up a couple of years ago before COVID came. The proper lighting, if a person is walking on the bridge, or sometimes when you walk, there are some bumps. A person who likes to walk on the bridge when it's nice weather, not today because it's really cold outside, but when the weather is nice, people like to walk on the bridge. Can you please check those bridges that are smooth during the warm weather season? I understand we can't fix them or do anything right now due to the cold weather, but proper lighting, proper cameras, because as a remind you, we have to think of safety because some people like to do graffiti on the bridge as well. So we work on those safety measures? Because my colleague, one of my friends, has been on one of the bridges, and they cannot understand why it's so bumpy and lumpy and fumpy, which that's the way she said it. So I'm just following her words. Trust me, it wasn't easy to say this morning. And Andrew, that's what I'm saying what that person said. That's what the person said. So please don't quote me what I just said. Don't change my words. I know what that person said. The bottom line is that's the way she's feeling. She's not using any profanity words, but she's asking, can you guys please do something about the Marine Park Bridge, a.k.a. Gil Hodges Bridge. Thank you.
Thank you. The final speaker will be Alita Dupree.
Thank you again, Chair David Mack. Alita Dupree, for the record, she and her, good to be back with you on Zoom. It's 6:08 where I'm sitting right now. I did get to read through these reports, a lot of good work. And before I forget, I wanted to mention to you Danny's video with IBTTA. Got to watch it last night. Lots of very helpful information. So I encourage you to see it if you haven't. And our recovery looks very good. How can we encourage other agencies to see that open tolling really works, especially in other states where you hear about toll agencies fearful of taking down the toll booths? And the tolls, New York, I haven't gotten to use it yet because I don't have a car, but I do have it. If I rent a car, I'll definitely use it. So we have a lot of good things to do with that. And I'm really hoping we can get the congestion pricing going. I'd like to see the schematics of where we're going to put all of these gantries in Manhattan. It's a program I've been waiting for a long time. And in reading the report, I did see a mention about electricity. You don't use as much as the subway does, but I think we can move to the point of having renewable electricity to light up all these beautiful bridges and tunnels that we have. I've been using this system since 1970. I even got to use the Cross Bay Bridge a couple of times back in the day of going to Rockaway's Playland. Yeah, I'm dating myself. It was a lot of fun. So thank you for this good work. I look forward to the meeting. Appreciate it.
Thank you. That concludes our public speakers.
Oh, okay. Thank you, everybody. I'd like a motion regarding the minutes. Approval of our minutes. Do I have a motion to approve the February minutes?
You do. You have a chair.
Good. Do I have a second?
You have a second.
Yeah. Okay. Any questions? Okay, fine. All in favor?
Aye.
Very good. Thank you. Okay. I'll Are there any changes to the BTA committee work plan, Danny?
There are no changes to the committee work plan.
Okay, Danny, you can go forward.
Thank you, Chair Mack. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the March 2022 MTA Bridge and Tunnels Committee meeting. I'd like to begin by acknowledging the recent 2-year anniversary of the start of the COVID-19 lockdown in New York. Throughout this time, the TBTA workforce rose to each new round of challenges and exceeded expectations, all the while keeping one another as safe as possible and demonstrating mutual respect. In those early days, our employees made adjustments and pivoted without missing a beat. No one knew what to expect as the pandemic settled in for the long term, but everyone continued to do their jobs, keeping themselves safe, keeping the business moving, and keeping our facilities safe and secure and operating. In all endeavors, I remain extremely proud of our team. For operations news, as they say, March came in like a lion. Weather extremes have been a frequent challenge. Our workforce has contended with 2 major storms so far this month, featuring snow, ice, sleet, and high winds that at one point reached 80 miles per hour at the Verrazano-Narrows Bridge. These winds conditions prompted staff to implement vehicle and other roadway restrictions, keeping our customers safe. Again, thanks to our employees for keeping themselves safe while working in these extreme conditions and for efficiently managing these events. As we look with renewed hope to spring and the milder weather, you won't see it today, obviously, but hopefully soon, the expectation of familiar traffic patterns is on the horizon. We continue to see traffic trending close to pre-pandemic levels, and as Richie will provide some details shortly, as people get out and about, despite a lingering degree of uncertainty surrounding the pandemic, as well as any potential impact due to gas prices, our workforce continues to monitor the traffic conditions on our facilities, serve our customers safely and securely, and will adjust as we have been to any changes observed. Finally, I'd like to recognize Sharon Gallo-Kocher, longtime Vice President of Labor Relations, who is retiring this month after an extraordinary and impressive 33-year career with MTA. Sharon's MTA service began at New York City Transit and Labor Relations Department, conducting negotiations with labor unions on behalf of the agency. In 1991, Sharon moved over to TBTA, and in 1995, she became the Vice President of Labor Relations. TBTA has seen many changes through the years, and Sharon has been an active participant in those changes, helping B&T operations management with smooth labor transitions to EasyPass in the 1990s, and later with our agency's successful transition to open road cashless tolling. Sharon is an esteemed and irreplaceable colleague, and it's bittersweet to lose her, even as we wish her happy and well-deserved retirement. On a personal note, I will not be saying goodbye, as I consider her a true friend, not only through all the years we worked together, but now and always. So Sharon, congratulations, and all the best to you and your family. If there are no questions, that concludes my remarks. I will turn it over now to Rich Hildebrand, Vice President of Operations, for the report on operations. Rich?
Thank you, Dan, and good morning, Commissioners and everyone. The report on operations in this month's committee materials begins on page 16. During the month of January 2022, the B&T service area experienced the impacts of the COVID-19 Omicron surge. With the region recovering steadily now as the months progressed, B&T reports traffic counts that were stronger than last year, but down versus January of 2020. Paid vehicle traffic in January of 2022 was 22.0 million vehicles, which reflects an increase of 4.8% over the 21.6 million crossings in January of 2021, but 13.2% lower or 3.3 million fewer crossings than in January of 20. EasyPass market share was 95.2% in January of this year, which is consistent with last, but slightly below what it was 2 years ago. For February of 2022, preliminary bridge and tunnel traffic was 28.5% higher than in February of 2021, but 4.4% lower than February of 2020, during which we experienced the initial onset stages of the COVID-19 pandemic. Gasoline prices increased in January of 2022 for the 13th time in 14 months. Gasoline prices averaged $3.54 per gallon in January, which was at $1.09 higher than in 2021 and 83 cents more than they were 2 years ago. Also, unfavorable weather conditions had a negative impact on bridge and tunnel traffic this year for January, with 20.4 inches of snowfall as compared to the 1.6 inches that fell last year in 21 and 2.6 inches that fell in January of 2020. And with that, this concludes this month's report on operations, unless there are any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Rich. I'll now turn it over to Vice President of Safety and Health, Eric Osnes.
Morning, everybody. Thanks, Danny.
Good morning, Eric. Good morning.
Morning to you as well. The January 22 report continues to show performance metrics is to be generally positive. B&T's current safety performance is slightly better than the pre-pandemic period of 2 years ago. B&T's safety report highlights including the following. Customer collision rates remain steady over the past 12 months compared to the previous 12-month period. B&T's January 22 total collision rate was 3.93 per million vehicles, 38% better than the rolling year covering 19 and 20, and about the same as last year. The collision with injury rate was 0.66 per million vehicles, 28% better than in 21 and the same, better than in 20 and the same as last year. Employee safety metrics over the 12-month periods are as follows. The employee lost time rate in January 22 was 5.5 incidents per 200,000 work hours, reflecting a small decrease compared to both 2021 and 20. So if there are no questions, this concludes the safety report for January.
Thank you, Eric. There are also no B&T procurements this month, and if there are no questions, this concludes the Bridge and Tunnels report. Chair Mack?
Yeah, I want to thank everybody. And can I have a motion to adjourn?
You have the motion.
Second?
You have the second.
All in favor? Aye. Thank you. Thank you. I want to thank everyone, and we'll see you at the next meeting.
Thank you, Chair Mack. Thank you, everyone.
going to call the joint Metro North and Long Island Railroad Committee's meeting to order. We're going to hear from the public. I turn it over to Stephen Papadone, Long Island Railroad General Counsel, who will announce this morning's speakers. Steve?
Yes, thank you. Today we have 9 members of the public registered to speak. As a reminder, we ask that all public speakers adhere to the MTA's rule of conduct and decorum. I would also like to remind our public speakers that in the interest of time and fairness to all speakers, we limit everyone to 2 minutes. Please be aware of the clock in the front of the room or on your screen if you're accessing remotely, and the warning light that you will see reminding you that you have 30 seconds left to conclude your remarks. We will start with 2 in-person folks first, and then 2 remote folks following that. The first in-person person will be Kara Girl, followed by Christopher Grief.
Good morning. I'm Kara Girl, Research and Communications Associate at the Permanent Citizens Advisory Committee to the MTA, PCAC. From Wassaic to Montauk, we're encouraged by many announcements about improvements in the work for both Metro North and the Long Island Railroad. On Metro North, the new schedules that took effect yesterday, including new weekday express trains, are a welcome change. Hopefully, this will help put the rush back in rush hour for riders whose commutes were slowed with less express service. It's also great that Hudson Line service will be improved through Dobbs Ferry following repairs to equipment damaged during Hurricane Ida. We'll continue to stress the importance of preparing our transit system from the impacts of climate change. The station improvements announced on Friday to make Hartsdale, Scarsdale, and Purdy's Harlem Line stations accessible are another important step towards a fully accessible transit system. Out east, it's exciting to hear that the Long Island Railroad Elmont UBS station is almost complete after the installation of a new pedestrian overpass. Riders will soon be able to access the station in both directions, making it the best option to travel to and from the new arena. Even better, construction is both on time and on budget to deliver the first new Long Island Railroad station in almost 50 years to riders. We're also looking forward to hearing about the first and last mile station access mobility study today. Riders don't start or end their trips at the train station, so making it easier to get to and from stations using more modes of transportation is a great way to eliminate some of the barriers preventing lapsed riders from returning. The new fare discount pilot programs, including expanded city ticket and a 20% discounted 20-trip ticket, are great for riders, and we hope to see them expanded in the future. In the coming months, we encourage you to share numbers on how many people are taking advantage of these discounts and your metrics for success. We're confident that these improvements and pilot programs will help strengthen both railroads and encourage more riders to get back on board. They're vital to making an accessible, reliable, and equitable transit system around the region. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Christopher D. Greif, G-R-E-I-F, not grief. Good morning, everyone, and good morning, Long Island Rail and Metro North, and Sarah Myers. Good morning. I'm here to as my colleague Kate, did speak about accessibility also, and I agree with her because we still need to continue working on accessibilities, and we are working very well with Long Island Railroad. Hope we can work on more in the future with Metro North as well, because we want to continue that. As you're aware, March 16th was the 1-year anniversary that Edith Prentice did pass away, and I'm still going to be continuing advocating for more accessibility, ramp, or elevators. That is the main goal, and will be keeping advocating for that. And I hope we can all work together as well with that. Also, making sure that signages are up to date and more colorful, and making sure that people can see the signages, where to exit safely, how to get on, and contact the railroads where they can go get the representative to get on the train safely. That's including our bridge plates. It is so nice to see those bridge plates on the train because it will get us there faster. But I also want to remind the railroads, we still need to continue to remind customers to still wear their mask. There is not enough signs on the railroad. There still need to be more signages out there. You may have on the computer screens, but not all stations have them. So please remind that signages needs to be up. Tomorrow is Mask Force, and we need to make sure that signages are up. And with the MTA Police, I know you guys have a great teamwork with us, helping us. Can you please ask your officers to join with us, especially at Atlantic, Jamaica, and Penn Station, to make sure they're all working together. As Mask Force teams are going out, we need to work together with our law enforcement and even the explorers that are joining with us tomorrow as well with the Pulse Advisors. Thank you.
Thank you. The first remote speaker is Alita Dupree, followed by James Camity.
Thank you. Hope you can hear me. Alita Dupree for the record. My pronouns are she and her. Good morning, Chair Herman. Lots of good things. First of all, congratulations to Kathy Rinaldi on being the president of 2 railroads. It's a big portfolio, but I know Kathy is very good at this, and I got to meet Kathy back in September, so I'm looking forward to this good work. And I'm looking forward to the new fare products and seeing what Omni is going to look like on the railroads. And about electricity, I've been watching these railfan videos, and I'm scratching my head as to why we're starting the diesels when the trains get out of the Park Avenue tunnel, when we have miles of underrunning third rail that we can use. And I'm sure it's not an easy fix, but I think we got to work toward reducing that fuel usage. It's not renewable, and it just adds things into the air that we don't like. So we got to work on that. And fare discounts, I'm in favor. I hope that we don't have to have a fare increase. I don't think the time is right for a fare increase yet. It's not easy. And this mobility study, I'm looking forward to, because I've struggled with last mile for years. In any place I go, I don't have a car. Haven't had a car in a dozen years. Don't plan on getting one. So last mile is very important, especially when parking garages get crowded. I've had my issues with that back in like the 80s and 90s. So, Grand Central is special to me. I even have a picture of it here. Reminds me of Jerry Rafferty's right down the line. So we've got to keep that building up. It's a centerpiece of what we do, but it's not the only piece. It's a place that's legendary and stately. Thank you.
The next speaker is James Camity.
Thank you. Hi, I'm James Comedy, and I'd like to ask all of you on the Metro North Railroad Committee if the Metro North rail cars can get reading things. I live in a downstate suburb, and thousands of my neighbors are taking the line down every single workday. The commutes have got to be weary, and it sure isn't healthy to spend those morning hours in the gray metal cars from Carmel to Grand Central. So, as an easy way to help their mental health during that trip they're expected to be making, I think that it'd be great to put some literature on the Metro cars for people on the commute to read as they like. I'm thinking things like books you might find in a library, or newspapers from the city and the Hudson Valley regions, and maybe even some games like crosswords or Sudoku. And if anyone could just either take that on a stand or dispenser on the Metro cars, or maybe just have them on supply that a rail worker could provide with asked. Either way, I feel there's much to be gained for the mental health of commuters if literature, whether games, newspapers, scholarly works, or just something printed to stare at, could be provided, because I don't think anyone can make natural scenery this only mental escape if every single morning they're making the same commute down the same lines. So, y'all think you can do that? I hope you can. Thank you.
The next 2 in-person speakers are Jason Anthony, followed by Mary Bowden.
Good morning, Rhonda and Kathy. Jason Anthony from ALU. Sorry about that. Jason Anthony from ALU. I noticed that when the Long Island Railroad and Metro North does service changes, we don't see pop-up in-app notifications to notify commuters like myself when there's unplanned or planned service changes. Because we don't want to use third-party apps to get in-app notifications. We should use in-house apps to get pop-up notifications instead of going to, like, let's say, the Twitter page of Long Island Railroad or Metro North to get the most updated information of what's going on. So let's think outside the box of what's going on each railroad. So I'll see you guys in transit.
The next speaker is Mary Bowden, followed by Charlton D'Souza.
So I can see you, Kathy. I apologize for asking you to do things that it wasn't your responsibility. Your responsibility is to use the information provided to you by your staff. And when your staff gave you wrong information, I was blaming you for it. I apologize. The traffic engineers are the ones that were giving wrong information, and tomorrow I will be with Bridges and Tunnels, and we're going to address that directly. I also drove Thursday night through the Roaring Brook railroad crossing that I've been asking about for years and years and years. Done well. The crossing itself is excellent. Everything, all the red information is out, and it's the way it should be. I have to switch gears because something that a previous speaker said became very important about the diesel engines coming out of Grand Central. You could hook an electric engine on one end of that diesel train and run it from Croton to Grand Central on electric. And then when you get to Croton, run it on diesel. That's the mistake they made when the power outage was on going to New Haven, and they cut all those trains down. They only had to. There are 2 meetings, and I have 2 more minutes. They could have put a diesel engine just across the break in New Rochelle or wherever it was, and then they could have had full service and just run the diesel back and forth between where the power outage was. What they did was to send only diesels the whole trip, and you cut down. People were sent the wrong way. That's the kind of new thinking that needs to come. I got that idea from a previous speaker. You run the diesel engine on one end of the train anyhow. Put electric engine on the other end of the train, same connections. When you start at Croton, it goes electric. The diesel shuts off. Gets to Grand Central, it goes back, it gets to Croton, you disconnected the electric engine, and the diesel goes all the way up to wherever it goes. How come nobody ever thought of that before? Global warming requires every single thing that can reduce pollution happen. I've been standing here. I had notes. But I congratulate you on Roaring Brook. Major step forward. Thank you.
The next speaker is Charlton D'Souza, followed by John Michno.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? This is Charlton D'Souza from Passengers United. And Kathy, we need more service on the Hempstead branch. Unfortunately, there's a big gap in service in the morning. between 7:49 and I think it's like till 9 a.m. You want to look at that. And also overnight, we don't have a 12 midnight. In the 12 midnight hour, there's no train on weekday nights from Atlantic Terminal on the Hempstead branch. So we have like a 2.5 hour gap in service. You might want to look at that. And also the Holler Station. Kathy, I need you to come out and do a tour to see how bad the damage is. And we hope you're enjoying your first real month as president of the Long Island Railroad. And we hope to work with you. Now, in terms of the Atlantic ticket, a lot of people are telling me they're not buying the weekly $60 ticket. They just wish it was like $45 or $50. And also the $5 Atlantic ticket. Some people feel there should be a bus or subway transfer included in that. So that's something you guys might want to work on. And in terms of the conditions at Penn Station, we're still seeing a lot of homeless individuals, and unsheltered individuals in those areas. They're using drugs and needles. So we need more help from the NYPD on this issue and the MTA police. And then with the other issues going on with the Long Island Railroad that we have to talk about, and that is the air train JFK. I was at Gfk Airport yesterday, and we just feel that more people have to know about the city ticket and the Atlantic ticket, especially the tourist coming from the airport. And that's pretty much all I have to say this month. Thank you so much.
The next speaker is John Michno, followed by Andy Polak.
Can you hear me? All right, good morning. I hope you are staying warm on this frigid morning, as the folks waiting for the trains at the Mineola train station do not have a heated waiting room to stay warm in. Once again, I'm here to discuss the situation here in Mineola. Here we are going through yet another set of weekends with no train service, which has contributed to tremendous declines in our community. We are still waiting for the 3 pedestrian overpasses at Willis Avenue, Main Street, and the east end of the LIRR station, which are still incomplete. This is making it very hard here for folks to get around. We are also dealing with public safety issues with homeless, many of whom are unstable, loitering around the station causing problems. I rarely see MTA police officers doing routine patrols here. Isn't it interesting that all of the problems I mentioned rarely seem to be an issue at stations on your favorite line? And we all know what line I'm talking about. Isn't it interesting that when those stations, like Merrick, for example, got renovated, they had nice big temporary waiting rooms, while those of us on the main line are left out in the cold? And I think we all know why that is. And lastly, how do you get away with forcing seniors and disabled people on limited incomes to pay a peak fare on westbound morning trains? It's as if we are not welcome here anymore. At this rate, with my community being ruined and facing housing discrimination, trying to move into your favored areas, I may have to go live in New Jersey where people like us are treated better. But since my sign is an Aries, I am stubborn, and I continue to fight to stay here and speak up at these meetings in hopes that something will change. Thank you for your time.
The last public speaker is Andy Polak.
I guess he's there in person.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Can anybody? Oh, sorry about that. Hi, Kathy. I'm so sorry. I'm on the phone this morning because I'm on my way to work. So anyhow, I'm going to talk about the Long Island Railroad this morning. So the first thing I would like to bring up is I'm very glad the main line's finally getting concrete ties, because I've got to experience them on the Port Washington branch, and it makes a much more smoother experience. It's much better than dealing with those old, outdated wooden ties. So I'm very glad that that's finally being done between Jamaica and Hicksville. And my last point for this morning is I'm very glad that you guys are being very transparent with us finally, because we at Passengers United have been wanting more transparency on the weekends when the main line's going to be shut down. And I'm very glad that the main line is going to be running on certain holiday weekends, Easter, for an example, Mother's Day, and Memorial Day. And funny enough, my friend's birthday is on Mother's Day weekend, and I might be taking my normal weekend train, the 450 Jamaica to Express Mineola train. So very glad that there's more transparency, and I hope it continues going further on. So that's pretty much it, everyone. Thank you very much, and hope to speak to you all again soon. Take care.
That concludes our public speakers for today.
Thank you. Next is summary of actions, and there are no summary of actions this month for either railroad. We're now going to approve the minutes from last month's meeting. Long Island Railroad minutes can be found on page 4. Metro North can be found on page 11. And they have all been distributed to all members. Are there any corrections or omissions? Okay, I move to approve the minutes. Second, Randy. All in favor? The minutes are approved. The work plans for this month, Kathy, are there any changes to the work plans?
There are no changes to either work plan.
Thank you. And now we will hear from Kathy for a joint report on Long Island Railroad and Metro North.
Thank you very much. I'd like to begin with a moment of silence. Both Long Island and Metro North lost colleagues to COVID over the course of the past couple of months. Mario Duran of Metro North started at Metro North Railroad 13 years ago and worked as a custodian in the Stamford district in our station operations department. Mr. Duran was always available to cover all positions needed in the district and was an anchor of our collection and recycling crew, where he kept stations clean and well-maintained while carrying out his duties. Mr. Duran was a team player at Metro North, where he had many friends and was loved and respected by his managers and coworkers. He never complained, had a strong work ethic, and always performed his duty with a smile on his face. He was a mentor to newer colleagues and will be missed by all who knew him and worked with him over the years. He was a devoted husband, father, and grandfather. Please keep his family and friends in your thoughts and prayers during this very difficult time, and our deepest condolences go out to his family. Frank Zuccaro, a Long Island Railroad family member, died on February 4th after contracting COVID-19. Mr. Zuccaro joined the Long Island Railroad in 1999 as a B&B mechanic, dedicating nearly 23 years of his career to public service. Mr. Zuccaro most recently worked as a structures assistant supervisor, and he was a proud member of the SMART union. He joined the sorry, I missed that already. He was a great friend to many and was always looking out for others well before himself. His colleagues recall him as a selfless person who would do anything for anyone around him if they needed help. Mr. Zuccaro will be remembered as a great coworker, supervisor, father, husband, and friend. Please join me in keeping him in your thoughts and prayers, along with his wife Phyllis, their daughter Angelica, and all his family, friends, and fellow railroad colleagues. I'd also like to recognize the recent passing of Orrin Getz, who was a strong advocate for Metro North riders, especially for improved west of Hudson service, and he was a regular attendee at these meetings. Orrin served as the vice chair of the Metro North Railroad Commuter Council, and he regularly attended these committee meetings to speak on behalf of Pascack Valley and Port Jervis riders. He was a champion for improved west of Hudson service. Metro North riders benefited from his many, many years of advocacy and tireless efforts on their behalf. Orrin will be missed by many, in particular his family, friends, and the advocacy community. I know Randy had wanted to say a few words.
Thank you, Kathy. We did not coordinate our speeches, so you're going to hear some duplications, but I apologize for that. It's not often, at least in my lifetime, that I could have a friendship with someone for over 45 years. Yet that was the case with Orrin Getz, who I met after moving to Rockland County. This came about following my appointment to the Rockland County Transportation Advisory Council, TAC. The purpose of TAC was to provide input on transportation matters to the Rockland County Legislature. In those years, there was little public transportation, and the Pascack Valley line was completely under the control of Conrail, which had less than a year earlier taken over the service from the Erie-Lackawanna Railway. Orrin, Steve Lofthouse, my predecessor as Rockland County's Metro North Railroad Commuter Council representative, and the late Bill Behrens rotated in the positions of chair, vice chair, and secretary until TAC was eliminated due to a reorganization of the Rockland County government. Over the years, additional transportation studies arose, such as the Rockland 2000 West Shore Rail Restoration access to the region's core, I-287 corridor, plus several with local focus. Orrin asked us to participate with him in order to further transportation opportunities for West of Hudson residents. We would travel to those meetings in Rockland, Westchester, and Bergen counties to speak on behalf of improved service. Even before his appointment to the Metro-North Railroad Commuter Council in 2016, where he was soon elected vice chair, Orrin was always a strong advocate for improved West of Hudson rail service. He regularly attended and spoke at these Metro-North Committee meetings and NJ Transit Board meetings, even taking time off from work when he was employed by the Empire State Development Corporation. After he retired, he would regularly travel by train to these meetings. Many years ago, because there was no timetable rack at the Nanuet shelter, Orrin got an ordinary plastic holder, the kind used for advertising brochures, and he made it his mission to keep it stocked with current timetables. One day it was stolen, so I asked Fred Chittister, who was then the manager of West of Hudson Service, to get a replacement. Fred had one made in the shop by the shop forces at Croton Harmon, and it lasted until very recently when it was replaced with two very modern ones in the new shelter. Having returned from being away for a few months, I visited the new Nanuet shelter and found the timetable racks were empty. When Orrin was healthy, this would have never happened. He also delivered timetables to local libraries. Because Orrin had established good relationships with the Metro-North presidents and senior management at NJ Transit, Pascack Valley Line commuters benefited from additional train service. At his funeral, Orrin's son, Michael, spoke about one of the last conversations that he had had with his father. He asked him, in terms of transit, what he thought his legacy should be. Orrin responded that it was getting the express trains on the Pascack Valley Line. I'm not saying that trains 1606 and 1629 be renamed the Getz Express, but we should do something to recognize his invaluable contributions to West of Hudson service. My suggestion would be dedicating the new shelter at the Nanuet station to his memory. He is missed by his family and the entire advocate community. Rest in peace, my friend. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Randy, for those lovely words. And now I'd like to ask for a moment of silence for Mario Duran, Frank Zuccaro, and Orrin Getz. Okay, thank you all. So we're going to be kind of bouncing back and forth a little bit between Long Island and Metro-North as I give my remarks. This is a little bit of a work in progress as I assume the leadership of both railroads. Starting first with Long Island, on February 28th, I took the train out to Jamaica for my very first day at the Long Island Railroad. I was happy to see the stations and trains busy with commuters. It tells me that we are well on our way in our recovery process from the impacts of COVID-19 on our region. This is like my Kim Kardashian moment with all the photographers here. During my first 2 weeks, I met with several employees at Jamaica, including at the Jamaica Central Control and at our Hillside Support Facility. I've been spending a good amount of time out on the island meeting with customers and stakeholders, attending several events like the Long Island Association meeting here. Now I'm going to talk a little bit about ridership at both railroads. On the Long Island, looking at year over year, our February total ridership increased 100.4% to nearly 3.2 million riders, compared to February 2021 with 1.58 million. Compared to pre-pandemic, we're still hovering around the 50% mark. Looking at our latest weekday average from the week of March 14th, we experienced an increase of about 3,500 more customers than the week before, getting us up to 164,802 customers. We're happy to see more and more customers returning. Our latest weekend data, March 19th to the 20th, showed really good progress. With higher than normal temperatures, weekend ridership was up significantly, 42.8% compared to the prior weekend. We're also seeing really good numbers since the rollout of the new fare structures and discounts, especially with the 20-trip ticket that we knew would be popular. More than 314,000 rides have been purchased with the 20-trip ticket since the launch of this item. On the Metro-North side, 20-trip tickets have also become extremely popular. Through through March 17th, Metro-North has sold more than 15,400 20-trip tickets, which is more than 308,000 rides. It's clearly an attractive option for our returning hybrid schedule riders. We've set ridership records 2 weeks in a row for the highest average weekday ridership since COVID began. The week of March 7th through the 11th, we carried an average of 134,900 passengers each weekday, which is a new COVID-era high. And the week of March 14th to the 18th was even better, with nearly 140,000 weekday riders. Metro North ridership rose almost 5% the week of March 14th, putting the railroad above 50% of pre-COVID ridership, according to both the baseline February 2020 benchmark and the March 2019 apples-to-apples comparison. We're now entering a period of school breaks and spring vacations, and we expect the ridership to actually level off until after Easter and Passover. In addition, comparable to the Long Island, we're seeing a nice return of group travel on the weekdays and on weekends. We're seeing bike groups come back strongly. We've got school groups visiting historic locations and museums across the region in places like Tarrytown, Scarsdale, New Haven, and Manhattan. We have art groups booking visits to Beacon to visit Dia Beacon. Okay, that's good for ridership. Now let's turn to performance. Turning to Metro North's performance Long Island first. Turning to Long Island's performance, our OTP for the month of February closed at 96.1, which is above the monthly goal of 94%. 2022 year-to-date OTP is also 95.6%, which is a decrease of 0.9 percentage points compared to last year. All 11 branches of the Long Island Railroad operated at or above goal for the month of February as well as year-to-date. As mentioned in today's agenda, we have outlined the Long Island Railroad spring track work programs, including the following. Mainline switch installations at Divide Interlocking, April 2nd to the 3rd, the 9th to the 10th, 23rd to the 24th. Both tracks on the main line will be out of service between New Hyde Park and Hicksville. There'll be a Montauk branch rail drop between Jamaica and Valley Stream Saturday, April 16th. One of 2 main tracks will be out of service on the Montauk branch between Jamaica and Valley Stream. Temporary schedule adjustments will be required for Babylon, Montauk, and West Hempstead branches. In addition, there will be 3rd track weekend work and mainline outages. The mainline track expansion project is progressing extremely well, and with springtime now arriving, there's a lot of work planned. We have several weekends of work that will require mainline shutdowns. Customers should check out mta.info for details and always check the website or the Long Island Railroad Train Time app while planning or leaving for your trip. Now turning to Metro North. Metro North's performance for the month of February, east of Hudson operated above goal at 97.8%. Year-to-date train performance stands at 98%. By line, the Hudson line was 98.7%, the Harlem 98.3%, and the New Haven line was 97%. Of the major incidents last month, the majority of delays were the result of 2 local incidents that had an impact upon Metro North service. On February 8th, a New York City water main break at 72nd Street affected trains on all 3 main lines and led to 41 delays. And on February 18th, a local electric utility power issue impacted an electric feeder at Coscob, which provides power to New Haven line trains. This event resulted in 28 delays. West of Hudson train service operated slightly below goal at 91.8% OTP. Year-to-date performance stood at 92.5%. With respect to Metro North's upcoming maintenance work, springtime is here, so Metro North maintenance of way crews will be moving up into high gear on work for the remainder of the year. Some highlights of the projects that we have in store for this year are the following. Surfacing 100 miles of track, welding 1,500 rail joints, and replacing 45,000 ties, 9 miles of rail, 33 switches, and 1,500 bridge timbers. Additional noteworthy projects include the cutover of a new signal system at one of the key interlockings, CP229 in Greenwich, and installing new concrete crossing pads in place of the existing rubber crossings at 3 Harlem Line grade crossings and 3 Port Jervis Line grade crossings. Turning next to the Metro North schedule change, which went into effect yesterday. Today is actually the first weekday. We are restoring 66 weekday trains on our east of Hudson lines. The restoration of this weekday service brings our weekday service to 89% of pre-pandemic levels and restores pre-pandemic express service at several stations. As more customers continue to return to Metro North this spring, we are really thrilled to be able to offer more service on weekdays. This increase in service comes at a time when we have rolled out these new fare discounts, which we've been discussing for the past couple months. For those who are returning to the office on a hybrid schedule or looking to travel with friends on the weekends and not sure which ticket to choose, the new fare calculator featured on the MTA website can help customers find the best deal. Guided by Metro North's Way Ahead Moving Forward strategic plan, the schedule improvements shorten peak hour travel times for many customers. In addition, these service adjustments will provide additional seating capacity and reduce trip times at several stations by up to 13 minutes. We've got some maps in the presentations that can show the timetable savings by line. So as you see here on the Hudson line, travel time savings to Grand Central. The maps indicate where there are savings of up to 10 to 15 minutes. We've got these for each of the 3 lines, and we can make these slides available to the committee after this meeting. I just want to go through those relatively quickly. Thank you. In addition, one feature of the new schedule is direct Yankee Clipper service once the Yankee season starts, special game day trains which provide direct service to Yankees East 153rd Street Station for all New York Yankees home games, beginning with opening day on Thursday, April 7th. Yankee Clipper trains will run on all 3 east of Hudson lines for the first time since the 2017 season, and we will be operating our shuttle trains between Grand Central Terminal, Harlem 125th Street, and Yankees East 153rd Street stations, making additional stops on Hudson Line trains on each game day. On Mets Wills Point stations, for Mets fans, we've got you covered as well. We've been stopping Port Washington branch trains 24/7 for the past year to support those who want to get to Citi Field pop-up vaccination locations for the COVID-19 vaccines. This will continue throughout the spring. Long Island Railroad would also be offering its first ever spring escorted tours, starting with the Wine Country Tour on April 9th. While we've offered escorted tours in the fall before, we're very excited to be expanding these offerings while adding brand new destinations. Escorted tours have been successfully offered by the Long Island for more than 30 years, helping with business recovery efforts by generating incremental ridership and supporting the Long Island supporting Long Island economic development and tourism and local business growth. All special tours are escorted by a Long Island Railroad group travel representative who meets the tour participants at the beginning of the tour and escorts them throughout the tour to maximize the customer experience. The representative also interacts with Long Island Railroad operations to coordinate the trip, secure car space, explain the tour itinerary, and they're there to answer any questions, help transfer participants to connecting buses, handle admissions to venues or restaurants, and keeping the group together and on schedule throughout the trip. Now I'd like to talk a little bit about some C&D projects on both railroads. On the Long Island First, I was happy to join Chair Lieber on March 8th to announce a major step in the reconstruction of Penn Station, the removal of 7 massive low-hanging beams informally known as head knockers. These large beams have historically limited the heights in Penn Station passageways to 6 feet 8 inches. They weigh 10 tons each and were part of the original structure of Penn Station, but they've been rendered obsolete as crews have built a new structural support system. I want to specifically thank Long Island Railroad customers for their patience as we continue to do this complete overhaul of the Long Island Railroad concourse at Penn Station. You deserve the great things that are coming, and we're getting them done as quickly as possible for you. In addition, I want to commend the teams who built and installed the pedestrian overpass at Elmont UBS Station 2 weekends ago. They safely completed this work in less than 2 hours, working in between trains that were still in service on the Hempstead branch. This was also done during the mainline outage for the third track work. This kind of coordination helps minimize time customers are disrupted by train service outages. When the station is complete, the overpass will connect eastbound and westbound platforms and help Long Island Railroad customers cross safely from one side of the platform to the other. It was designed to be wider than a normal Long Island Railroad overpass in order to accommodate the anticipated large crowds. Long Island Railroad crews also used a track laying machine, a TLM, a special train that replaced old wooden railroad ties with concrete ties from east of Belrose Station to Floral Park. These new resilient concrete ties have the potential to require little or no maintenance for decades. Elmont UBS Station, the first new Long Island Railroad station built in almost 50 years, began service to coincide with the New York Islanders' first home game in November at the brand new UBS Arena. Turning to Metro North, In advance of our schedule change, C&D and Metro North crews successfully completed at rapid pace the replacement of the culvert along all 4 tracks at Dobbs Ferry that washed out during Hurricane Ida back in September. This was a huge effort by both our partners at C&D and our Maintenance of Way colleagues. Earlier this month, the C&D contractor completed replacement of the culvert. Then our Maintenance of Way crews mobilized and installed the track, third rail, signal, ballast, and PTC infrastructure so that the final track would be serviced and placed back in service. The completion of the project enabled us to cut Hudson Line travel times through the area by up to 5 minutes in conjunction with the introduction of the new schedules. Metro North appreciates the patience of our Hudson Line customers and communities as we undertook this important restoration project. And I want to thank our Maintenance of Way team and the C&D folks for their incredible teamwork and diligence in bringing this tremendous project done within 7 months, which is really unprecedented. As Randy has also mentioned, we are very pleased that the new platform waiting room at the Nanuet station is complete and available to customers. I want to thank Randy for these great images taken of the waiting room. We look forward to seeing this customer enhancement firsthand at an event that we've planned for April 21st. I'll be joined by some of the board members. I know Randy and Frank have so far indicated that they're going to come, maybe Harry and Norman as well as local elected officials to mark the project's successful completion. In addition, there are other exciting Metro North projects underway this spring. Our partners at C&D are kicking off a full slate of upgrades and improvements to Scarsdale, Hartsdale, and Purdy stations along the Harlem line that will improve customer comfort and add accessibility features. Excuse me. These upgrades will These upgrades will provide street and platform elevators, among other improvements, including ADA-compliant sidewalks with curb ramps, new public staircases, increased electrical capacity, and new CCTV. Renewing and upgrading these 3 stations is at the core of everything we do. We're giving our customers the best possible experience while traveling on Metro North trains, improving our infrastructure, and increasing accessibility. As Metro North ridership continues to recover from the pandemic, our customers will see exceptional, modernized, and accessible stations that will serve our customers for years to come. Accessibility is one of the MTA's top priorities, as you all know, and projects like this will make it easier for wheelchair users, seniors with mobility issues, parents with children in strollers, and many others to get around. Finally, MTA Construction and Development has also begun plans to restore the historic Hastings-on-Hudson and Tuckahoe Metro North Station buildings. Spanish-style terracotta tiles that adorn the station roofs will be fully removed and replaced along with other improvements. Part of the attractiveness of Metro North are the beautiful station buildings that we inherited when the railroad was created in 1983. The goal of these 2 projects is to maintain that important history while providing our customers with safe, comfortable station buildings that are beautiful places to start and end their days as we welcome them back. Finally, I'd like to announce a few personnel changes and appointments. Yvonne Hill-Donald, who I see sitting over there, has been promoted to the position of Chief Administrative Officer for Metro North and Acting Senior Advisor for Long Island Railroad. I'm happy to announce the promotion of Shelley Prettyman to the position of Vice President of System Safety. In addition, MTA Procurement recently announced the appointment of Anthony Gardner, who had been serving as head of Metro North Procurement. He's now Assistant Deputy Chief Procurement Officer for Metro North. Richard Mack, who is Acting Procurement Director at Long Island Railroad, has been appointed as Assistant Deputy Chief Procurement Officer for Long Island. They will be responsible for leading the Metro North and Long Island procurement sections respectively, and will also report to me as their agency business partners. Please join me in congratulating Yvonne, Shelley, Anthony, and Richard on their promotions. And now I have to turn to retirements. I'm going to lead with our good friend Mark Mannix, our Senior Director of External Affairs for Metro North, who is retiring last month. It pains me to say this, Mark, but I'm so happy for you. Prior to joining Metro North in 2000, Mark served as Chief of Staff in the New York State Senate for 5 years after having worked in the legal and financial sectors. Mark held the position as Metro North's Director of Government and Community Relations until 2008, when he was promoted to Senior Director of Corporate and Public Affairs and a member of the executive leadership team. Mark oversaw the railroad's internal and external communications, marketing, advertising, employee recognition programs, filming and production, and business development efforts. Recently, as part of the Metro North transformation, Mark was moved over and worked as the Senior Director of External Affairs for Metro North. I know I'm not the only one who's going to greatly miss Mark as he takes on this next chapter of his life. Mark, your work at Metro North has made us all the better, and Metro North customers are enjoying a better railroad because of your hard work all these years. So I'd like you to come up because I want to present you with your certificate. Two other major retirements over the course of the last month. Bruce Agoric retired from the Long Island Railroad, and Chief Behan is poised to retire from the MTA Police. Both are tremendous losses for the Long Island and MTA PD, but we wish them both the very, very best on their retirements. Okay. And that concludes my remarks.
Thank you, Kathy. We're now going to move to the safety reports. Laurie Ebbinghausen, Vice President of Corporate Safety for Long Island Railroad, will provide their safety report.
Good morning, everyone. We're reporting on our safety performance through the month of January, and that report can be found on page 30 of your book. But first and foremost, I'd like to bring to your attention, and I hope you'll join me in expressing deepest appreciation and congratulations to the 27 employees listed in the book. These employees were nominated by their colleagues for performing above and beyond their course of duty in the areas of safety for their colleagues, our customers, and the communities that we serve. These employees did everything from rendering life-saving assistance, people that were contemplating suicide, people that had fallen to the track level, alerting trains to hazardous conditions, reuniting individuals with dementia with their families and loved ones. So these employees really have performed and were recognized by their fellow employees, and it's a program that has been very well received and we've had in place for over 2 decades. Normally, we have an in-person ceremony where labor leaders and management recognize the employees, and we're optimistic that next year we'll be able to go back to that. So if I could ask for a round of applause for these employees, because they deserve that recognition. In addition, I'd like to report on our employee and customer reportable injuries. So our reportable injury rate was 2.44 for the time period that we're reporting, and that's per million customers. Our employee injury rate per 200,000 hours was 4.11. And on behalf of both Metro North and Long Island, I would like to point out that due to the Cronus disruption in our time and attendance system, that the hours worked is something that we'll have to look to correct as we move forward. So both the Federal Railroad Administration and now the board is aware that we will be looking to make changes to that once we have the accurate hours for reporting. So we appreciate your patience as we work through that, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Laurie. And now Shelley Prettyman, Vice President of System Safety, will provide Metro North's safety report.
Good morning. So Metro North Safety Report can be found starting on page 33 of the committee book. So the FRA reportable lost time employee injury rate stands at 2.02 for the 12-month reporting period, which again ends January 2022. And that's unchanged from the prior reporting period. And as Laurie noted, we'll be looking to update those numbers as we get the accurate work hours from Kronos. So the FRA reportable customer injury rate stands at 1.64 for the 12-month reporting period, and that's ending January 2022. Again, that is down from 1.75 in the prior reporting period. So as an update on customer safety programs at Metro North, I'm pleased to say that Metro North's TRACS Public Safety Education and Outreach Program held its first in-person event for 2022 in Grand Central Terminal on February 25th, and that was followed by the METCA Model Train Show in Howard Beach on March 5th. Upcoming in-person events include Osnes Earth Day Festival, story time at the Hartford Public Library, and presentations at the Ferguson Library in Connecticut, just to name a few. And Metro North will continue to supplement these in-person events with virtual outreach and resources through the TRACS website and social media. So total in-person community outreach contacts were 709 in January, and total web and social media contacts totaled over 30,000 for the month. So that concludes my reporting, and I, too, would be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Shelley. And next, we'll have the MTA Police Deputy Chief Jennifer Kelly to provide the MTA Police report.
Good morning. The police report begins on page 36. On behalf of Chief Behan, I just want to extend his thanks to everyone for all of his years of service and how well he's worked with the members of this committee as well as the others. For the department, he is definitely going to be missed. Over 30 years of his leadership and just his skill set alone is something that cannot be replaced easily. So we're going to feel this loss tremendously, to say the least. Okay, in regards to our report, system-wide, we have seen an increase in the 7 major felonies reported for the month of February. This is to be expected as ridership has continued to improve since the pandemic. However, due to this, the increase is relatively low in compared to the daily crime rate of less than 1 crime per day system-wide for any major felony. It affects our percentages drastically, just a slight increase of even 1 crime because our statistics are historically low. I want to address the situation which occurred in Ronkonkoma on February 16th, which is our 1 murder statistic for the year of 2022. This remains an active investigation, and although no arrest has been made at this time, a person of interest has been identified. Once the identification has been solidified, Suffolk County PD will apply for an arrest warrant with extradition in case the subject is out of state at that time. I just want to emphasize that this is an isolated incident with the suspect and the victim were known to each other, and we do not consider this to be a random act of violence. For robberies, we had 2 for Long Island Railroad and Metro North. This is a slight increase for Long Island Railroad compared to the same time period in 2021. For Metro North, the numbers are consistent for 2022 in comparison to last year. For the robbery on Long Island Railroad, it occurred at the Atlantic Terminal Station. It was on the platform. Perpetrators removed the victim's bag as well as her cell phone. Upon fleeing the station, a firearm was believed to be displayed. Currently, this remains under investigation by our detectives, and I am very happy to report that 3 arrests have already been made in regards to this incident. The second robbery, which occurred on board a train en route to Jamaica. In this case, the suspect and the victim were known to each other and in a domestic relationship. The victim was pushed to the ground when she attempted to retrieve her property from the suspect. The suspect was identified to officers and was arrested on scene. Metro North, both robberies occurred within businesses located within Grand Central. A security guard attempted to recover merchandise when a suspect resisted and threatened the security guard. Patrol officers quickly responded and were able to arrest the suspect at the time of incident. The second robbery, which was similar in nature when a shoplifter confronted by store security, stated he had a knife, although a weapon was not displayed, and the suspect fled the business. This remains an active investigation for our detective squad. We had 1 felony assault for Long Island Railroad, which is 1 less than the same time period for 2021. Metro North had 1 felony assault in 2022 and 2021 for the same time period. In both instances for Metro North, arrests were made. A male was arrested at Penn Station for the assault with a weapon. The suspect and the victim were not known to each other, and they had a dispute in the connecting concourse, which escalated into a physical altercation, resulting in the victim being stabbed multiple times. The suspect was arrested by patrol officers at Penn. In regards to Metro North, a shoplifter from Rite Aid resisted arrest. The perpetrator's actions caused a police officer to sustain a fractured elbow. The defendant was originally charged with the felony assault. However, we are going to have this reclassified as the district attorney's office prosecuted as a misdemeanor. System-wide, we had 3 burglaries for the month of February. All occurred within the Metro North service region. 2 of the burglaries were from commercial establishments at Grand Central, and both of which resulted in arrest. The third burglary occurred at Yankee Stadium Station, where a suspect pried open the door to the electrical storage room and removed tools. This remains an active investigation. Grand larcenies are up from 2021. System-wide, we had 13, 5 for Long Island Railroad, 7 for Metro North, and the remaining incident occurred in the Staten Island Rapid Transit System. The majority of these incidents resulted from unattended belongings or victims asleep when the crime occurred. For the 4 of the 5 reported grand larcenies occurred on board trains for Long Island Railroad, where the proceeds were either valued at over $1,000 or the crime resulted in credit cards being taken at the time of incident. The remaining grand larceny occurred at Penn Station, where construction tools were removed from a locked area on the platform. 5 of the 7 grand larcenies occurred at Grand Central, 3 of which were a result of the value of property being stolen from businesses at Grand Central. Arrests were made in 2 of these incidents, the third being investigated by detectives. There were 2 reports of tools being stolen from a job box at the Hybrid Yard and the other from a platform at Grand Central when tools were left unattended. The remaining 2 cases of attendant property were removed from trains. Currently, there have been 145 arrests for 2022 for felonies and misdemeanors. In comparison with the same time period for 2021, there were 95. The greatest increases in arrests thus far are misdemeanor assaults, criminal mischief, criminal trespass, and petty larceny. Year to date, we have an increase in criminal summonses for petty offenses of 239 compared to 199 for last year. This concludes my report unless there are any questions.
Sorry, thank you. Next, we'll have a special presentation on MTA's first and last mile station access mobility study that will be led by Robert Paley, Senior Director, Transit Oriented Development for MTA Construction and Development.
Great. Thank you. Yeah, I'm Bob Paley, Senior Director of Transit Oriented Development at MTA Construction and Development, here to present a study that our team is undertaking to improve station access in MTA suburban territory. And I'm joined by Emily Provancha, who is the project manager. This presentation is for information only. There's no board action today. We just wanted to present to you this study, which will be completed by the end of the year. Convenient access to our stations is critical to MTA's business model for suburban transportation. Traditionally, that meant access by car, which of course requires parking. The trouble with that traditional model is that parking structures are expensive to build. They cost around $35,000 to $60,000 per space, and they cost about $500 a year to operate. Parking uses the valuable space that's right adjacent to the station, land that could be better used for more productive transit-oriented purposes. Many our suburban customers don't own a car, either through choice or economic circumstances. Promoting driving is bad environmental policy. And finally, parking doesn't address the customer needs that have been evolving over time. Fortunately, there's been a pretty major shift in how people are traveling. I'll say more about that in a minute. And that shift presents to us a major opportunity to do four things: to facilitate the seamless, flexible, convenient travel options that our customers want, to grow ridership by accommodating those preferences, to promote a more environmentally responsible transportation network, and finally, to reduce the need for these expensive parking garages, leaving more space, as I said, for transit-oriented mixed-use development. The purpose of our study is to learn how to make it easier for our customers to travel to and from our suburban rail stations, what urban planners refer to as first mile, last mile, without driving there in their own car and parking in a lot. We're analyzing current travel patterns to every one of our stations in the 7 suburban counties we serve, and we're identifying gaps in access, strategizing how new technology and emerging alternative modes can make it easier to get to the station. Of course, this work has to be done in partnership with local municipalities, local counties, since most of the investments and policy outcomes of this effort will need to be undertaken by them. Our role is really to facilitate the discussion and give them the knowledge and the tools to take action themselves. So let's talk about how our regional travel patterns have changed. These are trends that are accelerating now in the post-COVID world, but were well underway even before the pandemic. Employment outside the city is growing. Places like White Plains, Greenwich, Hicksville, the 110 corridor are big job hubs. And many of the people who work those jobs are coming from New York City. So there's been a big growth in reverse commuting. On Metro North, reverse commuting has increased 40% since 2000. Long Island Railroad hasn't had the track capacity until now to accommodate that, but now with third track and east side access, it's going to allow for more reverse commute, and we expect that to increase significantly in the future. People have been working more flexible hours, riding the train outside the traditional peak. More of our railroad customers ride the train for discretionary travel, non-work trips, than they have in the past. Young adults overall seem to be more interested in driving than previous generations, and they're more interested in alternatives. So what are those alternatives? For hire vehicles, which we all know about, like Uber and Lyft, Shared microtransit, like the public programs with VIA in Southampton or Wheels to You in Norwalk, or private shuttles operated by businesses or by private residential developments. There's bike shares, e-bike share, mopeds, moped shares, e-scooters, e-scooter shares. And of course, a lot of these new ways to get around are powered by apps on our phones. So one of the things that we're going to be looking at is how MTA's own app, My MTA, can be integrated with some of these third-party mobility providers. So one of the first things that we asked our consultant to do is to categorize the station areas into typologies based on their land use and population density characteristics. This is something we've never done before. We're also looking at demographic factors, socioeconomic factors, topography, residential density, concentration of major destinations, and the safety of surrounding street networks. The purpose of creating these categories is to better understand how different stations fit into their communities, how people access those stations, and how they might better access them in the future. So one of the things that we learned is that the way our customers access our stations varies dramatically between typologies. Overall, region-wide, about a quarter of our customers walk to the station and 2/3 drive, and the remaining 10% of customers take the bus or a shuttle or a ferry. A very small percentage ride bikes. But when you look at those mode shares by typology, you see some interesting patterns. In higher density or medium density suburban communities, a lot of people walk. Major hub stations are characterized by multiple modes, and they have the highest transit access. As expected, the share of people who drive alone is very high in lower density communities, but it's interesting to note that the share of carpool, taxi, ride sharing is also high in these communities. Lastly, at the seasonal limited stop stations, you see the highest number of people using bikes, although it's still a very small share overall. What our consultant is focusing on now is identifying station access gaps, physical barriers that prevent customers from walking, biking, sharing a ride, or taking transit to the station. With both of these analyses done, we can have a better idea of which first last mile strategies might be most appropriate and cost-effective ways to increase access without resorting to driving. So all that information about the physical and demographic context in which our stations operate will be incorporated into the first last mile toolkit, which will be a web-based interactive database that we're developing with our consultant. The purpose of the toolkit is to give county and municipal stakeholders the information they need to assess their station area, to identify the right mix of strategies for their particular station area, and to design pilot programs for that station, to calculate the potential costs and to strategize funding sources. We'll be beta testing the toolkit in May and expect it to be publicly available on our website in July. As I mentioned earlier, this initiative can only succeed with the participation of our municipal and county partners, and they've been working with us throughout this early and informally on this study. But over the next several months, our goal is to formalize that collaboration and enter into agreements with local partners in 10 station areas to develop and implement a pilot program. Since one of our goals is to learn which first last mile strategies work best in different contexts and ultimately replicate those strategies across the region, the pilot will include different types of stations representing different physical environments and different geographic locations. If all goes well, I'll come back to you by the end of the year and report on the results of the pilots and describe which of them can be formally implemented next year and in the years following. Thank you, and we're happy to take any questions.
Thank you.
Could the committee get a copy of that presentation so we can see it in detail? It was very interesting. Thank you.
Thank you, Randy. Kathy, can you now take us through the 5 information items for this month for both railroads?
Sure, of course. For both railroads, there are a total of 4 reports presented in the agenda book. So for both railroads, we have the annual elevator and escalator report, which reflect the availability of elevators and escalators over the course of last year, and we have staff from both railroads here in case there are any questions about either report. Okay. In addition, there are the Long Island Railroad and Metro North Diversity and EEO reports for the fourth quarter of 2021. Due to the continued update of workforce information as the result of the transformation and the need to reconcile individual agency data agency-wide, all reporting of agency-wide diversity workforce data is going to be provided by the Division of Diversity and Civil Rights at today's Diversity Committee meeting at 3 p.m. Once new census data is available, underutilization analysis for all job groups will be conducted, and agency-wide utilization percentages will be provided. DDCR expects agency-specific data to be provided in their first quarter 2022 Diversity Committee book. In addition to these items, which are common to both railroads, there is one additional Long Island Railroad info item, which is the spring track work program. I alluded to that earlier in my presentation, and Paul Dietland is here in case you have any questions. Okay, that's it.
Thank you. There are no procurements for either railroad this month. And now, Kathy, can you please report on this month's monthly reports for both railroads?
Sure. For both railroads, the reports on operations, performance metrics, finance, and ridership are included in the agenda book, and we're available to answer any questions that the committee might have.
Thank you. And now, may I have a motion to adjourn the meeting? Randy, second. Sure.
Sorry about that. Almost there, though. I just want to make a quick comment on a letter that was forwarded to this committee and to the board involving the Cronus failure that we experienced back in December. The heads of 9 labor unions on the Long Island Railroad respectfully conveyed their deep concerns about the payroll currently problems that we're having, the tremendous amount of overtime that's owed to our members, the pension ramifications to retirees and future retirees. I've already spoken with Kathy. I believe that she's definitely going to help us with speeding up this reconciliation of this payroll that targeted right now could take up to a year to fix. So I believe we could do better at that. More so for the committee and the board. We can't forget what Cronus did to us and how they failed us and how the system without a backup is a tremendous concern. It's really affected the lives of a lot of represented employees and management alike because they're going out of their minds trying to help fix it. So I have faith that we can fix it together, but I think that this board, this committee has to remember before we're so quick to advance future Kronos projects and getting them more involved in our employees' payroll and personal information, we have to be real careful and know that we can never let this happen again. So I look forward to working with you, Kathy. I know we'll get there. And the unions have been patient. They'll continue to be patient for now, but we have to remember for the future. Thank you, Rhonda. I'm sorry.
That's fine. Thank you. And a second? Oh, you have something?
Yeah, Kathy, last Thursday, a report came out, it was a Newsday, about number of bridges on Long Island in poor condition. And 3 of those bridges, I guess, cross Long Island Railroad, and we're partially responsible for the maintenance on those. Is that an in-house thing with the Long Island Railroad, or is that capital, or, because it's maintenance, I would think it would be in-house, but is that something you'd be responsible for? Or?
Let me get back to you on that, Jerry. I mean, I don't know whether you know that, Paul, off the top of your head.
I mean, generally for those structures, we're responsible for the framing, basically the substructure and abutments that support those bridges. So, for instance, in Great Neck, Barstow Road Bridge, we took care of any loose concrete while we await the village to repair the deck and roadway. And once that's done, that will help prevent further deterioration.
Okay. They mentioned one of those bridges, I don't know whether it was Barstow or Bayview on the Port Washington branch.
Webster Avenue, I believe.
Oh, Webster, where they were actually work was scheduled to take place and then was postponed because of the pandemic.
Yeah, Webster's a capital program funding.
Webster's capital, is that like a replacement, Webster?
Yes, that would be a replacement.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Kathy.
Thank you. The meeting is adjourned.
everyone. I'd like to call to order the New York City Transit and Bus Committee. Let's get started with our safety announcement.
Your safety is of foremost importance to the MTA. Therefore, we ask that you listen to the following instructions. In the event of an emergency, notify emergency personnel in the room and 911 should be called. If an alarm sounds, wait for a public address announcement and follow instructions. If told to go to another floor or to evacuate the building, leave all unessential items behind and use stairwell A just across the main hallway or stairwell D down the hallway past the elevators. An automated external defibrillator, AED, for use by trained personnel is in the main hallway just past the elevators. Thank you and have a safe day.
Okay. I'm happy to open up today's committee meeting by acknowledging Women's History Month, although it's almost over. New York is a special place to pay tribute to women's history. The suffrages and women's rights movement began in New York State in 1848. I'm so proud that this great state is led by Governor Kathy Hochul, our 57th governor and the first woman governor of the state of New York. Governor Hochul is preceded by so many accomplished New York women, from Susan B. Anthony to Shirley Chisholm to Ruth Bader Ginsburg. And there are so many female trailblazers whose contributions to this great state and nation are immeasurable. I'm also particularly proud of our own leaders in transit and, of course, the many women in leadership positions here at the MTA. I'm also reminded that so many of our employees and frontline workers are women who must balance home life as primary caregivers and as the family's sole means of support. As an organization, we must continue to foster ways to empower women and improve gender equality in the workplace. As the chair of the New York City Transit Committee, I will continue to work with this board and executive leadership team to look for opportunities and ways to empower women and remove barriers that they may face in accessing leadership roles. All right, now we're ready to move on to our public speakers.
Good morning, everyone.
Good
we
morning.
have 13 members of the public registered to speak today. 9 are in person and 4 are virtual. We will start. As a reminder, we ask that all public speakers adhere to the MTA's rules of conduct and decorum. I would also like to remind our public speakers that in the interest of time and in fairness to all the speakers, we limit everyone to 2 minutes. Please be aware that there will be a warning beep to remind you that you have 30 seconds to conclude your remarks. The first speaker will be Yvette Wilson, followed by Jason Anthony.
Good morning. My name is Yvette Wilson. I'm a mother of 2 children under 2 years old and continue to be a direct support professional to individuals with disabilities. My colleagues and I at BCID are here today to bring to this committee's attention the importance of accessibilities for individuals who use wheelchairs on MTA buses. When my children were still using strollers, drivers would not even allow me to enter the bus with an open stroller, not that I would have considered it, let alone occupy the space on the bus that had been specifically designated for wheelchairs. It is important to note that only 2 spots on the bus designated for wheelchairs, specifically designed to accommodate a wheelchair securely and safely for wheelchair passenger as well as other passengers. Considering using that space for an open stroller that cannot be secured is a safety hazard, not only to the child in the stroller, but other passengers as well. We appreciate that you have decided to pull together a task force that will look into this issue, including the input of those that will be directly affected. I urge that the final rule is inclusive and will not infringe on the rights of wheelchair users while safely allowing mothers with strollers to travel as well. Thank you.
The next speaker will be Jason Anthony, followed by Lisa Daglian.
Good morning, Hilda, Greg, and the rest of the board members. Jason Anthony from AOU. As you guys know, my co-workers are in an important election that is going on today. But I'm bringing your attention that the union that represents the bus drivers in Staten Island is leaving stranded my co-workers. And who are we talking about? The ATU Local 726. I work in Amazon's JFK in Staten Island, that is located on the Bluefield section of Staten Island. You have workers entering at 6:15, 7:15, and getting out at 4:45, 5:45, etc., etc. These drivers leave stranded my coworkers even times that when the drivers get to the facility, they oftentimes go out of service with no explanation, Frank Annie Carroll. I want an explanation why all Staten Island bus drivers do this. And every time that we want to contact the union, they do things behind the scenes. Why it has to be behind the scenes? Why is it that Danny Casellas is nowhere to be found? Why? And every time that we take every bus in Staten Island, the vast majority of the passengers is not paying the fare. What is going on here in Staten Island? I'll see you guys at the next meeting.
Our next speaker is Lisa Daglian, followed by Charlton D'Souza.
Good morning. I'm Lisa Daglian, Executive Director of the Permanent Citizens Advisory Committee to the MTA PCAC. We're thrilled that Rich Davey has been named as Permanent Transit President and are eager to meet him. We're excited to work with him for faster, more reliable, and equitable transit and on new funding options. We also thank Craig Cipriano for his tireless work and true dedication as Interim Transit President. He was the right person at the right time to get riders where they needed to go during a very difficult period. We're not quite done with you yet, Craig. We're excited to continue working with you as COO. Congratulations on your new role, and thank you on behalf of the New York City Transit Riders Council and all riders. As we embark on this new path forward, we're particularly excited about the reintroduction of the Queens bus redesign. After a 2-year hiatus, Transit was able to really sit with rider concerns and recommendations to revamp the plan. We hope it includes improvements like truly dedicated bus lanes and increased transit signal priority to speed travel, and improved connections to subway and commuter rail stations to create a more integrated system. And with the planned IBX, transit options will dramatically improve for Brooklyn and Queens riders, helping complete the vision. In order to get riders back on board and feeling safe, we're glad that there is improved cooperation between the city, state, and MTA. We're hopeful the SOS teams and Subway Action and Subway Safety Plan will produce real results for riders and those in need. We hope to see results and data on defining success as the city and state iron out the details and formulate a strong plan to address a host of issues plaguing our city and transit system that riders know too well. We'll continue to work with you on these issues and many more to help our system and our city bounce back from the pandemic and provide transit riders with more services and the services that they need and deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Charlton D'Souza, followed by Ralph Spielman.
Good morning. My name is Charlton D'Souza. I'm the president of Passengers United, and I want to talk about the R as in Romeo line that runs in South Brooklyn. We're getting a lot of complaints of huge 30-minute headways. We're also getting complaints about the lack of transfers, from a local to an express train, especially at 59th Street and 36th Street. And, with the new shuttle buses now, people are complaining the shuttle buses are overcrowded. So that's something that has to be worked on, especially overnight. And the homeless situation on the Romeo R line as well. Now, I also want to talk about GFK Airport. I was there yesterday. I spent 3 hours at the airport. The Q3 was a complete mess. The drivers were lost. And I got video of all of that. And then the bus stop signs inside the airport are so high up, you cannot see them. And a lot of the drivers were not trained. So that has to be worked out in terms of getting to the airport. And then the Q10, building number 12 in GFK Airport is served. A lot of workers who work in building 12 need the Q10 limited and the Q10 local to stop there. So a lot of the airport employees were very upset yesterday. A lot of people were late. I got phone calls and I ran to the airport. I also want to say that it's been 1 year since the anniversary of Garrett Goebbel. And unfortunately, as we're seeing, the subway crime is going up. We're seeing people with shopping carts. Nothing is changing. In fact, the subways are getting more dangerous and even worse than before. So I want to know today, what is the status of the SOS teams? How many homeless individuals have been served? And what is the numbers on the police deployment? Again, we need to know, we need answers. We deserve that. And we need clean trains. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ralph Spielman, followed by Elizabeth Valdez.
Good morning, Interim President Cipriano, board members, staff, and concerned fellow New Yorkers. In a recent poll conducted by the Partnership of New York, 74% of public transit commuters say safety on transit has gotten worse since the beginning of the pandemic. A few word pictures for you. 2 Saturdays ago, a group of high school students came through the turnstiles on the downtown side of the number 1 West 110th Street station. I was there. 2 police officers on the inside of the gates were unmasked, and they did not mention that it is a federal law to mask within all U.S. transportation facilities. I had to take it upon myself to find the group leader and inform him of this. Transit police are sworn to uphold the law, and here they failed miserably. As of yesterday, Manhattan Valley, Morningside Heights, Upper West Side saw 177 new cases of COVID and a 4% 7-day positivity rate, double that of New York State. While waiting at a northbound platform for a 123 train at Penn Station, where a weekday overnight project was starting, there was a delay of some time. Finally, a number 2 train pulled in, and almost half of the people boarding were not wearing masks. And also, too, on the number 11 bus, I saw 5 people sneak in through the back between 14th Street and 42nd Street. There are lots and lots of problems with the buses, and the Transit Authority needs to educate riders, every rider, all the tourists that are coming in, about all these rules and regulations. Thank you.
Thank you. Elizabeth Valdez is our next speaker, followed by Lorenza Galliote.
Good morning. I'm Elizabeth Valdez, the Systems Advocate at the Brooklyn Center for Independence of the Disabled, aka BCID. I'm here to speak about bus accessibility. While I understand that the MTA is holding off on changing its policy about designated spaces on buses for passengers who use wheelchairs, I did want to make sure the board and staff understand why allowing other passengers to place their strollers in this location would be a problem. As a person with a disability, it wouldn't be fair that I would have to compete for my designated spot. It's not logical to force me to share this space when it's the only place that I fit on the bus. Someone with a stroller can get on or off the bus whether they have a specific spot or not. Moreover, a situation like this in New York City would only create chaos and slow down the buses. The best solution, in my opinion, would be to assign a spot for strollers in the back and also to encourage riders to limit stroller size. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lorenza Galliote, followed by Stephanie Garrett.
Good morning, all. My name is Lorena Galliot. I live with my husband and our 4-month daughter in Brooklyn. I really appreciated hearing the testimony from the community with people with disabilities and riding wheelchairs in buses. I'm calling in as a parent, to call on the MTA to relax the very strict stroller policy. But I do want to make clear to me and to the other parents that I've been discussing this with, this is not and does not have to be and should not be a stroller versus wheelchair situation. The way we see it, it's passengers with wheelchairs first, seniors second, and parents with young children strollers third. If a passenger in a wheelchair needs to mount, passenger in wheelchair gets priority, stroller, if needed, is folded. But if there is room on the bus, as there often is in daytime hours where mothers with very young babies need to travel, the open stroller policy, the stroller policy should be relaxed, and open strollers should be allowed and shared in the spots where potentially a passenger with disability in a wheelchair would mount. This is not a safety issue in my eyes. There is no world where taking a baby out of a stroller, holding it with one arm with no place to put it, while attempting to fold the stroller in the other arm, is safely than mounting a baby securely strapped in a locked stroller and putting it in a designated spot. I agree with the previous speaker who said that a spot for open strollers at the back of the bus would be ideal, a separate designated spot. But in the meantime, sharing existing space seems like something that I would call on the MTA to at least consider to relax it, because with the policy currently in place, the MTA is effectively telling all families with young children, you can't ride our buses. You're not welcome. Your children are not welcome. These are not for you. And is that really what New York City is about? Thank you all.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Stephanie Garrett, followed by Murray Bowden.
Hi. I want to say that I agree with a lot of the parents here regarding the stroller policy. I just want to ask a question. Have you ever seen a very pregnant woman attempting to get on a bus with an upset toddler and a stroller that just won't close, and then get yelled at by a frustrated MTA employee because they're late? I have, because I was that very pregnant woman with twins, with my 1-year-old, trying to get on a bus, getting yelled at by an MTA employee. It's just not possible for people with young children. I'm not even saying one child is impossible. 2 or 3 children on a bus with a stroller, it's not even imaginable. I can't even take my kids into the city anymore to ride the bus. If there are no disabled elderly people on the bus, then open strollers should be permitted using priority seating area during non-peak hours. Relaxed stroller policy during non-peak hours should be possible, and open strollers should always be fully permitted on weekends and holidays. It's just unimaginable how other people cannot let strollers on the bus. Sorry, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Murray Bowden, followed by Danielle Avasar.
Good morning. I'm interested in increasing bus speeds to encourage more riders. One way to do that is to make the roads safer. When you make the roads safer, there are less accidents and less reasons for ambulances, fire engines, police guns to come to a scene of an accident. One way to do that is to give drivers better information on where their lane of traffic goes. Tomorrow morning, I'll be meeting with the safety officer of bridge and tunnels to discuss how bridge and tunnel roadways can be made safer. The extension of what is developed for bridge and tunnels can be developed for the city of New York. Reducing accidents saves money because repair, injuries. This is all about global warming and doing everything we can to reduce unnecessary incidents that slow everybody down. This is a changing world. I just noticed this next table next to me. That shows progress. There's a recognition that somebody can come up and speak from a podium like I do from a chair. Somebody is thinking of the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Danielle Avasar, followed by Alita Dupree.
Hello, I came to address the board last month regarding the current bus policy for folding strollers. I'm super glad that some people from the other side came up to speak today because I really think that we could reach a middle ground here. Last month, it generated a lot of press on us parents wanting to relax the stroller policy, and I just want to be really clear that we're asking for a reasonable request. We want to be third in line to the disabled and the elderly. It's not us versus them, and we should not be pitted against each other for space. Loose children are not safe on moving buses, and strollers should be able to remain open if there are no wheelchair or elderly needing the designated areas. I also hope that the new MTA bus designs have taken parents and strollers into consideration. City parents rely on public transportation just like everyone else, and I urge you to please change the policy. I would not be taking time off of work to come and address the board in person if this wasn't in the way of everyday life. Everyday New Yorkers like myself raising children in the city need it, and we should not be humiliated by bus drivers or felt that we are not welcome and told, take an Uber or buy a car. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Alita Dupree and then Andy Pollack.
Can you hear me? Thank you. Hope you can hear me. Alita Dupree, for the record, my pronouns are she and her. Always good to be back with you. You never have enough subway, a stately American institution. Omni has had fare capping for 4 weeks now. So I'm looking forward to seeing what our data is going to be. And with that, I advocate that we work toward getting it enabled in the reduced fare system. I hope to be back on the system soon, and I'll pay the full fare if I have to, so I can use Omni fare capping. Because I'm tired of damaged MetroCard stories. But not everybody can do that, nor should they feel they need to do that. So we have a lot more work to do, and I would like to see this. So that's very important for transit and the railroads as well. And building our electric bus network. There's a bus system in our neighbor to the west in California called the Antelope Valley Transit Authority. They have an all-electric bus fleet. And, well, I think we can do that too. We just have to scale it up and develop the renewable energy to power it. There's another system in California called BART. I'm sure some of you have seen it. They use about 250 million kilowatt hours of renewable energy. It's not enough to run our subway, but you could probably run Grand Central Terminal with it. We have lots of examples to follow, but we also have many ways that we lead. I want the best for our system. It's a system that I not just use, but enjoy for a half century. I look forward to your discussion today, and I thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Andy Pollack, followed by Madeline Rumley.
Hi, good morning, Hada. Good morning, Greg. Good morning, everyone. So I'm going to make this brief because I'm at work. So 2 points I actually wanted to bring up this month. The first point I wanted to bring up was regarding face masks. Now, I hope most of you, while riding the subway in person this morning, grabbed a copy of AM New York because they had a full article on mask compliance. And obviously, we know on transit, the federal mask requirement is going to end on Monday, April 18th. And I am certainly looking forward to that day, given my point is I'm not looking forward to spending another summer wearing a mask on a subway platform. I did it last summer when I returned to the system, and it was a miserable experience. My face was sweating, and I did not like it, not one bit. So I'm hoping the TSA and the CDC are going to work together to work on the new requirements. They're hopefully going to come out with it sometime next week during the first full week of April. And I know the major airline CEOs are also asking for it to be lifted. And my last point this month, I want to discuss the Queens Bus redesign. It is the end of the first quarter. Where is the second draft? I keep refreshing the website, and there's no PDF. Where is it? Because a lot of us in Queens are eagerly waiting for it. So, as I said, I'm going to be vocal about the changes, and that's all I'm going to say for this month because there's other people on the line. So thank you very much and take care.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Madeline Rumley, followed by Natalie Margie.
Hi, my name's Madeline Rumley. I'm a native New Yorker. I've been riding the 1 and the 9 train and the M4 bus since before I could walk myself. The MTA deserves a lot of credit for the improvements over the last 36 years that I've been in the system. I grew up in Washington Heights and Upper Manhattan, and I love the new dedicated bus lanes that you all put in. Thank you. I now live in Brooklyn, and I have a full-time job. I rely on the buses and the subways to get my son, my 2-year-old son, to school, and my husband and I to get to work in Midtown, where I was this morning before I came here. As a mom, I see the MTA can make some small improvements to make the system accessible for everyone, especially parents, usually moms traveling alone with children. Children in open strollers are allowed in buses in Boston, Chicago, LA, DC, London, Paris, and Atlanta. The MARTA system has designed train cars with dedicated wheelchair and stroller areas. Parents, grandparents, and caregivers need a safe space on the bus dedicated to infants who, much like those in wheelchairs and the elderly, can't balance on a moving bus. I often travel to Crown Heights and Dyker Heights in Brooklyn, which aren't accessible by train, and I rely on the bus. Too often, I've had to wake up my sleeping baby, drag him out of his stroller, and hold him with my bags in the snow and in the rain while I'm getting yelled at, holding up everybody on the bus. I don't want to make any trouble for anybody. I just would like to have a space for myself and other caregivers on the bus in the city where I live and have loved living for my whole life. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Natalie Margie, followed by Andy Quito.
Hi, everyone. My name is Natalie Margie. I have 2 kids who are now 5 and 2. My family and I live in Prospect Heights. Like most New Yorkers, we don't own a car, so we rely on public transportation to get around. The current requirement to fold strollers on buses is less safe and exacerbates the isolation of families and restricts their mobility. I deeply appreciate the concerns raised by wheelchair users and completely agree with the prioritization mentioned by speakers before me. This is not a wheelchair versus stroller issue. If there are multiple wheelchair or stroller users, people can also wait for the next bus if there's that many at a time. While it's so often filled with so much joy, having young children can also feel isolating at times, especially at the beginning. Getting out of the house can feel like a challenge, and if you also have to navigate a public transportation system that's not family friendly, that makes things unnecessarily hard. Given that most subway stations are largely inaccessible, buses would seem preferable, which they are in many cities around the world, as a previous speaker mentioned. Being forced to fold a stroller filled with stuff while holding a child on a moving bus is completely unreasonable, not to mention a lot less safe than simply locking the stroller and leaving the child strapped in there, as others have pointed out. What this meant for me in practice was that I mostly gave up on using buses and subways, so I was limited to only going places that were walking distance, which exacerbated feelings of isolation. This also brings up equity concerns for low-income New Yorkers or folks who don't live in areas with a lot of parks or amenities and who face additional obstacles in accessing family-friendly services or spaces. Families across the city will have a radically improved experience of our beautiful city if you change the current policies and decide to allow open strollers on buses. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Andy Quito, followed by Chris Greif. Okay, Andy was with us virtually, but I guess he's no longer there. So our final two speakers of the day will be Chris Greif and Joe Report.
Good morning. I'm Christopher D. Greif. Good morning, everyone, and good morning, Carmel Q. Good morning, Victor, as well as Andrew. Just three things I just want to add. I agree about the baby strollers, and just to remind you, it is difficult to get them on the bus. But as right now, we know that we're going to see new buses coming in soon with that. But I remind you, baby strollers are like walkers. We also got to remember we also have walkers also that do have to enter the bus as well, and they do all go to the single seats area. You know, I want to thank Q as well as our system-wide accessibility staff that have put signs up on some buses. We still need to continue that signages to remind them that a lot of the children might have early intervention to have a disability, and some of those strollers are called stroller wheelchairs too. So we need to remind the drivers to take it easy a little bit too, because we have to think of safety for everyone. That's even including a little baby as well. The main issue also we need to work on, I know Sarah Myers heard me last time at the railroad, but we still got to continue again. Oh, I'm sorry, Sarah's over there. I'm sorry. I'm used to over here. Sorry. Mask requirement. As somebody has mentioned earlier, and I agree with everyone, there is a lot of people are not still wearing masks. Yes, you have the computer screens, but not all stations, not all buses have the signs. And that's also in Queens as well. I was on a bus in Queens. I have not seen one sign. Some people are wearing masks, some are not. We, as you know, tomorrow is MTA Mask Force. We need the signs up. Chief, we need your assistance with the transit cops to work together. I have worked with Transit 34 very well, and they were out there on the Brighton line. Caught 3 people not wearing a mask, and they were wearing masks. So there is some progress. We just need, we have the Mask Force team tomorrow. Can you please have the officers work together so we can remind people by state and federal law, we must wear a mask. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker for today will be Joe Rapport.
Good morning. I'm Joseph Rappaport of the Brooklyn Center for Independence of the Disabled. A few of my colleagues have testified about New York City Transit suggesting that it might open the space reserved for people with wheelchairs for open strollers. And I want to make it clear that no one opposes making it easier for parents and other caretakers to ride buses and subways. But we're pleased that you're holding off on moving forward with this idea as originally proposed, which would create unnecessary conflict between drivers, caretakers, and disabled people in wheelchairs, which would happen unquestionably. Other transit authorities have dealt with this by opening up space further back in the bus, as some people have suggested. And we really look forward to sitting down with you, with parents, with drivers, and the union, and other disability groups to come up with a plan that actually works and doesn't deprive wheelchair users of a federally mandated right. In the meantime, there's a lot that the MTA can do to make it easier for people in wheelchairs and caretakers with children in strollers. Step one, settle our 5-year-old lawsuits, we're coming on the anniversary soon, over subway accessibility. And that would add elevators around the system, which would help everyone. Step two, work to solve the gap problem in the subways, which would help wheelchair users and stroller users as well. And step three, add bus service and end the practice of eliminating bus stops. We look forward to working with you on these questions and others. Thanks very much.
Chair, that concludes the public comment session.
Thank you, everyone. We'll now have a couple of words from General.
So I've made it a bad habit of interrupting the business of this committee to add a few thoughts. One is I just wanted to underscore what happened last week, which is that we named a permanent president for New York City Transit, which has been we've been waiting to accomplish for a couple of years now. It's somebody who I think is amazingly qualified. I think by far the best candidate out there anywhere. Rich Davey is currently a partner at BCG. He's the co-lead of their state and local government practice, but in his prior life served as Secretary of Transportation to Governor Deval Patrick in Massachusetts, where he oversaw not just mass transit, but also the Massachusetts Port Authority and the state DOT. He ran the MBTA, Boston's transit system. He ran the commuter railroad. And in what I think of as an important sign of what kind of a consensus builder he is, he was selected by the city fathers and mothers to helm the Boston's effort to secure the 2024 Olympic bid. We all know that Olympic bids are frequently unsuccessful. We in New York know that well. But to be selected for that is a sign that you are somebody who really works well with everybody in town. Rich is coming into a strong operation, and one of the reasons I wanted to speak was just to emphasize this point. Craig has done an incredible job over the last 8 months as the interim president. Craig. And I'm thrilled that Craig has agreed to stay on as transit COO and to accomplish the transition and to lead, help Rich set up his new operation, his new team. One of the side effects of all this movement is that Pat Warren, who has also done double duty as temporarily the transit COO, dating back to the Sarah Feinberg era, will be able to focus on the small job of being Chief of Safety and Security for the MTA. Thank you for that. But I want to thank both Craig and Pat and all of the transit leadership. I'm looking over at Demetrius and Frank as well for providing incredibly strong service during challenging times. Let us not forget, we've heard we've heard some comments from the podium and otherwise about service, but transit service on-time performance exceeds pre-COVID levels. We have to make it better. We want to make it better, but you have already shown you're up to the task. Now, on a more somber note, we have to note that this is the 2-year anniversary of the murder of one of our New York City Transit team members, transit motorman Garrett Goebbel. We'll never forget Garrett's service and his sacrifice rescuing passengers after a senseless arson attack that, by the way, took place using a shopping cart. Our thoughts today are with Garrett and his family. He will never be forgotten, and he will continue to fire our bad choice of words. He will continue to power our passion for making the subway system safer. I've been working on this since I moved into the chair on an acting basis six or 7 months ago, and I'm grateful to have a mayor and a governor who also are 100% behind us on the issue of trying to make the subway system and our mass transit system in general much safer. I also want to recognize the efforts of the NYPD, represented here, as always, by Chief of Transit Bureau Jason Wilcox, who is an incredible partner, but also on a daily basis by Police Commissioner Keechant Sewell. These are people that we have really started to work really closely with, and I just need everybody to understand how hard they are working. It is going to take time. There's no question that the conditions that are being experienced on the subway system, we heard again from some of our extended family who comments from the podium about what they're seeing and experiencing. We all know there's a long way to go, but we do have an incredible partnership with the city. Last week I went out in 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning and saw some of the operations at the end of line stations where we're trying with the assistance of BRC workers, of Department of Homeless Services workers, of outreach workers, and backed up by the NYPD to encourage homeless folks or folks who are riding around on the system to accept services and shelter. It's early days in changing that pattern, but the effort is really extraordinary, and I saw it with my own eyes, and I just want to tell you, we're going to keep pushing. And we're also, with the assistance of the NYPD, going to keep pushing for the rules of conduct to be enforced, because part of what we're hearing from riders is they want, with no disrespect and no lack of compassion for some of our fellow New Yorkers who are struggling with all kinds of issues, including mental health issues, but they do want and expect a system that feels safe and it feels orderly, and the NYPD is going to help us to accomplish that by enforcing the rules of conduct, and we need that and we want it. Obviously, coming back to the anniversary of Garrett Goebbels, that set of rules includes exclusion of large shopping carts, not things that people not the stand-up shopping carts that we all know that people in New York frequently use to shop and to take laundry around and so on, but the bigger ones that are from a suburban type supermarket and that have been responsible for so many of our dangerous conditions. We know how dangerous they can be, and the PD, among their many other goals, is working to honor Garrett's memory by making sure that stops being a problem in the system. So with that, let me turn you back to your regular business. Thank you, Chair Mihalcis, for the courtesy.
Thank you, Jano. I will now entertain a motion to approve the minutes from the February 22 meeting. Andrew, tell us what we've missed.
It's minor, but on the list of public speakers, Charlton DeSouza's name is spelled D-E instead of D''S.
Okay.
So with that correction.
Okay. Do I have a second? Randy, David, all those in favor? Against? All right, motion passed. Thank you. Okay. I'm now going to turn it over to Greg. Greg, are there any changes in the work plan?
There are no changes.
Okay. So can you please start us off with the President's report?
Thanks. And, I just wanted to start off by saying, thank you, Jano, for those, those words of recognition, and, really excited to continue to work here in a leadership role in transit, work with this amazing leadership team, and work with, incoming, President Richard Davey. Really excited. So it was a great opportunity, and I thank everyone here.
You're not going anywhere, Greg. So.
No, not going anywhere. Okay, so good morning, everyone. Thank you for starting off our meeting by recognizing some of the accomplished women from New York State. I know firsthand the tremendous contributions from our female workforce. Over 40% of New York City Transit's leadership team are women. You can see many of them around this table today. I'm proud to recognize not only our colleagues in leadership roles, but also all the women who show up day in and day out to get New Yorkers where they need to go. I appreciate their challenges and meeting the demands at New York City Transit. I'm honored to work with you, and I thank you for your commitment. Now on to the stroller policy. Last month, I had told the committee I'd like to revisit our stroller policy to determine how we might permit open strollers on buses. We heard our customers' feedback, both the need for enhanced access on buses from caregivers with strollers and from disability advocates who are concerned with the potential conflicts and impact to their access. To address this, we are going to convene an advisory group composed of bus operators, disability advocates, and caregivers who use strollers. The group will assess these issues and report to me on their findings. As soon as that work is done, we will come back to this committee for an update. I'd like to welcome Chris Pangilinan. I'm excited to introduce Chris, our new Vice President of Paratransit, reporting directly to me in the Office of the President. This now brings our paratransit services on par with subways and buses, as our three core operations managed at New York City Transit. We will hear from Chris in just a few minutes, and you will get to know him better in the coming weeks and months. But I can tell you that Chris is a dedicated transit professional, and we are so happy he is here to lead our paratransit team. I also want to take this opportunity to thank both Frank and Don Ramundi, over here, for their leadership and dedication to our paratransit customers. Homeless and safety update, We will have a full subway safety and security report later, but I'd like to update the committee on all the great work and collaboration happening between New York City Transit, NYPD, and DHS. The governor and mayor have committed to improving safety in our system, and the mayor has specifically said how we all need to do better. What I want to say is that while there is a lot of work to do, there is already a lot of work underway, and it continues on a daily and nightly basis. Chief Wilcox has been making good on his first-day commitment to increase police presence in our subway stations and platforms. We have established a joint coordination center between the NYPD and New York City Transit at our RCC to handle significant incidents that are reported by employees and customers in real time. This information is gathered, synthesized, and deployed to the field to support rapid action and tracking. Every night, subway employees are supporting the city's deployment of teams of police and healthcare professionals who conduct onboard train operations to assist those suffering from mental health issues or homelessness. And most recently, the NYPD, MTA PD, and New York City Department of Homeless Services has started joint overnight security and outreach operations at 4 end-of-line stations to address issues at those stations and to offer critical social and health services to those who are suffering and attempting to shelter in our subway. We are committed to delivering the most dependable, safe, and quality service possible, and will continue to pursue these programs that can support this goal. On to ridership. I'm pleased to report that we're seeing good, consistent ridership numbers. Our latest numbers are coming in at about 4.8 million riders, or about 60% of our pre-pandemic levels. Our highest ridership is on March 10th, when subway ridership was over 3.34 million. We have seen 17 days in March with ridership coming in over 3 million so far, 13 of which have been consecutive. Buses had almost 1.5 million riders on March 16th, and paratransit had 25,000 trips on that same day. Lastly, our workforce. We have all faced many challenges during the different phases of this pandemic, and throughout we have used these challenges as opportunities to find new, creative ways to improve and ensure we deliver strong, consistent service. I know we can agree that delivering service and being the backbone to New York's recovery depends on our greatest resource, our workforce. As we have been saying here, we have remained focused on hiring and training new employees and have successfully managed to onboard more than 1,000 bus and train operators and conductors through training faster while maintaining transit's rigorous training and safety requirements. As a result, our service delivery numbers have consistently improved month over month, but our business is not about numbers. It's about people, and we want all of you to get to know a few of our newest MTA family, and we have a video to introduce you here. One issue we've been tackling all fall here in New York City Transit is our crew shortages. And what I'm proud to say is that right now we have thousands of train operators, conductors, and bus operators, brand new, that we've trained and are now operating throughout the city of New York. They've been operating so that you, New York City, could come back to the subway system and our bus system. Hi, Craig Cipriano, Interim President of New York City Transit. These thousands of men and women are out there each and every day providing great service. We have 3 million customers coming back to our subways today, about 1.2 million coming back to buses, and we're well on our way to a full recovery. And New York, as you recover, we're going to be here to support you.
I have been a train operator by myself for 4 weeks now. I love it so far. Learning a lot. It's a lot of hard work, but it's fun. It's like the funnest job.
My previous jobs, there was not much opportunity out there, so I found an opportunity, which is the MTA, so I really just chased after it.
I took all the city tests, but train operator was one that I was actually more excited for, was one that I got called for as soon as possible. I was excited, man. My father was actually a conductor for 35 years. As soon as he retired, I came in as a train operator. It's cool, you know, at least to me it is.
I dream of becoming a bus driver since I was a young person. And I'm planning to have a career here.
My dad rode on my train yesterday. I was on the A line, and he was very impressed by the way I operated the train. So he's really proud that he's telling everybody that I'm a conductor.
We get the city going. We take people, you know, from work to home and back. We take kids to and from school, so it means a lot.
It's a good career for me and my family, and I can do better.
One great story for me that came out of our aggressive crew hiring is a story about bus operator Quentin Miller. Quentin reached out, and sure enough, we were able to help Quentin get his permit, and I'm proud to say that he reached back out and said, "Craig, I've achieved my lifelong dream. I'm driving a bus today on Gun Hill Road. The MTA has been my family for the last 33 years, and it could be your family as well. So if you're interested in joining our MTA family, please go to our MTA website. We post all our open positions there, and we look forward to seeing you here real soon. That concludes the President's report.
Any questions for Craig? Andrew?
Not a question, but where do you think you are on the crew shortages? Because just now I'm seeing for the C train, we're running as much service as we can with the crews we have available.
Sure. So as we've been saying, we believe we'll be back to pre-pandemic levels second quarter. So April, May, and June will really be, again, train operators specifically, originally took 7 to 8 months to train. We were able to streamline that a little bit, closer to 6 to 7 months.
Yeah.
So April, May, June, you're going to see a lot more train operators graduating, and we'll be in a much better place. But, we've been doing a lot of things over time, as you've been seeing in the numbers, to improve service, service delivered month over month. Demetrius and team are doing a fantastic job, as well as Frank and the team. So that's where we'll be.
Thank you.
Surely.
Any other comments or questions for Craig? All right. We'll now hear from Demetrius. Morning, Demetrius.
Good morning. Thank you, Ada.
You're welcome.
Good morning, all. I'd like to share what efforts Subways has undertaken to make the customer experience more reliable. I'm pleased to report performance gains made in February that directly reflect the customer experience. Weekday service delivered rose to 93.9%. It's the highest point since last April. For the first time since the crew shortages began, nearly all individual lines were above 90% service delivered. Additional platform time, or the time beyond schedule the average customer waits for a train, was down 12 seconds or 13% since just 2 months ago. Similarly, the number of trips canceled due to crew availability decreased by 2/3 over the same period. Our aggressive hiring and training efforts have proven successful in making trains available for customers, shortening wait time, and providing more service each day. While we are running additional service, February also saw dips to some operational metrics, including major incidents and delays from internal and external incidents. Some of these increases are due to operating more trains. Of the 400 additional trips that we ran each day in February compared to December, some are bound to be delayed en route. We also attribute some internal delays to seasonal weather. For example, snow melt and salt from winter snowstorms caused some track and signal problems. Residual were late in January, and also some storms in early February as well. Delays from external incidents were up 11% compared to January, demonstrating the need for the subway safety plan. Thanks to our partnership with the city and state on this effort, early indications show these delays are already down in March. In all cases, Subways is carefully tracking our ever-changing operating environment and addressing the root causes for delays. Overall, we see the customer experience becoming more reliable. Customer journey time performance, or the percentage of individual customer trips that are made on time, is up to 83.6%. This is a half percentage higher than last year and has been improving over the last several months. We look forward to continuing our upward trajectory and making the customer experience faster and more consistent. Once again, I'd like to thank my colleagues in Subways for their hard work and focus on bettering the riding experience for our customers. And I'd be remiss if I didn't speak to Women's History Month. I'd like to recognize the extraordinary efforts of the 5,000 women in Subways who have taken on what some would consider to be non-traditional roles and excel at it daily, making strides as conductors, train operators, track workers, signal maintainers, car inspectors, and a host of other titles, as well as excelling in these positions, the roles of Vice President of Vice President and Chief Mechanical Officer, like Zuccaro, Vice President of Operations Support, like Jackie Cools, and previously Chief Track Officer, currently Acting Chief Officer of the Rail Control Center, like Terry Rump. I am proud to work alongside them. One of the great strengths in subways, in our workforce, and our team is the diversity it welcomes and the commitment it breeds. Together, our team looks forward to making continued improvements in the coming months. This continues my operating report.
All right, thank you, Demetrius. Any questions for Demetrius? Okay, if not, we'll move over to Frank. Move to Frank for update on buses and paratransit.
Thank you, Hader. Good morning. I'm happy to report that bus performance continued to improve in February despite 2 snowstorms. Service delivered was 94.6%, 3.3% higher than January and 3.7% higher than February of 21. We also saw similar improvements in weight assessment and additional bus stop time. These improvements reflect our aggressive efforts to address the operator shortages and our strong commitment to service management. However, as New York recovers, we see a clear spike in traffic, with bus speeds dipping down to 8.1 miles per hour in February, close to our pre-pandemic average of 8 miles per hour. This stresses the importance of well-enforced bus priority to increase bus speeds and improve travel times for our customers. I want to thank Mayor Adams for his commitment to implement 150 miles of new bus lanes and busways by the end of his first term in 2025. We continue to work hard alongside our city partners to meet key bus priority milestones this year. As you know, fundamental to our bus plan is a complete redesign of the bus network. I am pleased to announce that tomorrow we will be releasing a new Queens Bus Network redesign draft plan. The hallmark of our redesign effort is the extent to which we listen to our customers, advocates, elected officials, and other stakeholders. We received more than 11,000 comments about the previously proposed draft plan. The new draft plan is more robust as a result of this extensive feedback. To be clear, this is a new draft plan, not the final plan. This spring and summer, the MTA will be holding 14 virtual public workshops and other public engagements to make sure that we continue to hear from our riders, advocates, and other stakeholders. Once this outreach has concluded, we will issue a proposed final plan, followed by additional public engagement. The proposed final plan will ultimately be subject to a public hearing at a date to be announced. I look forward to updating you on all of our efforts in the upcoming months as we work towards making this a defining year for buses. And finally, in celebration of Women's History Month, I want to recognize the 3,000 women in bus operations whose contributions to the bus system is beyond measure. Our ability to innovate and implement solutions and provide the great service our riders deserve would not be possible without them. I am proud and honored to work alongside so many great women. This concludes the bus report.
Thank you, Frank. Any questions for Frank? Okay, if not, we move on to Chris, our new head of paratransit. Welcome, Chris. Looking forward to working with you.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. Good morning, everyone. As a longtime transit rider and disability advocate, I am honored to return to the MTA to work alongside our talented team here at Paratransit. I come here with a worldview shaped by over 17 years of experience in the transit industry. This time has included serving in various roles at transit agencies around the country, at the U.S. Department of Transportation, as an advocate at the Transit Center, and most recently in the private sector at Uber. As widely varied as my experiences have been, a common theme has emerged, which is that public transportation, and especially paratransit, is critical in enabling people with disabilities to live their lives to the fullest. This means that it will be more important than ever for us at the MTA, and more specifically for me and the paratransit team at large, to execute in a way our riders can rely on. I am excited to bring my experience and perspective to the team so that we may work together and deliver the best service possible for our customers. Now, beyond providing our core service, I am also excited to begin the hard work of reimagining the future of paratransit. Being able to travel around the city spontaneously and reliably is a hallmark of the subway and bus service, but historically has not always been a defining feature of paratransit. Now, can we go beyond the original design of paratransit to give riders a more flexible service and experience that they can count on? Can we use the technology available today to refashion a service conceived in the 90s to meet the expectations of riders in the 2020s? My team and I are eager to dive into these questions and more. On this note, I would also like to address our customers directly. As an everyday wheelchair user, paratransit rider, and bus and subway rider myself, I know firsthand how important our service is to our lives and how frustrating it can be when the service goes awry. Paratransit and accessible transportation is not theoretical for me. It is a lived experience. You have my commitment that the paratransit team and I will be doing all we can to elevate that experience. Now, before I dive into our January performance summary, I want to thank Craig, Frank, Jano, and Q for bringing me on board and for their commitment to improve paratransit service. I also want to thank Paratransit Deputy Vice President Don Raimondi, who's sitting over there, and the team at 3300 Northern Boulevard for leading the organization through COVID and through the past year of recovery. And also, in honor of Women's History Month, I would like to recognize all of the hardworking women at Paratransit whose contributions are vital to the success of our service. January performance continued to build on December's improvements, establishing a new trend that is reversing the performance declines from the fall. These performance improvements held throughout the month of January, as well as in preliminary February results, when ridership was higher, indicating that actions taken by our team to bring on more broker drivers and primary carrier capacity to stabilize and improve service are making a difference. At the end of December, we had approximately 5,700 drivers in the broker program. We increased this to approximately 6,100 by the end of January, and that number continues to increase. For primary carrier service, the 30-minute window for on-time performance is above goal at 98%, an improvement from last month and well off of our low of 90% from the summer. For broker service, the 30-minute window is also above goal at 95%. This is a significant improvement from the low of 2021 when it was at 83% and from December's 90%. Primary carrier no-shows per 1,000 scheduled trips also significantly improved once again, falling 72% from the prior month to 0.52 in January. Broker no-shows also improved, falling in half to 4.29. This contributed to a better call center performance, with calls answered up to 98% in January from 90% the previous month, and call wait times down 86% to an average of 22 seconds. In addition, transportation-related complaints decreased by 62%. Overall, January was a stellar month for paratransit, and preliminary results from February show these levels of performance holding steady with an increase in ridership. While we are cautiously optimistic that we can maintain our performance goals, we will remain vigilant to take action as needed to keep and improve service levels. This concludes our paratransit report.
Thank you, Chris. I know Victor has some questions. Victor?
Thank you, Hada. Thanks, Don, for running us through a new lead. We appreciate all your work and everyone out headquarters at Paratransit. We really do appreciate you, Don. You've been really good in being transparent as you can with me and the community as well. Chris, welcome. Welcome. I know as a person with a disability that you and I ran into each other on an accessible subway stop. Which we need more of because then we won't have to rely on paratransit as much. And I welcome the idea of reimagining Accessoride. There's a lot to do, and I want to dig in with you as much as I can. I think we need to look at things differently, and your view of being here at one point, then leaving, going to the private sector and nonprofit organizations working on transit is really going to be able to help to do that. I hope you engage the community a lot more. To be able to move forward on all this because I think it's important to even look at the way that our committees are set up. I know that there's been a lot that has been done for paratransit, looking at redesign, looking at brokers differently, increasing drivers, putting out different contracts, rate of pay, the call center calls are down, so that's all good, and I'm excited about that. I do worry that because numbers are down, from Omicron right now, and they aren't at the same number that you were delivering service before Omicron. At least that's what I've been looking at. I just encourage you to be very flexible, to be able to go with the change once the numbers do increase, and that you have a plan in place to be able to make sure that wait times are down, call center calls are answered appropriately, because I think that's really important. So I wish you all the luck. Welcome. I appreciate that. And as far as Craig's announcement before on getting new drivers, if that's going to go public, I want to make sure that there's captioning with that, so people who are deaf and hard of hearing could be able to read that. And as far as the stroller stuff goes, I'm pulling into this. There's one common theme that's really important. because accessibility benefits everybody. So if we're able to figure out a way to incorporate strollers onto the system without disenfranchising wheelchair users for the spot, I encourage you to be able to do that. My wife, when she had kids, she dealt with the same problem, being pregnant, having a toddler, and folding up a stroller. Maybe we have to limit the size of strollers that come on. The strollers have gotten a lot bigger. They're like big SUVs. Back when my wife had a stroller, it was a small little fold-up, so maybe that's one of the solutions. But engaging the community, I think, is really important, and making sure the community of parents who use strollers and people with disabilities, making sure that they're together, hearing their voices, and coming up with a plan collectively, I think we'll be able to address that. And with the new buses as well that are coming in, which allow for extra seats to be folded up to get strollers on, I think is important. And I think that's all I have to say. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Victor. Any other questions for Chris? If not, we'll move over to Q. Q, can you give us an update on accessibility, please?
Absolutely, thank you, and good morning. This is a very exciting time for us and for accessibility throughout the MTA. I am personally thrilled to welcome Chris Pangilinan as our new VP of Paratransit, and I look forward to continuing our partnership with Chris and his entire team at Paratransit to deliver quality service for our Access-to-Ride customers that provides the reliability and flexibility that they need to get to work, to school, and everywhere else that New Yorkers go each day. Enhancing accessibility here at the MTA is my top priority, and I am proud of the work that the team and I have been doing in this last year. That has included looking at gaps throughout our network, especially at Columbus Circle, we hear you, and of course our AutoGate opening up for all users, such as parents, because accessibility truly is universal, as we just heard from the Commissioner. We also have some great news for more than 1 million seniors and customers with disabilities on our reduced fare MetroCard programs. We will begin to roll out Omni for reduced fare customers this summer, including the option to pay with your own contactless cards, debit or credit, or smartphone or payment device. If you are a reduced fare customer and are excited to make the switch to Omni, please visit reducedfare.mta.info and let us know. We are building a list of reduced fare MetroCard customers who want to be amongst the first to switch over to Omni, and we will reach out to those customers directly as soon as Omni becomes available later this summer. Thanks for helping us get the word out about making this important and exciting benefit come to life for our reduced fare program. As part of the Transit Innovation Partnership with the Transit Tech Lab Challenge, we continue to test a new program that allows low vision and blind bus riders to use their smartphones to find bus stops and get important arrival information and service info. With assistance from the New York City Department of Transportation, signs along the M23 SBS bus routes display a colorful decal that allows for use of a free app called Navilence to get to this information and service accessible in a variety of formats. The Navilence app uses cutting-edge algorithm to translate visual signage into audio and allows customers to determine the accurate location and distance to the nearest bus stop, find out when the next bus will arrive, know how crowded that bus is if the bus has crowding sensor technology on board, and to be directed onto the bus when it pulls to the stop. We announced this test during COVID, and we are excited to now welcome customers to test this app and give us their feedback. As more and more riders return to transit, including our SBS service, we are actively collecting their feedback on this program and encourage all who are interested to download the app, check it out, and send us your thoughts at accessibility@mtahq.org. Thank you, and that concludes my report.
Thank you, Q. Any questions or comments? Victor?
This is my hot topic. So thank you, Quamel, for that feedback on Navilence. I know that, Craig, that was one of the first things you and I did together when I first came into the board. So it's good to see that it's extended through the corridor, and especially as we redesign buses and bus stops, finding the bus stops aren't as easy as they used to be, so it's good that this will help blind and low vision riders, and I hope to see this expanded throughout the system as we move forward. And AutoGates, certainly working well. I know the numbers are up going through the AutoGates, so again, accessibility is for everybody, and I thank you for your work.
One thing I omitted, Chris will be following up in the coming months to talk about Omni 4 paratransit and Access-Ride customers, and I'm really excited about that, Chris.
And the follow-up on Omni, is that that we're actually going to have that done? It's really going to happen this summer? Because it's been pushed out a lot. I mean, we built the system, and we didn't include people with disabilities, and that's why it's taken so long. So are you going to give us a firm date on that?
It's
Not
been
a firm date.
I'm not going to give a firm date, Commissioner, I'm sorry. But it has been a Herculean act to ensure that all our customers have the option for Omni. We're working very closely with our revenue team, the Omni PMO, and this summer is our time frame for Omni to come to reduced fare customers.
Yeah, because we need to build systems with accessibility in mind, so we're not doing this backtracking. Thank you.
Totally agree. Totally agree. Okay, thank you, Q. Thank you, Chris. I'm going to turn it over to Sarah for an update on strategy and customer experience.
Good morning, everyone. So the Strategy and Customer Experience team is continuing to monitor the MTA Best Fares program and our campaign to bring awareness about the agency's new fare incentives. Fare capping, or Lucky 13, as we've been calling it, internally at least, gives customers free trips for the remainder of their week after taking 12 rides on Omni using the same smartwatch or smart device, smartphone, or contactless credit or debit cards. The free trips happen automatically, so no need to pay for that 7-day upfront, making the offering more flexible, more affordable, and more fair. There are some new tools designed and developed to help explain Omni, since I know it is not the most easiest thing to grasp, including new videos that are now on our website and a fare calculator that's available at fares.mta.info. Tomorrow marks our 19th Mask Force event, with volunteers headed throughout the 5 boroughs to hand out free masks to riders who need them. With the extension of the federal mask requirement through April 18th, masks are still required on all trains and buses and when within indoor stations. In February, we began rolling out our new call center technology with modern workforce management tools. Our New York City Transit call center agents are the first to use this new software that will be utilized by all call center employees at the MTA. It will improve and give an enhanced telephone experience for customers, getting information to customers more quickly and faster and with more accessibility features. In February, 84.5% of our calls were answered, and average customer call wait times were about 3.3 minutes, 33% lower than the 12-month rolling average. We're still fighting against that tide of those vacancies that we've had in our call center for a while, as well as an increased number of retirements. So we're still fighting to get back to our normal average times. We're hoping to get there in the next couple of months. On the open data front, we're happy to have released and published 30 new data sets that are now available on the state open data portal. The state will be publishing additional data sets in the coming weeks, so stay tuned for new releases available there. As we are continuing to ask our customers what they are seeing in the subway system, customer complaints about subway service in February were up 5.27 per 100,000 journey, 7.8% higher than in February 2021. We continue to work daily, as Chairman mentioned, with city and state partners to address safety and security concerns. Bus complaints stayed level at 11.95 per 100,000 journeys, a 4.7 year-on-year improvement. That concludes my remarks, and I'll be happy to be taking any questions.
Any questions for Sarah? If not, thank you, Sarah.
Thank you.
Judy, you're going to discuss an operations issue.
Yes, almost afternoon. Good morning. Wanted to alert you that we are having to replace 7 switches on the R line between 86th Street and 95th Street. These switches are at the end of their useful life, and replacing them will help us improve reliability. However, when we do this work, we are going to have to suspend subway service between 59th Street and 36th Street. 59th Street and 95th Street. These outages will begin tonight at 11:45. The nightly outages will go until 5 a.m. These will continue through June 17th. In addition, there's going to be 8 weekends where we're going to have to suspend service between 59th and 95th Streets. Those weekends start the weekend of April 16th, and they'll continue through June 6th. In order to provide continuing service to our customers, we'll be providing a shuttle bus operation between 59th Street and 95th Street. The shuttle bus will be stopping at all our stops, our stations between 59th and 95th Street in Bay Ridge. In terms of frequency, the bus shuttle will operate Saturdays and Sundays, approximately every 2 minutes, early evenings, about every 4 minutes, and then late nights between 10 and 20 minutes. We also will be out, staff will be out monitoring service to ensure that we're meeting our customers' needs, and will adjust service as necessary to ensure that continues. Our government and community relations folks have informed elected officials and community boards about these upcoming service diversions. Signage is already up in the station about the overnight closure, and we will continue to put up signs as needed as this project progresses. And if you have any questions, please let me know.
Yeah, I just
Excuse
want
me,
to,
David, then Andrew.
okay, raise the question. The board itself wasn't informed by text or email about this, so it's a little upsetting to watch New York 1 and have something rather significant announced that the board itself was not aware of. I don't want to, add to your requirements, but if you've talked to elected officials and others, certainly the board of MTA should be first in line to hear about this, so we don't look completely ignorant. Thank you.
So, Commissioner, I just want to make a comment to that, and I appreciate your comment. We do have a process by which we do communicate, what we consider major service disruptions to the board. But with that said, recognizing that this then became, more out there in the press and the public, we'll reevaluate that and figure out how we can do a better job. But thank you.
Andrew?
Thank you, and thank you, Judy, for the report. Can you tell me what N trains are doing during this period of R trains not running?
The Ns will be providing their normal service.
Via bridge?
On the weekends, they'll probably be going through the tunnel to make up for the R. But I can get back to you, make sure that's the right information.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Judy. I'm now going to welcome Tim Dotto to give us our safety and security report. Oh, yes, sorry, Tim. Yes, Andrew.
For the immediacy, because Clark Street Station is closed until April due to the elevator replacement, it probably would be a good idea if the ends were making Court Street and through the tunnel until at least Clark Street is restored.
Thank you, that's a good point.
Okay, Tim.
Good afternoon. When comparing the most recent 12-month period to the previous one, subway customer accident rates decreased, and these rates have decreased each month since March 2021. Bus collisions and collision injuries increased while customer accidents were relatively flat when comparing the most recent 12-month period to the previous one. However, bus collision injuries decreased noticeably when compared to the most recent pre-pandemic period. Employee lost time accidents showed a decrease when comparing the most recent 12-month period to the previous one. We have seen an increase in subway fires when comparing the last 12-month period to the previous one. Debris fires have seen a slight decline due to subways continuing cleaning and utilization of vacuum trains. This concludes my comments. Chief Wilcox, would you mind giving a quorum report?
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. It's 12:02. First off, I want to thank the chair for mentioning the anniversary of the tragic death of Garrett Goebbel. When I was in the Detective Bureau, I responded to that incident, to that crime scene, and the destruction I saw in that station was shocking. The significance of that incident is very real to me, and I personally, I look very hard at any incidents that we encounter in the system of arson, criminal mischief by fire, or anything like that. I take a great interest in those. We've made we've arrested 15 individuals for arson this year, for setting fires. This is a focus that will not waver. The masks, it was mentioned, I'll just mention it right up front. Obviously, I direct and I expect my executives and my districts and my commands to lead by example and wear masks and get it down to the officers. I have my mask here. I believe in it. We're all looking forward to that day when we don't have to wear them anymore, but obviously, we will continue to pound that message forward, that we have to wear a mask until that day. So, we're continuing our mission as the ridership returns, hopefully to normalcy soon, not just to keep the ridership safe, but to make them feel safe. To make them feel safe. Our presence, our uniform presence is very important in aspect on that. So I want to give you a little update on the subway safety plan that was, the mayor, introduced it at Fulton Street Station going back end of February. So one of the key elements of that subway safety plan is homelessness in the subway system. And, thank you, President Cipriano, for mentioning the work that's being done. So I just want to mention, since February 21st, our members, our Transit Bureau members, have been going out twice a day, every day, 7 days a week, with joint response teams, which include obviously our members, but members of home DHS, health and mental hygiene, nurses, certified clinicians, a really strong collaborative team effort. Going out riding the trains, a difficult task to be sure. The hard work of these teams, I believe, sends a very powerful message about our shared commitment to helping the homeless. So, since the 21st of February, we've escorted over 400 of these joint response teams on the train. We've done over 1,200 train runs with them. Hundreds of homeless New Yorkers have been contacted on the train, and that effort continues, and it is expanding. As President Cipriano mentioned, we now have expanded to do work at 4 end-of-the-line stations. Our NYPD members are specifically tasked with 2 of them in Brooklyn, and we're about 12 days into that effort. We started that on March 17th. And, we've inspected over 600 trains, and over 100 members have been males and females have been taken to shelter from those end-of-the-line stations. And that's really just the beginning. It's a powerful effort being put forth, but it's so important, and we're going to continue this effort moving forward. Other things that we're doing to address the homeless situation in the subways is we're working very closely with the MTA. The Safe and Secure Room Unit, we've done joint operations with them, and we're going to continue to do so. And we're encountering homeless individuals that are deep in the tunnels, deep in the cutouts. You don't see them because they're invisible, but they're there. And we've done 2 operations just in the last few weeks with them, one at Delancey, Essex, where we went in to the station with members of the MTA, and the male had built sort of a small structure in the cutout. And when we approached him, he started, we deployed the train, we all stepped out, and he started swinging a wire at the officers as they responded. And they had to use mace to stop that. He was taken into custody safely, No injuries to anybody, thank goodness. But we're going to continue these operations. So, thank you for the joint collaboration on that effort as well. And we're going to continue on that. Encampments. One thing we've done when we get 911 or 311 calls of a homeless encampment in the system, and it can be where a structure is there, or mattresses, or multiple bags, or it can just be multiple outstretched. We're tracking these daily. An immediate response from the concerned district is put out, and we've implemented a system of review the next day where the patrol supervisor on the morning after has to go back to that location and review the situation to see, one, that it's been corrected, and two, that it has not returned. So this is something we're continuing to do, and we're putting a lot of focus on this. As the President mentioned, we've added 4 police officers to the Rail Control Center to assist our supervisors that have been there for many years to sort of work with the MTA to track these 311 and 911 calls of homeless situations to make sure what were the dispositions, how was it handled correctly, and that's helping us as well put eyes on this issue. So, one thing I definitely, information is so valuable in when you're dealing with the homeless. I do encourage people when they see significant homeless conditions in the subway to call 311, let us know about it. It gives us a chance, one, to respond. It gives us also an opportunity to review that information and track it and put it together and then build on that as we coordinate with our partners at DHS and the BRC. So that's very important. We need that information. So another important aspect of the subway safety plan, and it's already been touched on a little bit this morning, is quality of life. Quality of life for the riders that take that train. And we are addressing it. We're stepping up our enforcement in this. We're going to continue to do so. When you look at from the beginning of the subway safety plan, which will mark, say, February 21st to the present, we've issued over 6,600 theft of service summonses. And that's an effort that's going to continue. But there's the other quality of life summonses that adversely affect the people on those trains. And what am I talking about? I'm talking about smoking, drinking, urination, outstretched. Those adversely affect the other riders in those train cars. So it's been mentioned to me by several people about the importance of smoking, that they've seen an increase in it, and we're trying to address it. We've issued over 1,200 summonses this year for smoking, for tab summonses in the system. And we're not going to waver on that. Drinking, over 700. Obstruction of seats, over 500. So this is going to continue. And we're going to keep pushing this until it goes away, so the riders don't have to experience this. So I'm just going to talk a little bit about crime right now. So we're experiencing increases in crime compared to last year's numbers, which is indicative of the fact that the ridership is growing. Last year at this time, the ridership was significantly decreased because of what was happening in our city. So we have about 500 index crimes we've recorded this year, which is a 75% increase versus the same period last year. But when you take the same period this year and you compare it to pre-COVID, go back to 2019, we're actually down 24% compared to those pre-COVID numbers. We're up in robberies this year, we're up in grand larcenies this year. But if you looked at it versus in a 2-year context, we'd actually be down 25% in robbery and about 38% in grand larceny. So that's a context, that, it needs to be acknowledged. But that doesn't in any way take away from the really focused effort we're putting forth to fight crime in the transit system. And that's not going to change. All our officers and all our commanding officers are fully invested in this effort. So another aspect of the subway safety plan, we've created a subway safety task force. It's new. It's only been in existence maybe 9 or 10 days now. There's about over 30 members into it. They're turning out of the Metropolitan Avenue train station in Brooklyn. They're overseen by Captain Tin Mai, who, besides being a very skilled and experienced transit executive, she also has prior NYPD experience in the homeless outreach unit. So that's a multifaceted unit that's going to be addressing homelessness, but also significant quality of life. They're going to be an asset to the districts when they encounter persistent problems, to our neighborhood coordination officers. They're going to go out and assist them. If they have a homeless condition where BRC is not available or DH is not available, they're going to go out and assist them and abate that problem. And hopefully, the goal is always, when you're dealing with the homeless, always support, service, shelter. And that's the goal when we deal with the homeless. So that's a new unit. We expect it to expand in the coming months with more personnel, and hopefully it will be a fully, robust platform as we move into the summer months. One crime that does trouble me a lot is we've seen a lot of felony assaults in the system this year, and that includes, unfortunately, assaults on MTA employees. We've recorded in the area of 17 assaults on MTA employees. Any incident like that obviously reaches the highest level. I look at all of them. I look at every assault on an MTA employee and make sure that the effort, the response is strong and the investigation is vigorous. We've had 130 incidents of felony assault so far in the transit system this year. 51% of those do have arrests attached to them, but any incident like that causes great concern, and that's something we're going to continue, obviously, to focus on. Arson was mentioned before, unacceptable, and will be vigorously looked at. I do want to I have to acknowledge and I mentioned it the last time, the power of the MTA camera systems, and I thank you for that. And just recently, 2 incidents that really caught I've looked at that where your cameras played such a pivotal role. One was a crime that really shocked, I think, the city and made me so angry when I watched the video, was the incident in the Bronx at 241st Street where the woman was smeared with feces. That incident was captured on MTA cameras. That helped solve that crime quickly. About, not yesterday, but last Sunday, we took a shooting in the station in Brooklyn, Pitkin Avenue on the Sea, incident captured on video, arrest made. So thank you for this. The cameras that you provide to us are so invaluable to our investigations, and they help us all keep us safe. So as we move into the spring, I just want to end on a couple things obviously we're looking at. One, it's the end of the school year. So we're reviewing right now all our school plans, our safe passage plans, our deployment at these stations as the kids begin the end of the school year, particularly at the high schools. We want to make sure that there's a strong uniform presence, that we're riding safe passage trains with these kids. We want to keep them safe. We want it to be a safe end of the school year for everybody. You're also going to see a very robust, visible uniform presence at the upcoming baseball opening days, Yankee Stadium, which I believe is April 7th, and I keep wanting to call it Shea Stadium, but Citi Field on April 15th. You're going to see us out there in strong numbers to keep you safe. One thing I've stressed from the day one, and I continue, is uniform train patrol, uniform presence. It keeps people safe, and it makes people feel safe, and we're going to continue that. So I'm just going to end on this number. Since February 21st, our officers have taken 36,000 train runs to the present. It's a 28% increase. We know 54% of our crime happens on the train. That's where we need to be, and that's where we're going to be. So I'm going to end right there, and thank you for your time, and if you have any questions.
So before we go into questions, Chief, I just want to say thank you for the thorough report, and thank you. I just believe with the governor, the mayor, you, NYPD, everyone here at the MTA working together, we make things safer for the customer and the employees. And I just want to thank you for what I believe is moving everything in the right direction. So thank you.
Thank you.
Jamie.
Thank you, Chief, for the report. I wonder, is our camera coverage enough? I know it can always be better, but in your opinion, should we be doing more of that?
So I know there are thousands of cameras out there, particularly in the key hubs. When it comes to cameras, obviously more is better. It helps us out in so many significant ways. It helps us, at our command center, at our wheel, we're watching. It's constantly rotating. We're watching turnstiles at Barclays and then Fulton and then 34th Street. We're monitoring those Gentech cameras, but also those deployables and other cameras that we have out there are so valuable. So from an investigative point of view, from an old detective, obviously more cameras are I'll never say no to that.
Okay, but my question is more is better, but do we need significantly more?
I mean,
Why don't you answer that?
Yeah,
Because
maybe
there
I could
are
help
a lot
with
of
that.
cameras.
No, well, I mean, right now, we do have cameras in every station. In the capital program, there's millions of dollars programmed for the, we call them the PID cameras, the ones that stream back to the transit wheel, the operation center. But I think when Sarah was here, we said, we couldn't wait for the rollout, so we put in these deployable. I think that's what that she was referencing. With that said, we think that it was still opportunities to further the deployable camera program, and Pat and Bobby Deal, not here, are putting together a proposal to continue that while, the PID type cameras get installed.
Okay, thank you.
Right, I think Jamie overlapped when Sarah left, and, we were pushing for more cameras to make sure that they're in the right places. But, Randy.
Welcome, Chief. The first time I get to see you in person.
Nice to see you, sir.
Offline, you could provide to the staff where you need these, where there's, what cameras are lacking offline, of course, so they can put that into the program to get the cameras you need.
I'm thankful for the cameras we have, but sure, we will definitely talk offline.
Yeah, this is like
David, Victor, Andrew.
always beating. We obviously know. I've had concerns about the summonses and arrests going on in the subways, and not so much on the buses, which is not under your supervision. But the issues of cameras in buses to try to deter the theft of services problem, to more equitably determine who in hell gets arrested and tab summons, is something that concerns me, that we obviously have a pattern, and I don't mean to beat up on Staten Island, but there's been a history there of ignoring paying fees for buses and the light rail, or not light rail, I always get it wrong. It's Staten Island Rail. So I'm wondering if cameras, I think, are only partially deployed on buses, but both to safeguard the drivers and to obviously more equalize the enforcement of fare evasion issues, that we might consider expansion there. Greg?
Yeah, sure, if I may, Chief. So on the bus side, as you said, we do have cameras in every one of our buses, right? Just about. I think it's close to 5,000 now. But what we've been doing most recently, we developed a report, not so much using the cameras, but the passenger counters, right? We have the automated passenger counters, and we have developed a report that compares the passenger counters, both on the front and rear door, to the MetroCard receipts. And Pat Warren, MTA PD, who stepped up their patrol of buses, has been using that report to try to focus in on some of the high fare evasion areas we see, and we'll continue to to roll that out.
Victor?
So, thanks, Chief. I appreciate you with the numbers, and it was interesting to hear you say, or just to make note that crime is still down since pre-pandemic numbers, so that I think that's important, and that's a testament to some of the work you're doing now as well. You did mention something about, you said 54% of the crime is happening in the subway. Is that all? Yeah, if you can just clarify that.
When I look at crime year to date, you know, we try to really get granular on these type of things and try to be specific where it's happening. It helps with our deployment. So what I mentioned actually on the train, we're looking at over 50%, around 54% occurs on the train, and then it breaks it down even further. Like it would be like 26% on the platform, 10% on the mezzanine, and then it drills down even further.
And thank you for clarifying that. And then secondly is, what's the percentage of crime that's happening in the subways compared to, let's say, on the streets? Or just, you know, city overall? Do you have that number? And if you don't now, that's fine.
Well, I mean, I'll give you it's a number, because I do look at it. The raw number of transit crime, when you compare to all crime in New York City, it accounts for about 2%.
Okay, thank you.
Andrew?
Hello, Andrew.
Morning, Chief, and thanks for all of your efforts and your people's efforts. It's important that we get people comfortable riding the trains. Our subways and buses and commuter rail system is what's going to bring New York back, obviously. Do you have any statistics? I mean, obviously the MTA is not a social service agency, but do we know either from BRC or HHS or anyone when we've gotten people to services, the homeless folks that you mentioned earlier, whether they stay or whether they are returning to the system in a couple of days, or does anyone do any follow-up?
That's really in the world of Commissioner Jenkins, DHS, DSS. You know, I don't want to guess. I would be a guess on that. I don't want to go there.
I'll research further. And the other thing I want to say is you went through your statistics, but fare evasion is out of control now. I take rides every day, and I see it on every ride, through the slam gate, over the turnstiles. I mean, it's just amazing. Are your officers looking at that? Because that would also control some of the other crimes taking place.
And I couldn't agree more. So, I don't like to throw numbers out, but we've issued 16,000 fare evasion summons in the subway this year, and that's since January 1st through Friday. So I mean, it's definitely a problem. The mayor has mentioned it. He acknowledges it. We acknowledge it, and we're trying. We're going to keep pushing. Citywide. Wherever we come across these issues, we're going to keep pushing it. We're not going to relent on this. We're going to try to restore a sense of calm. And I mentioned this to the city council. We need to restore a sense of calm to the system.
Absolutely. And just as an aside, I remember an IG Inspector General report pre-COVID that estimated $300 million loss per year. That's a lot of service we could be providing.
Yes, sir.
Do Bob Lynn and then David Jones. Sorry.
So, Chief, thank you for the presentation, and I do want to commend, I think, the work that Jano has done of bringing all the parties together. Such a very different situation from that of half a year ago, months ago, where everyone was everyone's throat. It is so wonderful to see the cooperative spirit here. And as someone who's been saying for over a year at this point that I thought this really was a tremendous interdisciplinary problem, that it's not just police, NYPD police, it's MTA police, it's civilians, it's contractors, and I want to express a incredibly strong proponent of cameras was Sarah Feinberg, who pushed for going forward. So, I mean, so there was a major series of efforts that come together here. And I want to express something that I've expressed a couple of months ago and get your sense. I am concerned with all of these wonderful programs going on, all the task forces going on, is there sufficient coordination of what everyone is doing, and what is the best way to coordinate? And some is homeless, some are social workers, some is health and hospitals, some is state, and there's so many actors who all have a central role, and there's technology, and what should be our technological input in doing this. I'm concerned that there needs to be a central person responsible, or central group responsible for this, and what's your thoughts of how we can get there?
Well, I mean, obviously.
Right,
I'm
Chief,
sorry.
I don't want to put words in the chief's mouths, but it seems to me like the chief is doing a tremendous job coordinating or orchestrating all this. And I think we just, and Chief, I don't know if you want to add to that, but you've been incredible pulling everyone together.
So we literally, we talk every day with the MTA. I talk almost every day with Commissioner Jenkins from DHS. The subway safety plan, you know, we were always working, coordinating, but we've taken it to a new level of just the daily interaction, the daily coordination. We were all on a Zoom meeting yesterday with the mayor, and we've done this, I think, 3 Sundays in a row, and we critique and we discuss how we're handling the homeless issues in our city. So to that point, we've come a long way in few weeks. We're much stronger now.
Yeah, thank you. David?
Yeah, this is not directed exclusively at the chief. I'm wondering what the outcome of tab summonses are. Essentially, how many actually are paid? How many are just in the default and no one shows up? Right. And how many result in essentially stepping up to misdemeanor or more serious things? I get an impression, at least from some of the earlier research we did, particularly for tab summonses for fare evasion in poor neighborhoods, that the yield is extraordinarily low of people who actually, if they didn't pay $275, either because they were flaunting things or just couldn't afford it. What happens? What is your sense, Chief, of where this goes?
I don't, you know what, in terms of the revenue downstream, I really don't know.
Yeah, and I think that's why it shouldn't really be to you. I think we have to talk to MTA. There has been, or I've raised issues that, particularly when you're dealing with low-income people, there are other means of having a tab summons sort of serviced. In other problems that occur in society, people can watch a video and have to take a couple hours out of their day to wipe out that particular record if they can't afford it. Being forced to watch an hour-long video on the dangers of getting a tab summons or a record might be worth it as an experiment, at least. I'm just trying to figure out ways so we start to sort out people who are doing this out of economic problems, people who are just flaunting, as Andrew talks about all the time, in business suits, and trying to figure out how we can better come to grips with this and have a more impactful result, which doesn't sweep into the net people who perhaps shouldn't be, that there may be some off-ramp for them in order to stop them from exhibiting this kind of behavior. That's not to you, Chief. I'm just trying to
Understood. Thank you.
Well, thank you all for a very productive conversation on safety in the subways. So we're going to move on. We don't have any transit procurements this month, right, Craig?
Yes, there are no transit procurements this month.
So there's no other business. Can I have a motion to adjourn? Randy, David, meeting adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Okay. Now that we've confirmed the virtual presence of MTA C&D President Jamie Torres Springer, we will begin. I'm Jano Lieber, Chair and CEO of the MTA. I'd like to call the March Capital Program Committee meeting to order. Do we have members of the public who would like to provide comments?
Of the public registered to speak today. As a reminder, we ask that all public speakers adhere to the MTA's rules of conduct and decorum. I would also like to remind our public speakers that in the interest of time and fairness to all speakers, we limit everyone to 2 minutes. Please be aware that there will be a warning beep to remind you when you have 30 seconds left to conclude your remarks. Our first speaker will be Bradley Shears, followed by Christopher Greif.
Good afternoon. I'm Bradley Brashears, Planning Manager at the Permanent Citizens Advisory Committee to the MTA PCAC. From the Interborough Express to Penn Access, riders have many reasons to be excited about the future of our transit system. These major projects have the potential to transform mobility and connectivity around the region, especially for outer borough riders who need better access to transit. And we're excited to hear more details and progress updates in the coming months and years and funding through the next capital program. While these mega projects are exciting, it's also important to make the improvements that may not be as flashy, but it'll make a difference in the lives of everyday riders. It was great to hear about the next 20-year needs assessment at last month's board meeting. We can't stress enough the importance of this comprehensive analysis of the current and future needs of our transit system. The upcoming assessment and capital program come at a crossroads when the MTA truly has no choice but to invest in projects that will help mitigate climate change and its impacts. We agree with many of the priorities described last month, including resiliency and accessibility, that must see major investment in the next capital program. It's encouraging to see that you're taking into account regional changes and trends in population, transit usage, land use, and the need for sustainability when developing the next 20-year needs assessment. We encourage you to continue to listen to the needs and concerns of riders when developing these important documents. We're also looking forward to seeing the results and work of the Track Intrusion Task Force, an issue that has continued to worry riders after another month of deadly track intrusions. Front-facing cameras on every train are a great addition, and the MTA should continue to use every tool available to minimize these tragedies. We continue to applaud and thank you for the many important projects that are being completed both on time and on budget. We're confident that with the right investments and prioritization, a more accessible, resilient, and reliable transit system is within reach. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Christopher D. Greif, not Grief. As Andrew says, he will call us Greif, but I'm going to call us Grief. But anyway, I'm here to discuss not just that, but I'm also here to discuss accessibility, which is important that as we're doing capital, I know we're working on a lot of stations that are going to be accessible, but we need to remind the stations. Some stations' humps are small, some are nice and big, or even in the whole platform. As we're going to be building the new future stations, updating them up and getting them built, we need to remind that wheelchairs, walkers, yes, and baby strollers, because baby strollers are also early intervention children who are small, but not just small, but have called a wheelchair stroller, need to have plenty of access to the train and not feeling the hump or the jumping of the train. Yes, we know we have old equipment. Yes, we have new equipment. But at the same time, it's also the platform that needs to be even and safer for the customers to get on and off. Because remember, not all disabilities are shown or it could be hidden. I remind that not just on the subways, but Long Island Railroad and Metro North. We need to update every station and every line that needs to be even, safer, and even on the train and a station platform. As we're getting in the 21st century, we need to remind that we need to keep working on that. As we see new stations like Hicksville and Long Island, that's been updated, that is even, even because Q and I were there, and he can just doesn't have to jump, but slide right in and get on and off safely. It will be easier if we can do that to all the stations and all MTA stations. Thank you, everyone. And just for the record, it's GREIF.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Charlton D'Souza. He is virtual, and he will be followed by Jason Anthony, our last speaker.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Charlton D'Souza. I'm the president of Passengers United. And I want to talk about the Mineola Long Island Railroad Station because the elevators on the new overpass, on the brand new overpass, have not even been installed or put in yet. And John Michno from Mineola wants to know, when are the elevators going to be installed at Mineola? And right now, the old elevators are constantly out of order. They're breaking down. So is there a way that the LIRR can arrange a van shuttle for those who have to cross over to the other side? Because it's a very big inconvenience. And I also want to talk about the Hollis Long Island Railroad Station, which, we got to get the funding to get it done now. I know you guys have gotten back to me at Capital Construction and you've told me proposals, but I want to know, are the elected officials behind this? Is it going to get done? Because the station is falling apart. Same thing with Hunters Point Avenue and East New York. Those stations are in horrible conditions. And, we're encouraging people to come back to use the MTA, but we have to make these stations safe, shiny, bright, clean, and accessible. And also for wheelchair accessibility as well. You need elevators, especially for our elderly. So we have to welcome people back to the railroad, and that's very important. And then also the integration with, Long Island's bus system. So, the MTA's Capital Construction Committee, you guys need to think about bringing back Long Island bus, because Nassau Intercounty Express is not working for us. And in terms of the overnight shutdowns, the N24 and the N22 nice bus is not working out for us. The buses are missing, they're not showing up. So we need the MTA to run the shuttle buses in Long Island. Not nice. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Jano. Jason Anthony from AOU. If the previous speaker is talking about LIRR privilege, let's talk about the subway system. What about 6th Avenue on the Canarsie line? And what about Chambers Street on the Nassau Street line? Those stations are in a horrendous condition. 6th Avenue was closed during the Canarsie shutdown. It wasn't fixed. Chambers Street on the Nassau Street line, when Mayor Adams went to that station, it felt like a tremendous embarrassment. Although that Chambers Street on the Nassau Street line is accessible, but it needs attention. It needs repairs. Let's see if we get investment to fix those stations. Because every time that I go to those stations, I need to run away from them ASAP. Because it looks horrible, Jano, to be honest. Because we need to fix them, and it needs to be fixed ASAP. I'll see you guys in the next meeting.
Our last speaker is virtual Charlton D'Souza. I'm just reading what I have. This is what
I'm pretty sure you've completed the list of 4 speakers that you announced at the outset. You want to check?
I have showing one virtual speaker.
And I think you heard from him.
Okay, he's not virtual. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, that concludes the comments for the public session.
Thank you very much, and thank you to all of our speakers. Always interesting and always informed folks who come to share their views at MTA committee meetings. Copies of the January 2022 and February Capital Program Committee minutes have been distributed and are available on the website. Are there any changes?
Yes, on page 5, Bowden is misspelled. It should be B-O-D-I-N, B-O-D-E-N. It's not Carlton D'Souza, it's Charlton D'Souza. But much more importantly, on page 23, when discussing the Coney Island Yard, it says West End B and Brighton D. It's reversed.
Oh, okay. All right. 30 lashes with a wet noodle. 30 lashes with a wet noodle to everyone who was involved with that one. Thank you for the corrections. We will, with those corrections, may I have a motion? Second? All in favor? Any opposed? The minutes are approved. Before we get started, I just want to note something that happened yesterday on the capital program, which is that I was invited to and attended a meeting of a new and very significant community group called Queen's Power at Rufus King Park in Jamaica. The group is comprised of mostly faith-based organizations and some community organizations. And I was asked to come and answer a series of questions, very direct questions about would I make certain commitments, mostly about dialogue and participation. But one question that I was asked directly was, are there going to be ADA elevators installed at Locust Manor and Laurelton stations on the LIRR? And although I don't think we've become absolutely formal for public for both of those, they have been in design, and the selection has been made final in the interim that those two stations are going to receive ADA elevators and other ADA upgrades. So I just wanted to share that with the board. It was big news for that community, which includes a lot of senior citizens and folks who have been asking for ADA elevators. The good news is not only is ADA improvements, not only are ADA improvements coming to those stations, but the entire Southeast Queens neighborhood is going to get about a 30% increase in service when East Side Access and Third Track are done. And I think that, in tandem with more access and all the things that we're doing to make it more affordable to use the commuter railroads inside New York City especially, as well as the commuter railroads in general, huge step forward for the Southeast Queens community. So I thought I would share that. Back to more pedestrian matters. Mr. Savio, are there any changes to the committee work plan?
Mr. Chairman, there are no changes to the work plan.
That being said, President Torres Springer is now visible, and I'll turn it over to him for his update.
Thank you very much, Chair, and I want to apologize to the committee and the board that I'm not there in person today. COVID has finally caught up to me and my family, so I'm following the protocols and isolating for a few days. Having said that, I'm pleased to be able to give the board somewhat of an update on our progress at construction and development over the last month. The first bit of news is that our advertisement list for 2022 procurements for contracts is now live on the MTA website. This shows the public in more detail how we plan to meet the ambitious commitment target of $8.1 billion for this year that I laid out last month. It also is a big help to our contracting community so they can plan ahead to help them work with us. So this is one of the things that we've been working on, is to give a forward schedule with a clear list of what we intend to advertise over the next few quarters. In addition to that, there's a few notable updates on work in progress across the system. For New York City Transit, we recently achieved substantial completion on the Grand Central Times Square shuttle project, which means that the shuttle is now fully ADA accessible. It's easier to navigate and faster to board. We also opened a brand new staircase entrance into the heart of Times Square at 42nd and Broadway. We also will have a new street to concourse elevator that will open to the public this May through a separate ADA project that's being jointly delivered with a private developer at the One Times Square building. On the railroads for Metro North, we mentioned in the press release yesterday that the Dobbs Ferry culvert repair was completed. This was a remarkable project that responded to an emergency situation caused by Hurricane Ida last summer. We were able to mobilize a design builder to complete that project and repair the culvert in less than 6 months. What this means is that Metro North can cut travel times through the area by up to 5 minutes, in conjunction with the new timetables that went into effect yesterday that restore service across the system to 89% of pre-pandemic levels. Also for Metro North, we announced the beginning of construction on 3 ADA projects on the Harlem line at Hartsdale, Scarsdale, and Purdy's. For the Long Island Railroad, we hit another milestone at the Elmont UBS station as part of Third Track when we installed a pedestrian overpass bridge over the course of a single night this month. As you mentioned, Chair, we are also proceeding with accessibility improvements at multiple stations. And I did note the public speaker's comments about some of the stations. We are close to finishing the improvements at Mineola. And we'll get back to them. As for some of the stations that were mentioned, we do have work planned within the capital plan going forward. In a moment, we'll turn it over to our 2 business unit leaders for this month's business unit updates. I just wanted to give a very quick overview. We'll be talking first about bridges and tunnels, and I wanted to note that, excuse me, our success in keeping our bridges in good condition is remarkable. We always note in the national news and from reports that all across the state and country, there are bridges that are in poor condition, which was an animating part of the conversation around the infrastructure bill federally. That simply is not the case for MTA bridges and tunnels. Our staff ensure that this critical infrastructure is maintained in a state of good repair. And maintaining these bridges and the toll revenue that they bring in is critical for our overall financial picture. In short, it means that we can focus, as we'll hear about at the full board meeting on Wednesday, our efforts to obtain federal funding on projects other than state of good repair for bridges and tunnels. So that's a significant feature of all the work that's done in our bridges and tunnels group. We'll also hear from our infrastructure group, which is doing a great job delivering the projects that will never make the headlines, but that keep the system running smoothly. One example you'll hear about this month is the Coney Island Yard project, which is a critical example of the type of resiliency work that's so important to the long-term future of the system. So with that, I'll hand it back to you, Chair Lieber. Thanks.
All right, I'm told we're not going to have the capital program update focusing on C&D bridges and tunnels. Let's hear first from Joe Keene of B&T.
Morning. B&T's bridge and tunnels range in age from 50 to almost 90 years old. Over the past decades, we have proactively invested in a state of good repair of our bridge and tunnel facilities while continuously improving them to meet modern standards and to improve resiliency and accessibility. As a result, in accordance with the FHWA ratings, our critical revenue producing assets are in sound condition. This directly benefits our bond rating, lowering debt service costs and helping the MTA's overall financial position. In addition to maintaining state of good repair, these facilities are an integral part of the New York City Regional Transportation Network. And as such, we partner with regional transportation agencies to improve traffic flow, accessibility, and safety in the region whenever possible. Our 20 to 24 capital program continues these necessary programmatic investments to ensure a continued state of good repair of these facilities. Over the next several slides and the upcoming video, we will be discussing several of our recently completed and ongoing initiatives that illustrate these investment themes. In 2021, we were able to exceed our commitment plan by 50% while also meeting planned completion goals. The most significant commitments and completions are listed on the slide. In 2022, we're planning to commit $513 million and complete $560 million in projects. Overall, we have committed 99% of the planned projects in the 15 to 19 capital program, excluding program reserves. This upcoming video highlights 4 of B&T's recent project completions.
Project CB18 installed new fender systems at the Marine Parkway and Cross Bay bridges and installed scar protection at the Cross Bay Bridge. This project replaced existing substandard deteriorated fender systems with new fender systems, which are designed to federal guidelines for ship collision protection, using fiber-reinforced plastic piles and rubber defender facing elements. New access walkways, new safety railings, and new navigational lighting were also installed. At the Verrazano Narrows Bridge, Project VN10 implemented a series of improvements and repairs to Staten Island and Brooklyn anchorages to return these structures to a state of good repair and to improve their long-term performance and resiliency. This project sealed the anchorage exteriors from water intrusion, upgraded anchorage dehumidification systems, installed fire alarm systems in the I-bar chambers, and implemented civil and drainage improvements to the anchorage exteriors. At the Robert F. Kennedy Bridge, Project RK66 enhanced the electric power resiliency of the open road tolling infrastructure at the bridge and improved the flood protection of the Robert Moses Building electrical and mechanical systems. The work of the project involved installation of 2 new emergency generators, construction of 6 new redundant power substations with automatic transfer switches, installation of 3 miles of new 5 kilovolt feeders from 3 separate Con Ed power grids, and installation of new standalone prefabricated electrical substations and boiler room buildings situated above the 500-year floodplain adjacent to the Robert Moses Building. At the Hugh L. Carey Tunnel, Project HC07 performed rehabilitation of key mechanical components of the tunnel ventilation system and installed a tunnel fire suppression system prototype. Testing of the water mist fire suppression system successfully demonstrated its ability to control a tunnel fire by reducing the temperature of hot gases, thereby protecting tunnel infrastructure and allowing ease of access by first responders.
In the next several slides, we will discuss some of our ongoing projects. At the RFK, we're in the process of improving pedestrian and bike accessibility between East Harlem and Randall's Island Park. We recently awarded the construction of a new pedestrian bike access ramp which will connect the RFK Manhattan span to the future 7-acre waterfront park that will be constructed by New York City EDC in East Harlem. The new park will complete a missing link in the existing Manhattan Greenway. Ramp construction has been coordinated with New York City EDC and will be completed before the waterfront park begins construction in 2023. A rendering of the new ramp is shown in the lower left-hand corner of the slide. To complete Randall's Island accessibility improvements, we'll be awarding the construction of new pedestrian bike access ramps and new vehicular ramps at the end of this year. This project will enable future reconstruction of the Manhattan Plaza structure, enhance traffic safety on both RFK Bridge and on Randall's Island. Once completed in 2025, the new pedestrian bike ramps will transform access to Randall's Island Park, benefiting thousands of people during special events on Randall's Island, as well as hundreds of everyday park users. At the Verrazano Narrows Bridge, this $222 million project to replace a portion of the upper-level approaches is currently 75% complete. This project included 10 main stages of roadway deck reconstruction. Construction of the last stage is now complete, and the upper level will be restored to its full 7-lane capacity in early April, 4 months ahead of the original schedule. The project remains within budget, with completion in August anticipated 9 months earlier than originally contracted. The construction team's success in reducing duration of customer impacts while maintaining the critical bus HOV contraflow lane operation throughout a very challenging construction period has been noteworthy. At the Throgs Neck Bridge, this $336 million project includes replacing the suspended span deck with a lighter steel deck, as well as significant steel strengthening, painting, and utility work. Deck work is being performed in 6 major stages with a movable barrier and a reversible lane used to maintain 3 travel lanes in the peak direction, mitigating traffic impacts. The contractor had a significant learning curve and was impacted by adverse weather during the first stage of deck replacement, but has overcome these issues in subsequent stages and is now on track to complete the project on schedule. The delays in Stage 1 will result in the contractor exceeding the 15-month milestone of allowable lane closures. We are currently evaluating the contractor's requested adjustments to this 15-month milestone in light of weather and COVID delays. 4 of the 6 stages are now complete, and Stage 5 is progressing ahead of schedule. The project is currently 70% complete and is on track for completion in November. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Joe. I think we're always all always impressed by the caliber of your projects and the way they get executed. So, just speaking for myself as a refugee from C&D, would any members of the board like to pose a question or comment? Cries of joy? Victor.
Thank you. I was just in regards to the pedestrian paths, new bridges that you're building, they are going to be accessible. They look like it, but they are up to 80 code, right?
Yeah, that's correct. They meet 8A codes. Yep.
Great. Thank you.
Okay. No other questions being, Hayden?
No, I thought Throgs Neck Bridge was going to be done by September. It got pushed, or was it always November? It was always November. Okay, my bad, sorry.
Okay. Let's hear from Bob Laga and Dana of the C&D Infrastructure Business Unit.
You'll be hearing from Bob.
And his voice has made that decision for us.
Yes.
Okay. Bob, go ahead.
Good afternoon. I'm Bob Laga, Vice President of Infrastructure, filling in for
Okay, I do this sometimes. I blew it on the sequence. We're supposed to hear from the IEC
Not a
on
problem.
bridges and tunnels first. Joe, sorry about that.
No problem, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. The IEC is reporting on the Throgs Neck Bridge orthotropic deck replacement. It begins on page 17 of your committee book. Overall, the project is 70% complete and well within budget of $336 million. And with the November 22 substantial completion, remains on schedule as well. The early construction issues Mr. King just mentioned and the weather problems, which had the potential to delay the project, are being mitigated through the resequencing of remaining activities of transferring suspender rope and main cable work to a future project with similar activities. The IAC is supportive of this minor scope transfer, which mitigates the delay to the project as well as minimizing impact to the public of the continued lane closures. The IAC is confident in C&D completing this project on time with continued close management of the contractor. Regarding budget, the project is forecasting an estimated completion of $310 million. The The IEC's cost review finds that the project can be completed within this time, within this amount. Apologies. Regarding risks, many risks have been closed, and the remaining risks which could extend substantial completion are minimal. And that concludes my report on the Thrugs Neck Bridge deck replacement.
Thank you, Jim. Any questions for the IEC? Okay, coming back to C&D's infrastructure unit, Bob Laga.
Good afternoon. I am Bob Laga, Vice President of Infrastructure, filling in for Dana Heck, the Senior Vice President of Infrastructure. I am going to provide an overview of the portfolio of critical projects within the Infrastructure Business Unit, along with updates on 4 major projects currently under construction. Try the other button. Yeah. No. There we go. As you can see, we are very busy working to keep the subway and bus systems operating safely and effectively. The projects in infrastructure may not be the ones you hear about every day, but these projects upgrade power to our subways, implement safety, security, and upgraded communication systems in our stations and depots, rehabilitate and rebuild Sandy-damaged facilities, and ensure structural integrity of the bridges that our customers and employees traverse while on our subways. This slide illustrates the diversity of improvements and accounts for 1/3 of the New York City Transit Capital Program. In 2021, we successfully delivered 58 commitments despite staffing resource constraints and COVID-related budget constraints. Through the efficiency of bundling, the value of work put out on the street is almost $1 billion. As you will see on the next slide, infrastructure is strategically prepared to improve on last year's delivery with an even more robust program. There we go, awards. Okay. With a continued focus on state of good repair and continuous improvements to the delivery process, our commitments for 2022 is more than double the value of projects we delivered in 2021. To ready ourselves for these lofty goals, we are looking to address personnel concerns, maximize project team structures, share best practices and lessons learned within our own business units, as well as from other business units, and supplement with consultant support. Again, these projects provide for the necessary state of good repair improvements to ensure a reliable and safe New York City transit operating system through the addition of new substations, upgraded maintenance shops, upgrade of power equipment, and the very important continued focus on resiliency and flood mitigation. For long-term preservation, this year's program will also have a focus on painting our rail structures along with steel repairs on 4 different lines through 3 contracts valued at over $500 million. Coney Island Yard. Coney Island Yard in Brooklyn is the largest yard in New York City transit system. It serves 7 lines, and when Superstorm Sandy flooded this yard with millions of gallons of water, the criticality of this yard became quite apparent due to the detriment of the subway operations. A major component of this project is a 12,000 linear foot perimeter wall as seen on the slide. It's not. This equates to 2.2 miles or a subway ride from Penn Station to the Museum of Natural History. Over 8,000 feet or 1.5 miles has been constructed thus far. The wall is 12 to 15 feet high and is driven 30 feet deep. Why am I mentioning this? To illustrate the magnitude of the structure, and come this fall we will have our largest yard fortified so we never experience the damage we did after Superstorm Sandy. Along with the walls, 2 pump stations are under construction with continued progress of drainage piping and power and communication cables. Some cutting over from the existing communications to newly constructed cables have begun. A team approach to problem resolution on this very complicated project is evidence as this project is proceeding on schedule and within budget. And this project, along with many others, have experienced supply chain challenges, again demonstrating the tremendous work of the entire team keeping this on schedule. The cost increase you see is due to the addition and reconstruction of 4 circuit breaker houses discussed in the October presentation. Adding this to the contract saved time and money by eliminating procurement and mobilization costs. Building the CBH concurrently with the yard projects allows for proper sequencing of workflow and protection of the newly constructed power feeds described above. 207 Street Yard. In Upper Manhattan, the 207 Street Yard serves many lines in many functions as seen on the slide. The yard hardening contract was bundled to include perimeter walls, pumps, 2 signal relay buildings, the largest in the MTA system and shown on the slide. Signal, tracks, and power was awarded in late 2018. At the direction of the Department of Environmental Protection, a follow-up sewer relocation contract to direct flow away from the yard and prevent backflow from the Harlem River was awarded in late 2019. Both projects are experiencing delays in which the team is working on mitigation for. The first contract is behind schedule due to Siemens fabrication issues. The sewer relocation has experienced third-party delays along with Department of Sanitation's moratorium street restrictions. Workshops are being conducted with C&D team along with the utility companies to expedite solutions. Clifton Shop. Staten Island Railroad operates from the St. George Terminal to Tottenville, comprising of 21 stations and 14 miles of track. This new state-of-the-art facility will replace the existing sandy-damaged and functionally obsolete shop. It will serve the maintenance, inspection, and repair needs of the current fleet of 61 cars and the future fleet of 75 cars. Since the last presentation in October, the Staten Island Rapid Transit Operating Authority team and the C&D team worked very closely to address outstanding issues that prevented move-in. On March 2nd, a temporary CO was granted and supply room personnel have begun the move-in. Beginning this spring will be the demolishing of the existing building, integration of systems with the RCC, shop punch list work, along with regrading the yard, paving, and landscaping. Substantial completion is currently projected for this fall. However, there is potential for a few months' delay and budget increases that the team is currently working with the contractor to mitigate and finalize. Finally, the bus radio. There are still quality and schedule concerns on this project. To refresh memories, this project has experienced extensive delays due to contractor quality issues, real estate issues, and the delay of the build-out of the bus radio sites. And although they have not been totally resolved, progress is being made and milestones have been achieved. As of March 4th, the first 200 buses within the Staten Island bus service area have been retrofitted. There is another 30-day pilot period that will identify glitches prior to the beginning of retrofitting of the remaining of the 6,000 vehicles. If a glitch is encountered, it may be necessary to pause the pilot and restart the 30-day clock. Staten Island dispatchers began moving into the new bus command center on February 5th. Those buses outlined with the new radio system are being monitored and dispatched from there. There is still work to do, and we are currently in mediation to resolve schedule issues, but the trajectory is heading in the right direction. This concludes my report. Thank you.
Board Member Albert.
Bob, could you go back to the Coney Island Yard slide, please?
Sure.
Okay, so you're going to switch the B and the D.
Okay.
Plus, the R is not the C Beach line, so if the R line is served by Coney Island Yard, you have to make it the 4th Avenue line, but it's not C Beach.
Not a problem. I apologize.
Thank you.
Do you have any alphabetical comments, Mr. Khaleesi?
I do not.
Please go ahead.
And all the resiliency stuff going on here, is that paid for? That's not MTA budget, is that?
Sandy,
It's
federal
Sandy
funding,
money.
FTA funding.
And the same thing with Staten Island, was that?
Yes.
So that's all Sandy, so it didn't cost us anything?
Right.
Perfect, thank you.
I just have to say, before we turn it over to Mr. Lee, I've been to all those projects. The Coney Island Yard project is extraordinary in scope and complexity, operational challenges. It's being brilliantly managed by a member of Bob and Dana's team, and off the cuff, I think it's one of those projects that's worth dragging the board out to visit at some time. It really is an amazing project, just in scale and complexity. So we'll arrange for that. A little improvisation as I go. Mr. DeVito, the IEC.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today, the IEC is reporting on 4 infrastructure projects. Our report on the Coney Island Yard long-term flood mitigation is on page 26 of your book. Overall, the project is 80% complete and within the budget of $521 million and maintains the revised substantial completion date of December 22. With respect to the budget, the IEC has reviewed the project expenditures, remaining work, potential and executed change orders, and other cost categories, and has confidence in the project finishing on budget. Regarding the schedule, since the last report in October, field conditions have warranted a new installation approach for traction power cables, which will be monitored closely for any schedule impacts. Most of the other work, the flood mitigation, drainage, as Bob had referred to, and then signal work, circuit breaker houses are all progressing very well. Top schedule risk, contractor may encounter underground utilities or obstructions where the traction power cables are now planned, or track outages may not occur according to plan. The mitigation measures being undertaken is that the contractor has performed underground utility surveys, increased the number of test pits. Also, the project is working along with operations and has developed a workable outage schedule. Our observation is along the same lines, that they're working hard to maintain the schedule and budget while coordinating the work in MTA's largest operating yard. The report on 207th Street Yard and Shop project begins on page 34. The 62-month project was awarded in September of 2018 to Walsh Construction, and at 72% complete, the C&D's estimate of completion remains at $633 million. As previously reported, the project's substantial completion date of November is now forecast to be May of 24, a 6-month delay due to the late procurement and delivery of the signal equipment. The IEC conducted a budget review and schedule and agrees with the project's EAC and substantial completion on this project. However, with the project contingency mostly consumed, the IEC finds the signal contractor performance must improve so as not to further impact the completion of this project. The top risk of further solid-state interlocking equipment delays, for which it has been decided to perform a factory acceptance test in the field as a mitigation measure, and the IEC has made a recommendation with regard to this risk, which is contained in our report. Apart from the signal system delivery and installation, good progress is being made on all project elements, such as the flood wall, track improvements, and facilities. And that concludes 207th Street.
Joe, hang on a second. Mr. Board Member Zuckerman has a question.
So let's just dive into that last one, because you generally have you're generally pretty sanguine on things. That didn't sound such a ringing endorsement, especially when the contingency's gone and things need to be improved. So management, can you just give us a sense of how confident you are to do the things the IEC just said related to that project?
The project team is meeting with Siemens on a weekly basis to go over every aspect of their equipment that they have to supply us. We've worked with them to try and mitigate some of the delay by having some of the factory testing done in the field. That would save them some time and money. They're a little reluctant at this moment in time to do it. We're working with them to bring them along and get them to do it. We're working with the subcontractors, the electricians, to get them on board. Everybody's on board. Just got to get Siemens on board to keep this going.
I have a little experience getting Siemens to get on board in other projects, and so I know. Mark, you want to say something?
Sure. Do you mind if I just
go ahead.
Just the larger context, if I could, for a second. it's been 2 years of COVID, QBL West, CBTC, 8th Avenue CBTC, Culver CBTC, all very intensive projects relating with Siemens. I should commend them on their performance in those projects. I'm very conscious that they have had to overlap their delivery on those 3 projects and with Bob's 207th project. So what's happening with Siemens is they've had to crush to meet the deadlines, and they just don't have the capacity to do everything at once. So they have come up with a very good idea of testing in the field. I commend them for that. They are working with us night, noon, and morning. They are very frank. They're very open. We know where they are. I would actually leave them a little chance just to let them recover from this for a while. And we met with them on Friday, and I think they're going to do the right things. But overall, on those other 3 projects, they met the deadlines. So I'm sure they'll get there on this one as well. So just a little caution with regards to Siemens.
So I appreciate that you're trying to play. By the way, this was not staged for the Siemens people listening. There's no good cop, bad cop plan. I think what Mark's saying is since. Well, we have our roles to play in life, I guess. So I appreciate you being supportive of them as a partner. As a consultant, I like to be treated like as a partner with my clients too. So I admire that. But I also have to hearken. We have an IAC for a reason.
Sure.
They're there to give the board as much sober information as possible, and frankly, to motivate the board at times to take action. Sounds like we're not ready to take action, but at some point. And by the way, let's not humor ourselves. Siemens is being properly compensated for the struggle they're going through. It's not a not-for-profit. They're not doing this out of the goodness of their hearts. So we should just be mindful that at some point, if I at least keep hearing what Joe is saying, at some point this board will have to ask Siemens what's going on, because those do not sound like positive indicators.
If I could, Commissioner, there's a couple of things that we're doing to help as well, because we've recognized that the suppliers that provide equipment to Siemens and the suppliers that supply equipment to them sometimes have difficulty meeting our standards. There's a very small supply base for some of those things, so we can see things that we can improve from the MTA side to actually help Siemens deliver in the future. So we're having all those types of detailed discussions, and it is very transparent. So I would happy to have the question, but I think they're doing quite well.
Make a suggestion that why don't we chew on some of the issues that Board Member Zuckerman has raised and come back in writing, and if necessary at the next month or two, to give him and the members of the committee an update. So is that acceptable? Okay. With that, Mr. DeVito, you continue, please.
Thank you. The report on the 207th Street sewer replacement project is on page 40 of your book. Regarding the schedule of this project, the substantial completion date was originally February of 2024. Due to third-party utility company delays, as well as the impact of a conflicting Department of Sanitation moratorium, the substantial completion is now forecast to be January of 2025, a delay of 11 months or 3 months since our last report. C&D has requested a recovery schedule from the contractor, which is being evaluated, and the IAC will have its opinion once we've reviewed this plan. Regarding the budget, the project is over budget with an EAC of $170 million due to time impact costs associated with third-party utility delays in relocating their lines. A budget modification is being prepared to address the cost difference. The IEC's estimate at completion is slightly higher at 173 and includes an additional allocation for risk. The top risks associated with this and their associated mitigations are outlined in our book, and one recommendation here is that the project further explore the potential to accelerate the concrete jet grout work and complete it ahead of the moratorium, which I believe they're working on. And this concludes our report on 207th Street. The Clifton Shop project begins on page 46 of your book, and at 94%, the Staten Island Railway shop is nearing completion. Beneficial use has been achieved, and transfer of equipment and employees has begun. The project's substantial completion date has moved from June to October, a 4-month adjustment since the last report. The IEC believes that the substantial completion may have an additional 2 months delay based on our assessment of the time needed to complete the finishes, testing and commissioning, and to vacate and demolish the old shop. Project budget is at $212 million, and C&D is evaluating this budget amount as necessary. Top risk on a project, from our perspective, is that the discovery of unforeseen hazardous materials during the demolition of the old shop In that regard, additional test pits will be drilled once the old shop has been completely vacated as a mitigation. Finally, was our observation that in addition to an improved work environment, Staten Island Railway should realize efficiency gains from the new and updated shop equipment and the new facility layout. On bus radio system, the report is on page 49 of your committee book. The IEC notes that progress has been made in achieving milestones such as the completion of the bus radio installation on the 200 pilot buses, and it is helping to move the project forward. As mentioned by C&D, the completion of the pilot test, which has started, will be a major milestone and will provide confidence in system reliability and performance. Overall, this project is 67% complete. It has exceeded its budget and is significantly delayed due to slow contractor progress on base stations, pilot bus installations, and a reliable BRS network. Regarding the schedule, the project has not accepted the latest contractor schedule update, which shows a May 24 substantial completion. PTG attributes the delay to the Kearney base station. However, C&D believes that it is the bus installation driving the critical path, and the IEC agrees with that assessment. The project team is continuing to be aggressive and drive the contractor to this December 2023 completion, which would be a 3-month delay since our last report. To complete this project on time, an average of 350 buses per month must be completed. The Department of Bus, I understand, has given its assurance that sufficient buses will be provided to preserve this latest completion date of December 2023. IEC recognizes that the contractor has yet to perform installation at this higher rate, which is somewhat offset by the experience he would be gaining during the pilot stage, which could allow for a swift ramp-up of the bus radio installation productivity. The project's estimated completion is at $330 million. It exceeds budget by $36 million. For our part, the IEC's forecast continues to forecast an estimate of completion of $350 million due to the impacts of delays, change orders, and risks. Ultimately, a budget modification will be needed to bring it into alignment with the EAC. Our observations, with 71 months having elapsed since award, significant work still remains. The contractor is responding by augmenting their staff with additional network engineers, system engineers, and bus installation staff. Also, the IEC has observed that technical issues are now being addressed in a more disciplined fashion, and in-service testing of fully equipped buses has proven to be of use in identifying technical and operational issues, reducing the risk of failures during the pilot and the potential delay to the project completion. And this concludes our comments on bus radio. Mr. Chairman?
Does anyone want to comment on that further? Questions? This is a Mr. Roche, any further comments on the bus radio project? I went to an event last week, and the chairman of one of the key subcontractors, an outfit called Clever Devices, was there when I spoke in Long Island. And I did say to him, as Mr. DeVito said, 350 buses a month have to get these installations in order for the schedule to maintain. And I just took the occasion to push it with him, because that's the next question for this project. It's had a lot of problems, starting with the real estate and on and on and on. We're in mediation, so we're not going to talk about who's responsible for those problems. But the next phase is making sure that the pace of these installations, fairly complex installations in these buses, is upped significantly. That's the next milestone to be achieved. Anything else?
Just when maybe you can give another sentence, if you will, on your tete-a-tete with this gentleman. Did 350 seem reasonable to him that he could achieve?
We didn't get into a debate. I just underscored for him that I guess my point was Clever is the outfit that's performing a lot of these installations, and we're counting on them on PTG's behalf, on the general contractor team's behalf, and we're counting on them to figure out how to accelerate that. That was the message that I delivered to that gentleman. I'm not sure he was glad that he came to have coffee and listen to my speech, but there we go. All right, onward. I hear we're going to have a display of procurement expertise from Mr. Plachocki. Let's have at it.
Good afternoon.
Construction and Development has 15 procurement actions being brought to the Capital Program Committee this month. There are no non-competitive items, 14 competitive items totaling $240.3 million, and one ratification totaling $1.6 million. I will highlight two of the items, both of which are competitive procurements. The first item requests approval of the award of a publicly advertised and competitively solicited contract to Railworks Transit LLC for design-build services for the Babylon Interlocking Signal System project in the amount of $58,134,000. This contract will upgrade and modernize the Babylon Interlocking Signal Systems and equipment, the majority of which hasn't been upgraded since the 1960s and has exceeded its useful life. A one-step request for proposal method was conducted to solicit this contract, which resulted in Railworks Transit LLC being unanimously selected for award based on their proposal offering the best overall value, considering the technical strength of the proposal, understanding of the work, and the price being the lowest proposed cost. The second item being highlighted requests approval of the award of a publicly advertised and competitively solicited contract to TAP Electrical Contracting Services Incorporated for the design-build services for closed-circuit television cameras at various locations throughout the New York City Transit subway system in the amount of $50,277,000. Under this design-build contract, TAP Electrical will design, furnish, and install security cameras at the entrance and exits to the fare rate control areas, 88 stations throughout the subway system. The installation of these new security CCTV cameras represents an integral part of the MTA's ongoing effort to increase security for its customers and employees in subway stations and safeguard critical infrastructure. A two-step request for proposal method was conducted to solicit this contract, which resulted in TAP Electrical being unanimously selected for award. The selection committee's recommendation was based on TAP Electrical's proposal offering the best overall value, which considered their reduction in schedule, strength and qualifications of key personnel, past performance, as well as offering the lowest proposed cost. The remaining items, which include a contract to provide design services to add CBTC to 3 additional lines, a contract series to provide on-call asbestos and lead management services, authorization to exercise an option for CBTC onboard equipment for an additional 128 R211 operating units, and ratification of a modification to the East Side Access Traction Power Systems contract are described in detail in the staff summaries contained in your committee books. I submit these 15 procurement actions for your consideration and vote. Thank you.
Questions or comments on these procurements?
On the R211 item that you just mentioned, as those cars have yet to enter revenue service, why are we ordering more before we see how they are received and how well they run?
This is not to order additional cars. This is actually just the CBTC equipment for those additional
For those
cars.
cars.
Exactly.
I got
For the
it. Thank
additional
you.
cars.
Anybody else? Okay. Can I have a motion to approve the items?
So moved.
Second? All right. All in favor? Any opposition? The motion carries. Before we break, Tim Mulligan, I think the board is aware that we have proposed, and the governor has proposed, adjustments to the design-build thresholds to give the C&D folks more flexibility about what size of projects are required to go to design-build. Tim, would you update on where that stands?
Yeah, so there's ongoing budget negotiations in Albany with the both houses in the legislature on the language that was included in the governor's budget that raises the threshold for projects that are state of good repairs, replacement inclined to $400 million. And you know, the budget negotiations are live and ongoing. We remain optimistic that when there's a budget deal achieved, that the proposed increase in the threshold will be part of the enacted budget, but we await the outcome of those negotiations.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted the board to be aware that that's very much a live issue. Is there any other business that anyone wishes to discuss? If not, I'll take a motion to adjourn. Thank you. The committee meeting is adjourned.
Please, Finance Committee, for this frigid, hopefully last frigid day of the month of March 2022. Welcome, everyone. Okay, Mark, public speakers, please.
Yes, we have 4 public speakers, 1 in person, 3 virtual. We'll start with Jason Anthony.
Thank you, Mark. And hi, Neil. It's good to see you like always. Let's talk about perks. Because other cities have perks, why not us? SEPTA, with their SEPTA key, have perks when, let's say, when people use their SEPTA key, they could get a Dunkin' Donut coffee for $1. Why not us do something similar with our Omni card? So let's attract more people to use our subway system. And let's add more perks to our Omni card that is still making little baby steps. And let's get more discounts like Chicago has been doing for, let's say, since last year. Or, for instance, LA that's been offering half price fares. Let's incentivize people to use mass transit that gas prices has been skyrocketing instead of using cars. Let's use public transportation. So I'll see you guys on Wednesday.
Thank you. The next speaker is virtual, Charlton D'Souza.
This is Charlton D'Souza, president of Passengers United, and I'm very concerned about the new Omni Fed, the new fare capping program, because a lot of people don't know who cannot take advantage of this program, that you can buy a reloadable prepaid card at 7-Eleven, and that, you know, after 12 trips, your 13th ride is free. So that needs to be better advertised in the system. And then also in terms of the fare discounts for the railroad. So the Atlantic ticket, the $60 weekly unlimited is too expensive for people in Southeast Queens. Many of them lost their jobs. Many of them are just living paycheck to paycheck, and they would like to benefit from it. So a fare of $45 or $50 would be a little helpful, and $5 for a one-way ticket should be or should have a bus transfer on that to help people out. Now, in terms of the Fair Fares program, we're also getting complaints about that. A lot of people don't know what the income level, and there's no link on how to register for that. So I think that the MTA needs to work with more community organizations like our group, and I think there needs to be a special meeting that the MTA can hold on Fair Fares, like a Zoom meeting or a YouTube meeting, where they invite all the stakeholders and they can talk about how people can benefit from this program. Because, we don't want to see people getting arrested on the subway because they couldn't afford the fare. But, it's happening. And again, there's a lot of issues going on. So we want to be fair to those who are unemployed, who lost their jobs, and who are struggling financially. And I also feel there should be a Fair Fares program for the Long Island Railroad and Metro North as well. That's something that should be worked out. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Abriana Titus.
Have a few minor points. I attended the infrastructure meeting November 20th, well actually November 10th last year, and one of the major points that was we were going to tear down the BQE. That was like a question wanted to happen. I want to know if that's going to happen and maybe the timeline of that. Also, kind of like perks incentives, maybe parking can be free during certain hours. Maybe we could have MTA where people are going to work maybe from 5 to 7 a.m. and maybe between like 5 to 7 p.m. Those hours could be reduced or even free. Or beyond that, maybe like free Sunday rides kind of things. And also the artwork in the subway systems. We have like the murals and the mosaics. They're kind of like falling apart-ish. And I know MTA Arts is a thing, but it seems to be just digital. So maybe we could have like some type of actual art program that does better to upkeep the art in the subways. So those are my few points. Thanks.
Thank you. The final speaker for today is Alita Dupree.
Thank you again, Chair Neil Zuckerman. Alita Dupree, for the record, she and her, as I talk about money today. First of all, we have to keep going after state and federal assistance for operations and capital because crisis isn't over yet. We're doing better. I want more people to ride on the system, but fares alone aren't going to cut it. And as I speak about fare, I think about the mechanics of money and how do we show people how they can use money in the system? I was in a drugstore recently, and they have these cards, debit cards that people can buy. Well, what does that mean? It means that anybody, regardless of being banked or not, can participate in this system without having to use physical money. Because we want to keep our system safe. And so we just have to get the word out there about helping people get their physical Omni cards, which they can reload in their neighborhood, and building the retail network, and move past the old ways. This isn't 1904 anymore. And I think that we as an agency can be a voice in how banking works, that all these little $2.75 charges for Omni can make a big difference in how people can navigate the financial system in a more user-friendly way. So thank you again, and let's keep the money moving. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Chair. This concludes the public speakers.
All right, and thank you, Mark. Thank you to our speakers. Appreciate your stick-to-itiveness and thoughtfulness. All right, can I have a motion then to approve the February 22nd minutes? Second?
So moved. Second.
Any discussion? Edits, deletions, corrections? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstentions. Okay, thank you very much. All right, Budget Watch. Mark.
Yes. Thank you, Chair Zuckerman. I think we might have skipped the work plan.
There's no changes.
Yeah,
so
there are
why,
no changes to the work plan.
That makes no sense. I'm
Just
not
wanted to
going to
make
ask
sure.
you for something I know there's no answer to.
Okay.
So let's keep going.
All right. Thank you. Budget Watch is included in the exhibit book. In this report, we're comparing operating results through February and subsidies received through March versus the 2022 adopted budget. With only 2 months of actuals, it's still very early to draw long-term conclusions about what we're going to see for the rest of the year, but there's still some important results that are worth mentioning today. I always start with fare box and toll revenue, since that's a real critical piece of the health of the MTA's finances. As reported in many of the committees today, you've been hearing that ridership remains well below pre-pandemic levels, and the MTA is still falling well short of its revenue budget targets. There may be at least a modest piece of good news in the sense that, one, ridership is gradually improving and getting larger, and the magnitude of the revenue shortfall we saw in February was significantly less than it was in January. So as an example, in January, we fell $96 million short on fare box revenue, and in February, that number had dropped to $56 million. Through the end of the month, through the end of February, fare box revenues were a net 153 million below budget, with shortfalls at each of the agencies. New York City Transit was down 21%. The three other large agencies, MTA Bus, Long Island Railroad, and Metro North, were each down about 31% on revenue. Toll revenue, which was favorable through the end of February by $6 million. Moving to expenses, through the end of February, expenses were $181 million below budget, favorable to budget. Like I mentioned last month, it's very early. At this time of year, there are lots of things we see which are related to just timing of expenses, particularly on the non-labor side, and we'll continue to look at those as the year goes on. As far as payroll expenses, they were $54 million below budget through the end of February, and that's largely due to the existence of vacancies at all the agencies. Overtime expenditures exceeded the budget through the end of the February by $30 million. Primarily, that's related to vacancy coverage and weather-related activity at New York City Transit. The other agencies were either at budget or under budget, very close to budget. Debt service expenses were $12 million favorable through February, reflecting the timing of deposits and lower than projected variable rates. Then moving to the last topic, which is subsidies, which is through March. Subsidy receipts were favorable by $166 million. The main driver of this was the real estate transaction taxes, which were $183 million favorable. Payroll and mobility tax was also favorable. MTA aid was down $16 million, and the for-hire vehicle surcharge was down by $14 million. And that's a high-level summary of what we're seeing so far in the year. Does anybody have any questions?
Let's go to Kevin first, and then we'll go to board members.
Sure. Thanks, Mark. Just a couple comments. One, we did complete the process, or just about completed the process for redoing the ridership and revenue forecast, not only for the balance of the year, but for the financial plan out year. So we expect to kick the work off this week on it and have results, towards the end of May to be able to incorporate in the financial plan. So that's in progress. Just to give you an idea again on the, how we budgeted the McKinsey midpoint and so forth, just to make it for people easy. We're right around, and again, depends on which system, but call it 60% ridership versus pre-pandemic. We're supposed to average, based on revenue, 75% this year. So right now we're staying pretty close to budget because we're supposed to be at like 67, and then it grows above 80. So, if ridership just stays at 60%, our gap on revenues can get wider and wider as the year goes on. But just to give you a kind of a flavor for that. Clearly getting people, all the issues we talked about in the system, whether it's COVID or safety, are important, but also the New York City employment, is about 7.5% below pre-pandemic. So it's 350,000 jobs that, of course, would spur more ridership. Just wanted to talk quickly on the federal aid side. It was announced after in the last few weeks that we got another $769 million in ARPA discretionary aid. Remember, there's the $6.5 billion, but then this is additional on top of that. Net with some adjustments, it's about $500 million more than we have in the budget. So good news on the federal aid, and we've started to draw down some of the ARPA proceeds. We've actually taken in $3.8 billion, and again, remember, we're spending that in the out years, but in the meantime, we can use it to reduce expenses like pay off our line of credit, which we draw on, pay off drawn, but we can pay it down, avoid the interest charges with that and other things. That's about on the gas tax holiday. We're still watching that. There's proposals going around in Albany. The approach we're taking based on what decision they make is that the state we'd be looking for the state to hold us harmless through the general fund, and also to flow it in a way that's protective of bondholders. So bondholders the accounts that are pledged to them, they don't see a reduction in the revenues. So that's ongoing.
All right, board members' questions. Bob.
So first, Kevin, Mark, I always find the Budget Watch tremendously useful in terms of sort of pointing us in the right direction of what to look at. I'm wondering whether you might want to add a graph of year-to-date on revenues and fare box versus the McKinsey projections month by month, just to show the point, which I think is a pretty important point, and just how we're doing month by month would be a good addition, I think.
Okay, we'll look at this. Our budget clearly is based off of those,
Yep.
but I think your point being, it changes as we go through the year, and
Yes,
something that
and-
shows the trajectory would be helpful.
And
to
shows
you.
us just how we're doing.
Kind
in
of what I
comparison
said,
to
yeah.
that, and whether we. So
Well,
that's one. The other thing is
okay.
I notice that you don't make the subtraction of the revenues versus the expenditures. And I must admit, I always look at it, and the first thing I do is make that subtraction. And just wondering, is it because we're not really comparing apples to apples in that, and that there are too many things going
Well-
on, and that doesn't make it so good, or is it a useful subtraction,
Well,
perhaps at least quarterly?
I'll let Mark comment a few things on the expenses, and we can try to dive deeper. Sometimes that's just based on timing versus other items, so it's always important to make sure any expense savings is real. The timing, we do show 3 months of subsidies versus 2 months of fare box revenue, and that wouldn't be a correct subtraction. There's other things going on in the budget. We were talking this morning, like other revenue, like from capital reimbursement. If we're not getting as much reimbursement, that has a negative impact. And of course, then there's pension, OPEB, insurance claims, and so forth. But we can, which I don't, again, correct me, can't get updated in real time as much. But we could try to. I do the subtraction also, so I think it's a good sound, and we can think of a way to present it. But again, there's other things. But Mark,
If I could just add one thing, I think one key is for this budget watch, we're looking to give you the most current information we have. So because we have subsidy information, as Kevin said, faster, we give that to you, even though in this report we have March for subsidies and February for the expense, for everything else. But what I would suggest, if you're looking to just look for the bottom line net number, the Finance Committee book would have through February the total expenses and operating expenses, operating revenue. So you can turn to that page if you're interested in that as a intermediate reference.
Or you might just highlight that number for us.
the combination of the graph and like a key takeaway to get a sense whether the positive variance is relative to the negative with the proper caveats. We'll work on that for next month. Yep.
Others? All right, Mark, I've got a quick question for you. So look, obviously real estate plays a really important part in solving our budget problem, not a sufficient one, but certainly a necessary one. It would be great if all our staff, economists and talent could be a little helpful here to understanding what the trend is related to real estate revenue. I mean, obviously rates are starting to go up. Historically, we have thought that when interest rates start rising on mortgages, that has a chilling effect on the real estate business, and yet things continue to seem unabated in pricing and volume. So it would be good, you guys put your heads together and give us a sense of what the leading indicators are for where real estate is going to go, because obviously, again, it's been in lieu of Bob's subtraction we asked for, or he's mentioning, there's $183 million positive on real estate transfer, and that's filling a hole. And if things go south quickly in real estate, that's going to add further to our pain. So I think that'd just be something we would be useful to have a leading indicator on. What should we be looking at as a board to know where if real estate's going to continue to help us, or we're going to actually even see that suffer? So go ahead, Victor.
Mark, did you say for-hire vehicle revenue is down?
Yes.
14 million?
Yes, through the first 2 months.
Oof.
Is that going to be a quote in tomorrow's paper? Oof.
Uh-oh. No, I mean, it's just because of Omicron and less people on the street is what I'm assuming, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's our operating. Jay, did you want to add something?
So I'll say in 2020 and 2021, it was below our projection as well because of the usage of for-hire vehicles, right? It's based on the a tax surcharge that they've added to it. So the less usage of for-hire vehicles, we're going to see that money coming in lower.
And how does this compare to pre-COVID?
Pre-COVID,
Because that's the numbers you're pulling it from, right?
Yep.
Okay.
So the pre-COVID, I think it was about 300 million for the first full year that we saw, and now it's it was I think 240, 260 in 2020 and 21.
And that came in. The for-hire vehicle stuff came in prior. It's just about right before the pandemic. So that was like found revenue in a way. I mean,
well, not found revenue,
but increased revenue.
Increased revenue. It's dedicated. The first 300 million is dedicated to the Subway Action Plan, and then there's a 50 million for the Outer Borough Transportation Fund, and so on.
Okay, thanks. Sorry about the oomph, but it's still down.
Ron?
Are for-hire vehicles back in the numbers that they were pre-pandemic? Wouldn't that also be at one time they're surcharging people enough because they're saying they don't have enough drivers, cars, and whatever out there? So is that part of the problem too?
Yeah, so that is part of the problem. We're not seeing for-hire vehicles used as frequently as they were pre-pandemic for a variety of reasons. Driver shortages, as well as just less people traveling.
Our tax should be based on price of the ride, not just a flat price per ride, and we'd be doing a lot better.
It would be nice to think that they're not taking for-hire vehicles because they're back in the subway and buses.
Correct.
Good point, Andrew.
Well, now we're back to the beginning, I guess. All right. So, Pat McCoy, floor is yours.
Thank you, Commissioner. So for Finance Watch this month, we just have a few transactions to report on. The first is that on March 1st, we issued $378 million of MTA dedicated tax fund bonds, Series 2022A, and this retired an outstanding bond anticipation note under our transportation revenue credit. This was put out for competitive bid. Bank of America won both tranches of the bids of the bonds that were offered. The all-in TIC was 2.867 for the first tranche and 3.504 for the second tranche. But the ARB yield on the entire issue, what we call the arbitrage yield, was 2.37%. So we're very pleased with the outcome of this transaction to defease, to pay off the outstanding note. And then we have a few upcoming transactions. Just quickly, PNC Bank has provided a letter of credit on some transportation revenue variable rate demand bonds in the amount of about $83 million. That has been renewed and re-executed for a new 2-year period. And then we're working on mailing an official statement under the MTA PMT, or Payroll Mobility Tax Credit, to issue a forward refunding of certain transportation revenue bonds that will be available for calling later in the year, November 15th. And we're sizing this at about $1 billion. We're still pinning down the structure with our advisors and our senior underwriter there. And that will that transaction is being done for savings, for debt service savings. So we'll report on that after we effect the pricing here in the next week. Lastly, we have, for new transactions, in early May, we'll be issuing an additional series of MTA PMT bonds. This will be about $1 billion issue, and this will pay off another transportation revenue note that is outstanding. It's due on May 15th, So we'll issue the bonds to pay off that note. And we've awarded that transaction to one of our senior managing underwriters, Siebert Williams Schenck and Company. They are our woman-owned and minority-owned firm, and they'll be running the books on that deal. And then the last thing to report on is that we executed a 2.8 million gallon ULSD fuel hedge, and that was on February 28th, and the winning bid was submitted by Cargill Incorporated, and that hedge covers the period of February 23 through January of 24. So happy to take any questions on any of these transactions.
Board members, questions? Dan?
The fuel hedge,
Sure.
I assume, what was the pricing, given the volatility?
Yeah, the pricing on that was $2.50 per gallon. So pretty favorable compared to where we are at the moment. And again, that's intended to just to minimize the risk of continuing
of course.
price increases.
My second question is, where does the debt service level hitting the expense budget? Where we were talking below 19%.
Sure.
Where is it now?
So we're currently working on the July plan, and we'll have new statistics for that plan. I believe at the moment we're about 16, just shy of 17%. 16% is where we are. So we're in that range.
Yes.
I don't know. Kevin wanted to say.
No, we're looking at it, and the percentages are different depending on the exact metric that's used. So that'll be better reflected. But we've been spending some time to make sure that our debt service growth stays in a very controlled manner, so that when we think about it long term, we don't want debt service to consume any greater and greater growing percentage of what we expect our overall resources. So, we've done a lot of work to try to make sure we can keep that and still meet all the funding obligations we have. A lot of these bond issues are funding, 2015 to 19 projects, so we still have to, borrow for that. But as we get into the new capital programs, there's a lot of other sources besides our bonds that we're going to be tapping as soon as we can to keep our debt service growth controllable.
Yeah.
Anyone else? I've got one. First of all, David, thank you for being that consistent voice on debt levels. No, I'm not saying that to be funny. I'm sincere. We need a public authority needs that. I do have one for you, Pat.
Sure.
We are in a rising rate environment across the yield curve, and that's something that no one in this board has been through in a long time. Certainly not in my 7 years have we had that environment. I would like a little help in the materials going forward of tracking where we are with our total in cost, or TIC,
Sure.
going forward for the different tranches of duration, just to compare it from the previous year and just where we're going. Because we have very much a point in time picture, which is useful, but because things are moving so fast with the Fed itself and with the public markets and how longer term debt is trading, I think we just have to be aware of that. And I think we should just talk about it maybe the next time about what's the actual impact quantitatively on debt as things keep rising. Because obviously we have a requirement to raise a lot of debt, issue a lot of debt for the capital plan, but we didn't necessarily plan that the Fed was we'd have this inflation, the Fed was going to raise rates so dramatically, so quickly. So I just think we should look at that a little
Sure.
more in the materials and probably talk about that, its impact, if you don't mind.
Yeah, we'd be happy to add that.
All right, thank you, Patrick.
Sure.
Okay, action items. Who do we have? Pat, you're first up. Go ahead.
This is the so we have a staff summary in your book, and this is the subject of this is board authorization to file for and accept federal grants, and this is a routine matter that we always come before the board with on an annual basis, and this provides the structure and the necessary authorizations for the MTA to file for and receive those federal grants. So I'd be happy to take any questions if there are any.
Someone better not oppose this measure.
Okay, so I think we need a vote.
Any questions? We need a vote, yes?
Yes, we do.
All right, can I get a motion?
So moved.
All right, second. Any discussion, questions, comments? All in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Opposed? Abstentions. All right, great. That's second. Pat, you have a second one? Or Kavesh got the
I think
second
that's
one.
me.
Sorry,
Yeah.
Kavesh, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We are seeking board authorization to file with the State of New York the annual MTA All-Agency Procurement Report for the period January 31st, 2021 to December 31st, 2021. And this is required under Section 2879 of the New York State Public Authorities Law. I request your approval for this agenda item.
Any questions, comments? Can I have a motion to that effect?
So moved.
Bob?
Second.
Hate second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Abstentions? Thank you. Motion passes. All right, great. Thank you very much. Okay, we're on to the Prompt Payment Annual Report. Mr. Gray Stewart. I don't know a Mr. Gray Stewart, so where is Mr. Or is that an Easter egg as well for me that there?
I'll do it.
Jai, you've got the floor.
There's a report for prompt payment. It's an annual report that we put into the Finance Committee book. It's for informational purposes. If there's any questions, I'm happy to take them.
Hearing none, I think you've done your duty. Thank you. All right, back to you, Kavesh. Procurements, please.
Thank you. MTA headquarters has one competitive procurement action in the estimated amount of $11.5 million for a contract to Central Square to furnish, install, implement, and maintain the MTA Police Department's Tiburon system. The MTA PD's current Tiburon safety system is well past its end of life and does not provide the software to meet today's business and technological needs. The new software system will support police functions and will include computer-aided dispatch, GIS mapping, automobile vehicle location, records retrieval, field reporting, and will also leverage web-based records management. The RFP was publicly advertised and released to 17 firms. Proposals were received from 4 vendors. The proposals were evaluated against selection criteria set forth in the RFP. Central Square's proposal was the lowest priced proposal and received the highest overall technical ranking. Negotiations with Central Square resulted in a best and final offer of approximately $11.5 million, yielding an overall reduction of $2.4 million, or 17% from the initial cost proposal. Central Square's proposal therefore provides the best value to the MTA. I request your approval for this agenda item.
Kavesh, could you just inform the committee, is this a capital program item or an expense item? And can you talk a little bit about just, it was the, how the police or security were involved in, reviewing the functionality of it? Just, there's just some question to make sure.
So,
thank you.
This is operationally funded, but what it does is it supports the police functions. And what we found is this is closely monitored by MTA PD. They have a project manager. We've been working with them. But it is actually a good news story, because what we are doing is enhancing the MTA police's capabilities. Now, one of them is, and forgive me, I'm reading off this, but they are more technical than I am, but there's a computer-aided dispatch system. Now, what it does is it utilizes the calls that come through from the MTA PDA dispatchers and call takers, and it prioritizes these police-related calls. What it also does, it identifies the status, the location of police officers in the field, and effectively dispatches personnel. Now, we have it. What we're doing is we are getting the software, new software in place that actually is going to assist and enhance the functions. It's records management critical in any environment, especially MTA PD, storage, retrieval, retention, and viewing of this information. Also, which is a really good capability, we have this mobile capability where the mobile data software is going to be installed in police vehicles, and it's going to allow the police personnel to retrieve the information from the computer-aided dispatch real time. And so they can respond to events. And it also, the officers are going to use this software to write the reports, query police-related data, process arrests, summonses, etc. Also, analytics. Analytics are critical to any organization, more especially the police department. So we're going to use, we have mountains of data, so we need to use the data and be able to analyze and intelligently process it. So, and it'll guide better decisions in terms of trends by type of location, time, and deploy resources at the right time and at the right place.
So, like you said, the police department's expertise was part of the review in terms of the value, procurement, and so they feel like they're getting what they need for
Most
state of
definitely
the
so.
art. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, kind of a motion to approve the, thank you. Second, any discussion? Just a quick point, Kavesh, through you to the police commissioner, or the head of our MTA police. We don't have a committee for police, right? But most of the procurements that come in front of us go through a operating committee first. There's a rare one where it's come to us without a discussion. So usually if it's a railroad procurement, the railroad committee will hear it. If it's a transit issue, the transit, this is one where a finance guy is presenting it to us as opposed to the police sitting here saying, yes, we need this. So going forward, I don't have a problem myself voting on this, but I would expect going forward, since we don't have a venue, we don't have a police committee, I'd like to actually see the person who wants the money to come before the finance committee and say, yes, we want the money. Because otherwise we don't have an operating environment to discuss it. At least that's how I feel.
Totally correct, Chair. In fact, I did ask for someone to be around, so I don't know if Anthony's here. So.
Oh, well, there he is. God bless. Anthony, why don't you, instead of letting us talk about your procurement, why don't you tell us about your procurement?
I wouldn't categorize it as my procurement. I'm on the security side, Deputy Chief of Security Operations. But I could tell you that I would assume that something like this may be discussed at safety. But I don't know if it was or not, if it was discussed at Safety Committee.
Yeah, the safety meets periodically and not this month, so.
Maybe in the future we could consider discussing it at Safety, because we don't have a police, and we don't have a security committee, we just have safety.
Right.
We used to have a security separately. Long story, making it as short as I can.
Very short.
This is something that was looked at for many years, and I think the important aspect is not only was MTA PD vetting it as the potential end user, but IT was partnered through the whole, MTA IT was partnered with them through the whole process to make sure that we got the best available technology and, of course, for the most value for our dollars.
Bob, go ahead, please.
It seems to me that probably anything that comes through MTA headquarters would come directly here. And maybe that is a terrific idea. Not maybe, it is a terrific idea that you have, that those types of procurements should come to us as if we're the committee at that point to deal with it.
That is correct, Commissioner.
But Kavesh, so the burden's not on you to read whatever the operating entity is. We should just, and thank you, Anthony, for coming, but let's, as a matter of course, then let's turn it over to the operating exec to just tell us about their procurement. That would be, I think, helpful at this point. Thank you, Bob. All right, so can I have a did we vote? We haven't voted that. I don't think we voted. All in favor say aye. Aye, opposed, abstentions. Thank you very much. All right, no more procurements, I understand, right?
Yes, no more procurements.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, looks like the consolidated financial and operating reports are on pages 49 to 102. Our very talented staff is here to answer any questions. Board member questions on that voluminous information? Going once? Going twice? All right, moving on. Mr. Flory, you have the floor on real estate. Just turn on your mic, thanks.
Real estate has 3 action items for consideration and approval. The first is for MTA Metro-North Railroad. It's a lease buyout agreement with Midland Rye LLC for property they once leased in Rye, New York. The second is an item for New York City Transit. It's a lease extension and modification agreement with Raisin Realty for office space in Glendale, New York. This is a bridge agreement. We're doing a 9-month lease agreement below market rate. and then we'll use that time to negotiate a long-term 10-year deal down the road. And the last is our annual submission to the board of our all-agency real property disposition guidelines and all-agency personal property disposition guidelines required by Public Authorities Law 2895 and 2897.
All right, I'll ask for a motion for all three as a blanket.
On Rye, are we purchasing it or
No,
selling
no,
it?
the person had the company had a lease with us since 1982. The successor asked for a buyout of obligations. They'll be paying us $850,000 to get out of their lease.
Land is ours.
Correct.
Got it. Okay.
Can I have a motion for the group of three? Moved, second. Second, any discussion, questions? All right, hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye, opposed, abstentions?
Aye.
Thank you very much. Motion passes. Okay, David, your information items, please.
We have two. One is a listing of all agreements entered into directly by real estate pursuant to board policy. And the last is a temporary permit with County Westchester, another bridge agreement to allow for construction work on the platforms, while we negotiate a new long-term license with the County Westchester for parking in North White Plains.
Okay, any questions on those information items? Hearing none, any new business for the committee? Hearing none, a motion to adjourn? Second, all in favor, aye. Thank you very much. See you next month.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'd like to call to order the meeting of the Corporate Governance Committee. Mr. Kurtz, are there any public speakers?
There are no public speakers.
Thank you. The November 15th, 2021 Corporate Governance Committee minutes were approved at the April board meeting. Any questions regarding the minutes? No? Okay. Luan, can you take us through the agenda?
Thank you. First on the agenda is the procurement guidelines. The procurement guidelines are required to be reviewed and approved by the MTA board on an annualized basis. Public Authorities Law Section 2879 requires the board to annually approve the MTA procurement guidelines. We have included the procurement guidelines for your review and approval. There are only non-substantive changes.
Okay. Any questions about the procurement guidelines? No? If not, may I have a motion?
So moved.
Second? All in favor? Any opposed? Guidelines are approved. Mission statement, Lamont.
The next item is the review and approval of the 2021 Mission Statement and Performance Management Report pursuant to Public Authorities Law Section 1269F and 2824A.
Thanks. Any questions? May I have a motion? Second. All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion is, the report is approved.
Finally, on the agenda are policies requiring board approval. Public Authorities Law, Section 2824, requires the board adopt certain policies. We have provided an exhibit book containing 3 revised policies for your review and approval. Representatives of Long Island Rail Metro North are here to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay. Questions? Motion? Second? All in favor? Any opposed? Charter revisions are approved. May I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved. I make a motion.
All right, we are adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good. Thank you.
I would like to call the meeting of the Diversity Committee to order. Hi, I'm Rhonda Herman, Chair of the Diversity Committee. I would like to welcome Commissioner Lynn. And Michael, are there any public speakers today?
I understand that there's one.
Good afternoon. Unfortunately, we don't have any public speakers.
None? No. Okay, great. Okay, so no.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll now approve the minutes from the December 13th, 2021 Diversity Committee meeting. May I have a motion to approve? Well, you can't, I don't know. We'll go do it anyway. Bob motions, I second, so that they're approved. I guess if it's not, somebody will tell us, but are there any updates on the 2020 work plan?
There are no updates.
Okay. Can you take us through the executive summary, Michael?
Yes, I can. So let me just state that the MTA's MWDB program is strong. We will give you our metrics, and we will give you some examples of successes. The first speaker that we have, who is going to talk about the DBE outreach initiatives, is going to be George Lanos. And George Lanos, this is his last meeting. He is resigning, and he's going to other opportunities within the city of New York. And I just want to thank you for your service, being part of this team and creating the most effective MWDB program in the nation. So thank you for your hard work, dedication, and focus.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you very much. Good morning, Madam Chair. It's good afternoon, I should say, and good afternoon, Mike. On behalf of the Business Diversity Initiatives Unit, during the period of January 2021 through December 2021, DDCR outreach efforts attracted over 1,469 firms, and as a result of those efforts, 86 certified firms received a total of $290,218,133 in awards, and 162 certified firms received $249,710,534 in payments. So it's been very busy.
And the current chart that you see, once again, the MTA is ranked number 1 out of 97 state agencies and authorities. And this number is 916 million at 31%. So we exceeded the governor's 30% goal as of last year. The state of New York achieved 30.45%. So if we would have not exceeded the governor's 30% goal, the state would not have achieved their MWB goal for the first time in history. And so, as a matter of fact, that 916 million is 30% of all dollars that were paid by the 97 state agencies and authorities. So we are 1/3 of all dollars paid by the state of New York to New York State certified MWB firms. Next, we're going to hear from Lorraine, who's going to give us a update, a review of our DBE certification results.
Yes. Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Mike. From January 1, 2021 to December 31, 2021, there were 87 new applications received and 57 firms were certified. Thank you.
I jumped the gun because I wanted to just point out some of the successes that we have had. So during the fiscal year, C&D, under the leadership of Steve Pachaki, we actually design smaller packages, and we actively go out and we recruit minority women-owned businesses to bid to us as primes. It's one thing to work as a subcontractor or subconsultant, but it is a different thing to work as a prime contractor, and you really grow and develop our pool of M&WB firms on prime opportunities and not sub-opportunities. And so there's a great story here because there's been a number of contract awards, $4 million, $10 million, $13 million, one even $58 million, for $131 million of awards that's been awarded to New York State certified M&WBEs on the capital side. And thanks C&D for their outstanding leadership of changing the way that they do business in order to debundle and design smaller packages, which gives us the opportunity to go out and to recruit minority women-owned firms. Next slide, please. And so this is also a great success. It is an example of our discretionary success. And so the MTA, out of all the city and state agencies, has the largest discretionary threshold at $1 million per assignment. Every other city and state agency has a $500 threshold. And so this is an example of outstanding work that's been done here in the area of information technology. There's been 914 assignments totaling $163.7 million, and these are prime contract awards to our pool of New York State certified information technology firms. And so as opposed to these firms only working as subconsultants to IBM and the rest of those large companies, they're now working for us, North America's largest transportation network, as prime IT consultants. And so we currently have a bill in Albany right now, which is going to allow us to increase our discretionary threshold from $1 million to $1.5 million, which will give us the ability to award larger prime contracts to our pool of MWDB firms. Next slide, please. And so we just got finished with our DB certification presentation, and now we're going to turn it over to Dr. Rosalind Green, and I will do that afterwards. Dr. Rosalind Green, who's going to give us our EEO report.
Good afternoon. As of end of year 2021, 12/31/2021, our MTA's overall workforce was comprised of 69,702 employees. These do not include the unpaid interns in our workforce. Of the 69,000 employees, 18% are female, and that's about 12,610 employees. 71% are minorities, 3% are veterans, and 1% are individuals who have identified as individuals with disabilities. When compared to our end of year 2020, the overall workforce headcount has continued a slight downward trend, a decrease of 1.5%. Despite an increase of 1% for minority representation, the representation of individuals who self-identify as individuals with disabilities has remained the same. That's one of those things that people are kind of hesitant to self-identify, but one of those things that we are diligently working on. And of course, female representation, as we have mentioned previously, has remained at 18%, and that's been the percentage of female representation for the last 3 to 5 years. Next slide. You can go to the next slide. Now for this presentation, in celebration of Women's History Month, we've decided to focus on female representation throughout the MTA workforce. Now the slide that you're looking at shows all positions that are within the EO categories within the agency. We have 8 EO categories. In the board book, we normally give you the definition, but we thought that it might be helpful to talk about or show some of the job titles that are in those particular EO categories. Now, as you can see, each category contains numerous job titles with varying responsibilities. Next slide. Consistent with prior years, at the end of 2021, we had 18% female representation in our overall workforce, regardless of the EO category. But that number can be somewhat misrepresenting where women are in certain EO categories or certain placements or management within the organization. So we wanted to take a detailed look at where are the females and what can we do in order to increase those areas of female representation. What we would ask you to look at here is there are 4 areas that are red, right? That means that we had a goal, and these goals represent the FY 18 through 2022 goals. So we'll be updating our goals in the next year. and recalculating what our overall agency goal is, and we will be recalculating agency-specific goals. So these goals that you're looking at now is we've taken each of the goals within the respective agencies, rolled them up, and came up with an overall agency goal. So if we look at that overall agency goal, we see that there are 4 areas that we have an underutilization in. But what we want to bring into focus here is that if you look at the last 2 categories, skill, craft, and service maintenance, that is where most of our employees are. That is also where most of the females in the organization reside. You see 26,000 for skill craft and 26,000 for service maintenance. Now, in skill craft is our biggest area of opportunity. We have a 9% gap in those individuals that we said in our last goal calculation was available to what we have utilized inside of the agency. And as you see there, 9% of 26,000 is quite a number of females that we can bring into the agency. So we do have a heightened focus in changing these numbers. But as we do so, we need to focus on where we can change the numbers. There's oftentimes, and people believe that because females are 51% of the overall population, females should be 51% of the workforce. But when we look at the jobs and the opportunities at the MTA, we look for those people who have the skill set to come in and participate in our opportunities, and that is not 51%, but we will be able to show where we can make strides and where we can manage expectations. And that's one of the things that we want to start highlighting a little bit more here. The next slide. Now, some good news. As we mentioned, females represent 18% of the overall workforce, but when we look at our executive management, we see that females has a much higher percentage. And then we look at our senior management. It's even a much higher percentage than the 18%. Now we look at our entry level and lower level management, we see that it mirrors the representation of females within the organization. And that is good news for our MTA. That means that when we do have females that are here and participating in our opportunities, we do provide opportunities for upward mobility. So next slide. Now in 2019, I know you remember this, Madam Chair, we had the groundbreaking women of the MTA. So we thought, okay, we've gone through a rough 3 years. And we see in the region and as we look at the newspapers that females are leaving the organizations. So we wanted to see where are our groundbreaking women? Are they still here in the organization? And we were so proud to say they are. And they are continuing to ascend. If you look at the slide in front of you, you see how many years of experience. It's spanning from 9 years to 35 years of experience with the groundbreaking women that we introduced to you in 2019. And we'd like to show a clip where we went back and we asked those women, how are you doing? Give us some insight. And we thought this would be a great way to celebrate Women's History Month, is to reach back and find out what's going on with our groundbreaking women. Next slide.
The MTA embraces diversity. If you have the right skill sets, you can advance. I myself was the first female general superintendent in the division of track.
When we first talked, I was the chief of infrastructure. I became the chief of track, all in maintenance of way, and more recently I am now the acting chief for the Rail Control Center here in Midtown Manhattan. I think that what is most critical as we recognize how the pandemic might have played with our mental health. We as women, we're nurturers, and we tend to take care of everybody else. That's both home and even at work. But I think we need to make sure we're looking at our stability and having a self-awareness to recognize if we may need to do some extra de-stressing. Even though we're coming out of a very difficult time, the company itself is adjusting. And so we're all going to have to adjust together. We recognize some of the struggles, and we need to help those who may be in those scenarios right now. We need to reach back and say, hey, I was there and I did this and it helped.
I started out at Metro-North Railroad overseeing one bridge crew. Today, I manage the engineering group for track and structures.
Well, I've been at Metro-North for 20 years. I've been involved mostly with the large structures, and since I've taken the deputy chief engineer position, I'm more involved with the stations and facilities. Metro-North is a great place to work. I like being on the public side of things. I like being a public servant. But obviously, if you got young kids, a family, you have to make your choices on what fits that situation. In the last 2 years, my own routine has been more home-based, but the family was definitely collectively more concerned about our mother, grandmother, as the case may be. The work model from the 50s and 60s really did not include a large female workforce. So it was for the men that came to work Monday to Friday. You know, they could work 8-10-hour days, and it didn't matter because the home life was someplace else. I'm sure that it's not a matter of, you know, you can only work Monday to Friday from the hours of 9 to 5. You know, that model is done. It really is over.
In the 31 years at the MTA, I have to say I've had a lot of great bosses and mentors who agree that women in leadership is essential.
I'm General Manager in charge of Asset Management, Budgets, and Administration for the Maintenance of Equipment Department at the Long Island Railroad. My staff is largely administrative, so we had the ability to telecommute from home, and to be honest with you, for myself and my staff, I think it was a blessing. We were able to have face-to-face meetings and be productive at home. My staff was the staff that worked on contact tracing, which we didn't know what that was before the pandemic. My staff actually came up with a process that was adopted in a lot of other areas to help with the contact tracing and to help communicate. We used spreadsheets that, if you look at it now, from day 1 to 3 years later, it could probably be a book or a memoir in itself. Any opportunity that I get to tell people that MOV is really a great department to work in.
When I started at Long Island, I was the assistant project manager for the engineering department. I progressed to becoming the director of the East Side Access project.
We are coming to a close of our East Side Access project. We're expected to open the end of this year. We're very excited. It's been an amazing project to work on. The pandemic was hard for everyone. The uncertainty of our future was very unsettling. But as a leader, I had to guide our team, stay positive, motivated, and patient. But I think we became stronger. We got closer together because we got to see everyone's kind of home life and, you know, having, you know, patience and respect for each other and, you know, and understanding how to keep the microphone off when needed. But it was definitely a trying time, but the project wasn't going to stop. We now have a new president, Kathy Rinaldi, and it's very important to see women like her in that position. It gives us motivation and it gives us guidance as to, you know, how she was able to move through the ranks and work hard and get to the position that she's in. I showed my daughter a picture of her and I explained to her, you know, this is now our new boss. A traditional position since I've been here, it has always been a male-dominated position. Now, you know, look how amazing this is.
Throughout my career, I've had the opportunity to collaborate with and learn from many dedicated and knowledgeable colleagues across departments and at all the agencies. I feel very fortunate to have so many great colleagues to work with and many women role models like Ronnie Hakem, who've blazed a path for women in transportation.
Since we last met on this video, I've been working with all the agencies. I've taken on new responsibilities of within the consolidated construction and development for the capital planning for the MTA. And this involves looking at our assets and our infrastructure and determining, you know, what do we need to invest in and why. This also extends to long range and regional planning as we look at our expansion projects as well. The station platform screen program has advanced, you know, considerably during the pandemic, and the TOD group has done amazing work with the zoning for accessibility. The One Vanderbilt project opened and all of the transportation improvements that came along with that became available to the public to move around in Grand Central. Those are just two really stellar examples of things that continued to happen during the pandemic. To be at MTA and to be part of the contribution of shaping the New York region and the city and helping people get to where they want to go is incredibly fulfilling and rewarding. And the MTA offers tremendous opportunities for people to learn more and to increase their own skills and abilities. So I would encourage people to look for those opportunities at MTA.
Thank you. Now, I know that took a little time, but it was only 5 of the women that we reached back out to. So if we had done all of them, it would have been even longer. But what is exciting about that is how excited the women are, the MTA women are about being here and their advancement and their contributions, not just to MTA, but to New York. And we just really, that was just heart-filling for us. So next slide. So as we go forward, we still have work to do. And so we still have some challenges, and we're working across the MTA to attend to those challenges. As we mentioned before, many of the positions here at the MTA are civil service exam positions. And with that being the case, there's a different outreach and recruitment, would that be fair to say, for civil service positions. And so that's one of the challenges. We've got to think outside the box as to how can we better impact and improve the numbers there within the civil service. We partnered with people for all of these challenges because these are people challenges as well. So a lot of this, anything about people, we have to partner with people. And that's the HR department to help us to come up with strategies and implement those strategies. One of the other challenges that we have noted here is the market competitiveness. So, you know, as things change, we have to make sure that we look at our policies and our procedures and our practices and our opportunities to make sure that we are able to attract the talent that we're wanting to attract to help us to move forward on our strategic initiatives. The next challenge that we noted is there's a perceived stereotype about who can hold certain type positions. And if we think back to this previous slide, many of the positions, most of the positions, 52,000 of our positions is in service maintenance and skills craft. And those are positions that are typically perceived as male-dominated positions. So we will have to do some definite outreach, and we have some things that's going on. Is there something you can add on that one? For the skilled craft positions, we're trying to reach back out and kind of plant the seed of transportation into the minds of individuals, little girls, teenagers, and those that are just entering college at an earlier age, at an earlier point in their career, so that they can start thinking about transportation as a career choice, and maybe see something that they didn't see before in those positions. Another thing is employee retention is a big thing for us. We want to make sure that we retain the talent. We were very happy to see that we have retained those groundbreaking women. That was just so exciting to see that they were still here, other than the 3 that had retired, and that was with 30 some odd years of service. It's, they've done it, so they retired, but the other ones were still here and ascending. So I can open it right now for any questions that you may have.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Well, hi, how are you? Thank you for that report.
Hi.
I thought it was quite eye-opening and also quite gratifying to see the kind of progress that's being made. So I applaud your efforts to have a young, to get a pipeline of women and others and men to basically take the exam. I don't know that, so I applaud that. My question is, I wanted to look at the chart you had where I wanted to go to the professional and administrative ranks. Can you bring up that chart again, that slide?
Sure, she's pulling it back. I believe it's slide 11.
Yeah. One more. I think it's the one after this. Yeah, this one. When we look at, you have these goals. What are some of the strategies? I see the technicians. What are the strategies and the goals for professional and administrative? Particularly when it comes to underrepresented groups. I would appreciate that information. And do you have, are Asian American also classified, or I don't see a bar chart for that.
Yes, Asian American is also one of the protected categories. So as you look at the different EO categories, there are several titles within that category. In the administrative category, it shows an underutilization, and sometimes it gives the perception that why would we be underutilizing administrative, because that seems like a female-dominated area. But many of the positions that are within that category for the MTA are positions that are not female-dominated. It's not the positions that would be traditionally under administrative. If you go back one slide, I don't know if we have them all there. We have a sampling there, but if you look under the administrative titles there, I think you have like, I can't see that. Can you show it?
Yeah, I see those 2 titles. That was exactly what begged the question. So that I was just trying to figure out what are the strategies to the same kind of effective strategies you have for the skilled craft and service maintenance. I'm curious to see what are the strategies for official, administrative, and professional.
Right. So some of the administrative support would be may not be.
I'm not
civil-
talking about administrator, I'm talking about the vice presidents, the general counsels.
Oh, I'm
right?
sorry. You're talking about officials and administrators.
Yes. I'm not talking about the traditional categories where you see women in. I was looking at more as the official and administrators, not administrative support.
Yes.
And the professional category.
Yes, so when we're looking for the executive staffs, because in officials and administratives, that's where we have a lot of our top, mid-level, and lower-level management in that particular category. So if you're speaking of executive staff, we go and pay specific attention to how we recruit. So typically, we make sure that we have a diversified panel, and that we have diverse candidates that are available to interview in those panels. Many times, the Chief Diversity Officer is asked to look at and review and participate in that entire recruitment process. Mike, do you want to speak to any of the executive positions that have recently come about and how we recruited for those?
Yeah, so there are some very senior level positions in which we were asked to supply resumes to. We also recommended that those job postings be posted with our external diverse groups and organizations like the Urban League and NACP and the rest. And so when we're currently looking for the vacancy of the MTA police chief. I had a conversation with the outside consultant that was hired to search for one, and I gave them some thoughts and ideas, and we're going to circle back around in a very, very short period of time. And as we move forward, we are going to be better aligned into assisting and identifying candidates for some of these high-level vacancies that we have at the MTA.
So to add on to that is we also have a search firm, and it's a minority search firm that helps us with those recruitments to ensure that we have minority and protected category participation in all of those recruitments for executive and senior management.
Yeah, I was thinking, one of the things, there's been sort of questions about it, but I kind of think of the Rooney Rule, right? So that in your top three, you can make it even your top five. There has to be communities of color and women represented in those candidates. Has the MTA, Michael and company, have you thought of those kind of strategies, particularly in these higher level positions?
Yes, we have, and that's like one of the reasons why we indicated that we were going to include and reach out to a diverse section of this city, which included all groups, including Asian Americans, Hispanics, Blacks, and basically making sure, as Dr. Green had indicated, that the panels are going to be diverse also as well, and making sure that we are proactive as opposed to being reactive.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And Dr. Green, I think that your data is always so well organized and quite informative. So I really want to thank you for that.
Chair, I just want to, this is John McCarthy, I just want to add a couple of notes, just some of the top positions that have recently been filled in the organization, working with you and others. At the Chief Administrative Officer is Lizette Camillo. She came in from city government. Laura Wiles is our Chief of Staff. Shanifa Riera, who is the Senior Advisor to the Chair, and Paige Graves as our General Counsel, and those are just four recent additions to the team, which we're quite proud of. Thanks.
Yeah, no, so are we. So I think those were notable. And I commented on two of those when they were made. So yeah, I agree with you. But we still need to make sure that it happens at the various levels.
Thank you, Lorraine. Bob?
You're welcome.
So I suppose more of a couple of comments than questions. But first, Dr. Green, thank you for the enthusiasm you presented, as well as presenting the enthusiasm of the women that you selected. It was really extraordinarily wonderful to listen to them. My thought is, and I know we've talked in prior years of you're using the intern programs from the schools as a basis of interesting people, getting people interested in applying, and it seems to me now more than ever we should be putting our foot to the throttle in moving intern programs along and getting people in here, because I think one of the things that is really compelling in transportation is the people who talk about having worked in the field for 10, 15, 20, 30 years, and to get people in at the ground level is so important, and especially to develop managers, to have the experience of the work from line operation on is so important. So I certainly think those types of programs are particularly important and useful. The other thing I wanted to comment on, I want to also on the issue of civil service, Lizette Camillo not only is a senior person, but comes from Department of General Services in the city, which administered the civil service process. So she is particularly useful, I think, in terms of drawing on of how to use the approach with civil service in the most effective way as possible. But the other point I want to make was, for those who have known me over the years, I am an incredibly interested in data and the use of data, and the use of data to help drive decision making and strategy. And I think that one of the things that you guys really epitomize is the use of data effectively, and using data to drive what you're doing. And I think there should be more of that at the MTA, and I think that there are lessons to learn from the way you do this. And I've often exclaimed at some of the board meetings that we get all of this data, but we don't get what people are doing from how they're using the data and how it's driving decision making. So I really think that you have a model here in what you're doing that's really important. And that I advocate in some of the board discussions when you present to the board, let everybody know of how you specifically drill down at data. You go, you dig deep, you get into the nitty gritty. I always like to say I can't stand people who say they operate at 30,000 feet and make decisions. I believe that I operate at 6 feet, and 36 inches, and that's the way to figure out how problems, what are the drivers of the problems and what are the issues. And I think you guys do exactly that, and you ought to teach everybody. And I really appreciate the work you do.
And thank you. And you will not get a bigger champion and supporter of paid college internship programs than me. And so we've had a recent conversation about that, so stay tuned.
I don't want to steal any thunder if we're staying tuned, just to let you know that we are on the job and we have targets for the summer. We've begun the work for internships, working with SUNY and CUNY and NYU. So very, very much on the job. Thank you. Paid internships.
Paid internship.
I know that's what you want to hear.
Yes, paid.
I like that. That's great.
So it was my understanding once again, and I apologize, but we did have a speaker, and so if we can pivot right now.
Yes, good afternoon again. We do have Charlton De Sosa ready to speak.
Afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. I just wanted to say I was so impressed by the presentation you guys just did. And anyway, at Passengers United, that my organization can work with you guys, because I live in Southeast Queens, and a lot of these contracts, we need to get them out to minority-owned businesses, but we also need to train our next young leaders. And that's where we come in at Passengers United. We can help you achieve that goal. Now, the reason why I wanted to speak at today's meeting is because some of my members have experienced discrimination and by a certain MT employee who I'm not going to name at this meeting, but I would like to speak to Mr. Gardner directly or his staff to figure out how we can, change this. So there's a lot of misconceptions, and me being an organizer, I've been an organizer for 15 years working with the MTA, and I will tell you, I've experienced a lot of discrimination along the way. So that says something, and I feel like there needs to be a program at the MTA to train some of the external outside groups that work with the MTA that are MTA employees. I think there needs to be like a leadership retreat, diversity training, and sensitivity training. Because some of my members at meetings, we've been sidelined. We've been told, certain things. And I feel like there needs to be sensitivity on that. So my members have written a letter. Some of my members stopped attending the meetings because they felt intimidated, and they basically were embarrassed and humiliated, as well as I. It was very degrading for me. So I hope Mr. Gardner and the team, we can work together, and we can, I can send you correspondence and a letter, and we can work that out. But I just wanted to say how proud I am of the diversity team making a difference. Thank you.
And great, thank you. And if you send me an email, we will definitely respond to your email in a very, very timely manner. Thank you.
Have your email, so you can get my email through the staff, or I can get it to you somehow.
Yeah, my email address is mgarner, MGARNER, at mtahq.org. Great, thank you. And I just wanted to announce also that we had the unfortunate circumstance of losing one of our employees, Kyle Goodrich, and I just wanted to give a 30-second moment of silence for our team member. Great, thank you. George Cleary, you are up with respect to our award-winning MTA Small Business Development Program.
Thank you, Michael. Good afternoon, Chairperson Herman and the board members. My full report is in the book on page 56. The beginning of this year, last year, 2021, we awarded 64 contracts totaling $69 million. And since the inception of our award-winning program, we have awarded 520 contracts totaling $556 million. This has resulted in an estimated 13 million jobs that have been created. We have pre-qualified 18 service-disabled veterans, and we have awarded 4 contracts to those veteran firms totaling $2.5 million. Our loan program, one of the pillars of our program, since the inception, we have issued 35 loans have been approved, totaling $118 million. Our surety bond assistance program assists our Tier 2 and federal program, which yield $440 million in surety bonds to our contractors. And our award-winning training program, over 995 firms have participated in the construction training program since the inception. Next slide. We're trending upwards, and we're exceeding our goals throughout. Michael, I know we have a
Right. And so that's 135 loans,
that's
not
correct.
35, for 18.7 million.
I'm sorry.
And if this program created 13 million jobs, I'm going to replicate this program across the nation. It's 13,000 jobs.
13,000.
Right? Yeah, 13,000.
Excuse me
jobs.
today. My bad, Mike.
That's okay.
I'm sorry.
So we wanted to we are going out with a new advertising campaign to recruit a more diverse pool of contractor, and we are highlighting Zion Contracting. Zion is a contractor who came to us about 9 years ago with annual sales of about $245,000. This company now is averaging about $10 million a year in revenues, and they are winning $15 million contracts and $20 million contracts. And there's a clip of our new advertising campaign for Zion.
I was raised like many kids in Dominican Republic, wanting to be a baseball player. But my family was very strict on studying. They always encouraged me to follow my dreams. And one of my dreams was to come here to the United States and be successful here. After a few years in the private sector, I joined the Small Business Mentoring Program. And that's how the growing of my company really started. It just exploded. The Small Business Mentoring Program changed the trajectory of a painting company and developed that painting company into a general contractor. Now I can bid the projects that I want. I can bid the projects that have the size that I want. It changed the entire structure of the business. This is a limbo station. This project came out of the need of the community to have a renovated station, and I just happen to be part of that community. My office is 1 block away, and I am very proud of being part of the team that developed and delivered this project to the community. The limbo station consists on installation of new canopies. It was painted completely. The platform was renovated, just beautiful, the lighting system that was installed here. And we also installed a new waiting room with new benches, new AC system, even charging stations for cell phones. So we have worked in over 20 projects for the MTA, from $200,000 to $20 million. We worked on the rehabilitation of Broadway Junction. That was about $5 million project. We worked in a Sandy project, rehabilitating a bus depot, the Far Rockaway bus depot to be exact. That was more than $7 million project. As a small business owned by minorities or women, we face many challenges. The Small Business Mentoring Program had a solution to all of them. Lacking of funding, the mentoring program partnered up with a bank that were funding us. The projects are too big for us to undertake. The mentoring program broke down those projects into smaller projects so we can bid on them. That's what the MTA Small Business Mentoring Program have done for me, and it can do for you too. It is a program that has been tailor-made for us. It's just a decision. It's up to you to come and join the Small Business Development Program.
So this is one of a series of advertising campaigns that we are going out with in order to ensure that there's going to be a more diverse pool of contractors in this program. And as we invest in our region's infrastructure, we are also investing in a diverse pool of businesses. And so we're now creating jobs in those areas. We are creating a path of home ownership and better educational and healthcare options and opportunities. And so you give special kudos to George and his staff and the whole entire SBMP team as we move forward. And this program, once again, has been so successful that former Governor Andrew Cuomo extended this program as a New York State law for the next 10 years. This program is going to expire in 2029. Ray Burke, you are up with respect to our contract compliance on MWDBE and SDVOB.
All right. Thank you, Mike. I'll be reporting on the MWDBE and SDVOB contract compliance data. For MWBE participation and SDVOB participation, I'll be reporting on 3 quarters of the year's statistics. Our goal for MWBE participation is 30%. Through the first 3 quarters, we are currently at 28% in contract payments. And SDVOB, our goal is 6%. For the first 3 quarters, we are currently at 5%. For DBE goal, our DBE goal is 20%, and for the full fiscal year of DBE participation for 2021, we are at 25%. So we are exceeding the 20% goal. Next screen. Internally within the contract compliance unit, we are currently monitoring over 1,000 contracts for MWBE and DBE and SDVOB goal compliance. In 2021, we conducted 22 site visits, averaging about 60 per month. In 2021, we closed 139 contracts, averaging 12 per month.
And why are site visits important?
Oh, site visits are important so we weed out fraud and maintain the integrity of the program to make sure that subcontractors are actually doing what they're supposed to do.
And closeouts are important because?
Closeouts are important because when we close out our contracts, we can report accurate information, especially to our federal funding partners.
Right, the FDA.
Correct. The overall status, MWBE goals are not being met.
That's the next slide, please.
Oh, I'm sorry, next slide. Yes. Trends, the trends are upward for DBE participation and SDVOB participation, and downward for MWBE participation. The strategies for improvement, DDCR will work with business initiative to build relationships with women-owned, veteran-owned, and minority-owned associations and groups. We're also working with all the agencies to design smaller contracts to create more MWBE participation, SDVOB participation, most of it focusing on prime opportunities wherever possible. And I believe since we last met, we've hired a few staff to help us monitor our contracts accurately. Next slide. Capital projects. Federal goal is 20%. For DBE awards, we're at 23%, exceeding the goal. State-funded contracts, MBE participation, we're at 14%, which is below the 15% goal. WB participation, we're at 12%, which is below the 15% goal. SDVOB, the goal is 6%, and we're currently at 1%. Overall status, MWBE and SDVOB goals are not being met. The trends are upward for MBE participation and DBE participation, and downward for WBE and SDVOB. We're on the right train. And that concludes my report.
Great, thank you. Legal fees. So we are currently.
Actually, Mike, can I just, I have a question, if you don't mind. Elizabeth
Yes.
Velez, sorry, I'm not with you in person.
Mhm.
First of all, this whole presentation thus far reminds me of that adage, what gets measured gets done. And so I'm so happy to be hearing the numbers and where they're going, both on workforce as well as utilization in procurement. I have a thought on the workforce. I apologize, I had my hand up, but I should be more vocal, I'm realizing, when I'm not in the room. I'm not sure if we also look at, I'm a big proponent, Bob, thank you so much for talking about internships, but also with high school internships. I'm not sure if the MTA does that, if there's any liability concerns with regard to that, but capturing our youngest and brightest coming out of high school and leading them to a career, including college, that might end with the MTA is such a terrific pathway. And then pivoting from workforce to procurement, is there any thoughts with regard to the federal government's Justice 40 initiative and the infrastructure dollars that are coming in and how that might affect our procurements going forward?
Yes, we are having internal conversations right now. As you know, President Biden has a pilot program for local hiring. And I'm having conversations at C&D right now as what it would take to implement those pilot programs on our capital projects. And we are once again having those conversations as we currently speak. We will emerge in a very, very short period of time. We too understand that our capital projects should afford opportunities for employment also as well. That's one. Secondly, we definitely agree with you with utilizing paid college internship programs and high school programs, in which Yvette may want to speak to in a second. But college paid internship programs is a great tool for us to recruit, grow, and develop a future diverse workforce. and I say paid internship program because no student in this region that we live in right now can afford to work in an unpaid college internship program. And if they can, it's only going to be for a certain class of students, the wealthy class of students. And so paid is if you will hear me say that over and over again, Yvette High School internship programs.
Sorry, thank you. Certainly. So currently, we do have about 38 internships happening right now. So we do have an internship program going on right now. Last summer, we took advantage of funding through SYEP. We had 55 interns throughout our offices here at 2 Broadway in the system. Our intention is to reach 100 this summer. We've already begun the process of reaching out to establish sites, and these, again, will be paid internships. We're also exploring what we call P-Tech schools and CTE schools. CTE schools are already partnering with the People organization in the MTA, which are what we used to call vocational high schools. What P-Tech schools are what we call 9 to 14. So we're partnering with those high schools that host students from their high school to an associate degree, and then we use them as interns for their experiential learning. So we currently, again, have that in place and are expanding our programs.
And I will circle back around to you in a very, very short period of time on Justice 40. Okay. So legal services, we are currently at, after 3 quarters, we are at 16% M&WBE inclusion. And I'm working with the legal staff and Paige Graves to bring focus to this. So as we move forward, these numbers are going to increase. We're not going to be satisfied until this area of legal services hits or exceeds the governor's 30%, and we're working in tandem to make sure that as we go forward, we are going to achieve that. Just a few years ago, this number at 16% was at 4%. And so as we move on, we're doing everything that we can do is to maximize not only opportunities, but maximize results with assignments being afforded to our New York State certified MWBE law firms. Next slide, please. And so the status is constant. We were at 16% last year. We're currently at 16%, and I'm hopeful over the next few days. These numbers are as of 12/31, so I'm hopeful that the last quarter that we will see some improvements with dollars being paid or assignments being made to a New York State certified MWBE firms. And the strategies for improvement is what I indicated before, working in tandem with our MTA GC to make sure that we are focusing on this. Next slide, please. Underwriter fees. Patrick, you're up.
Yeah, so good afternoon, everyone. For April 2021 to December 2021, WBE fees paid were 13%, MBE fees paid were 14%, and SDVOB fees paid were approximately 6%. Overall, 33% of all underwriting fees paid went to MBE, WBE, and SDVOB firms. The overall percentages to December 2021 were helped by results from the 3rd quarter of this state's fiscal year. During that quarter, we met all of the state mandated goals for each designated category, so that helped us with meeting our goals, bringing the numbers up. As a preview for the 4th quarter results, which will be reported in the next Diversity Committee meeting, will improve the overall results for the state's fiscal year ending March 2022.
So you're very optimistic that we are going to achieve the governor's 30% goal in the area of investment banking fees?
Oh, it's a preview. Yes, we have.
Okay.
It's already done.
And is there any announcement that you want to make with the next deal?
Well, it was announced in this afternoon's Finance Committee meeting that Siebert Williams Shank will be leading one of our deals in the upcoming months. In the last fourth quarter was also led by an MBE firm, Ramirez and Company. So now the WBE firm will be coming up shortly.
So I'm trying to get you to say it. You know, it's not every day that an institution awards a $1 billion investment banking deal to a certified minority women-owned firm. So I was trying to give you the opportunity to say it.
Well, as of right now, it appears to be a $1 billion deal, but market indications, markets can change, and it depends on how the market is, determines how much we actually issue in debt. Right. So I don't want to just necessarily, but right now it's planned to be $1 billion, but right. If it changes, then it changes. But I think we just want to highlight that Siebert is actually leading the transaction.
Yes, I got you. So
you take the win.
Yeah, I'm very excited. I'm very excited. Definitely.
No problem.
All right. Next slide, please. So we currently have $1.9 billion in assets being managed by minority women-owned asset fund managers. As we move forward, we are improving and getting better, but $2 billion being managed by certified MWBEs is a great metric and a great point. Next slide, please. That's our presentation. We are exactly at 4:01. Once again, I want to thank the chairman and the board for your steadfast support in allowing us to create one of the most effective MWBE programs in the nation. And there is going to be a focus on the people side, on the workforce side, as we move forward. We have a lot of great talent here who are going to make sure that we are going to improve on that side as well. And I just want to thank the hardworking staff of DDCR once again for driving success with respect to our MWDB programs and on our EEO and Title VI programs as well. Thank you.
And I second that, and what Bob said, and Lorraine and Elizabeth. But as chair of the diversity committee, I have to, for these past 3 years, I've seen great improvements and strides in everything you do, and you're a very hardworking staff, and you need to be a little bit more visible, and we're going to work on that, because I don't think everybody knows what you do, just like Bob said, with the data, that how you utilize the data to drive your decisions is very important, and improve. You're always looking to improve, and that's great. So do I have a motion to adjourn? Bob, second? Second?
Seconded.
Thank you. We're adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you. Great report.